sign this for me?
Of course I can sign this.
Yo, Envoy, can you sign this real quick?
Jesus, man.
Bro, how'd you get this, bro?
I got you. This is crazy. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, hell no.
Nah, bro. My mom, man. You know, my mom be, you know, chatting around. She be sending the pictures everywhere. So I'm sure this is floating around social media, and it's a good pic. So I like it.
It's a picture of me as a little kid.
Might have the worst signature alive. Straight, just regular writing.
What is this? Bro, I don't even have this picture. How did you get this picture?
Wait, you don't like that one?
No, it's a good one.
Can you sign this one then?
Okay, this is a good one. So good, you know, signature's a work in progress, okay? It's a work in progress.
Now, how did you get this picture?
How do you think?
I don't even know the, well, yeah, I probably know how. Probably my mom. I don't even know if I've seen this picture before.
You want to show again?
I don't know if I've seen this picture before. I was a chunky little Asian baby, but
Mom's an op, bro. Why did she do this, bro? Yeah, she said that's her favorite picture of me. Bro, I love you, mama.
Oh, Toby, I have a gift for you.
What?
I have a gift for you.
Gift for me?
What's your gift?
Nice, thanks, man.
No, I got you, bro. There you go.
Dante, this is for you, bro.
For me, bro?
It's for you. I got you.
Not even me, bro.
It's me. Yeah, see, perfect.
Oh,
This is dog shit, wow.
Let me sign this shit.
this is for Paco. Can I grab anything? Your 2025 Major 2 champions.
Here comes Abuza trying to push back forward. Oh! Day one, three-piece. Oh my word.
This man is the reincarnation of God. Too f***ing icy.
Hydra did. That is that. Trades back and forth. Attacks. Lock it down. The game goes on.
Welcome in. It's the third day of our Major 3 qualifiers, and we are a third of the way through already. Remember, it's just 3 weeks of qualifiers before we head down to Boca Raton. We got Rosalie and Nameless on the desk. And Rosalie, for anyone who missed yesterday, what was the surprise of the day?
It was just a bunch of upsets across the board. The biggest one for me probably is Optic Texas maybe finding some consistency.
Nameless, you have seen these upsets coming. No one on this side of the desk thought it would be a 2-0 Optic Texas, but they're on top of our standings. Let's take a look at where we're at after 2 days of competition. A 2-0 Optic, still undefeated in online qualifier matches with Hook in the lineup. Boston gets a 3-0 over Toronto, who took down Atlanta FaZe to open up our qualifier. LA Thieves, though, still yet to take the stage. Let's see if they jump into that winner's column on the left side.
Yeah, and the biggest thing about right now is the question marks of LA Thieves after a lackluster major, right? This is going to be our first look at kind of what their composure is going to look like heading into Major 3, because they went in as the favorites, and they get an insane loss handed to them by the Boston Breach, a team nobody saw coming on land, and then they have to make the elimination run to still fall just short of the grand final.
Nameless, we see LA Thieves taking on Vancouver today. Vancouver has been the thorn in Atlanta's side.
Yeah.
Do you think they caused similar problems for the lineup for LA Thieves?
Yeah, I mean, well, LA Thieves on land, I mean, that was an absolute blunder. It got cooked by Toronto, to bow out of the tournament. Obviously, you can see the frustration on Scrap's face. And going up against Vancouver, they are full of confidence. Made it all the way to a grand final. They come out hot, absolutely destroy their first, opposition. So Vancouver versus LA Thieves, I really don't even know who the favorite. Probably Vancouver, right?
Yeah.
Like most people are going to have them as the favorite in this matchup. You can see Scrap and Neptune still been putting up absolute dominant numbers.
That is wild to say. Vancouver, the favorite against LA Thieves today. Why are the Couve the #1 spot? Or top 2, I should say. They have been crushing on the slaying side of things. 0-4. definitely dropping bombs. Neptune, consistent as always on that front line. And Nasty, is he the best player on the team right now? How is he doing over there, Rosalie? You were gassing him up in rehearsal.
I mean, he's just great. I mean, the consistency from that AR is just what you need when you're on a squad like this. And you have to say Neptune's the best player on the team overall.
Okay.
He comes in, he changes the camp, they start getting wins. He has been unreal consistent. You saw in that stat versus Scrap, he's number 1 in kills per 10 minutes, which basically screams consistency. It screams that he sets the pace. But I will say from the side of Nasty, this is probably the best we have seen him play in a couple of years.
Yeah, and you know, the big thing you'd want to see improvement from Vancouver in is that search and destroy. You look at them, the 2 maps that got removed, Skyline and Vault, they're 5 and 9 on those maps combined, right? So the first look we saw on Dealership was dominant. They went 6-2. Everybody looked good on their team, so they could be, you know, trending in a great direction.
We should remind everybody, LA Thieves won 7 online qualifier matches in a row. This is an online qualifier match against Vancouver today. Atlanta FaZe, dominant on LAN, not so much online. They fall to Toronto in a Game 5 on opening day. Meanwhile, we saw Royal Ravens with their hands full. They get the dub in a Game 4. Let's start, though, with Atlanta FaZe coming off of a loss. I'm not used to saying that, Rosalie. It's only happened, what, 6-7 times all season?
Yeah, it's one of those things where it might have been an off day for the side of Atlanta FaZe. We saw that in the opener versus Vancouver Surge and last stage. It draws us like we just came out kind of flat. But this happens with Atlanta FaZe. Sometimes they have these kind of trials and tribulations when it comes to hardpoints, and usually it's because their fundamentals start lacking. So for Atlanta FaZe, that's going to be my big focus in this stage, is honing in on their respawn hit.
Yeah, I agree with that, and that's their biggest focus, right? Because they played their 2 worst hardpoint maps. You know, it's just you run into a trap when you play your 2 worst hardpoints against Toronto, and then they're that good at search. You can see today's matchup. We're looking at Abizi, we're looking at Gwyn. Both these guys can have such a huge impact on the game. And yesterday, Gwyn, I mean, through maps 1 and 2, was just taking over.
Search and destroy could be the difference maker, as that one could go to a Game 5. If Slasher and crew get their way, though, they'll be able to finish in 4. The respawns have looked red hot for Carolina outside of that opening hardpoint against LAG.
And unironically, in this matchup versus Atlanta, they have a huge advantage across the board. For Carolina Royal Ravens, I mean, there was obviously some talks after the major, after a lackluster performance, but they're still a really solid team, and they're still a team that you cannot count out. We saw that yesterday versus LA Gorilla Mates. Granted, it was a new roster. Half of it got sent off, and they were plugging into new players. But for Carolina Royal Ravens, their respawn's looking great. They're still the best search and destroy team in the game. They're going to be a terrifying team throughout this qualifier.
Yeah, I think, like, this is the tough matchup for Carolina. This is where we need to see development, right? Because versus, like, the top teams, we've seen them get gapped a lot. Like, just kind of talent diff. Like, the fundamentals are kind of always there. Right now does seem like a great time to be going up against Atlanta FaZe, given, like, Atlanta FaZe trying out different maps and trying to, you know, get good at Hasi and Vault. You can take advantage of that if you're Carolina. They're such a good surge team, right? They're always going to be a threat. And you can see their schedule. A win here puts them in a great spot for winners bracket.
Is that the hardest schedule we've seen? Where would you rank it, Allie, right now? Because Carolina still has to play Atlanta FaZe, who's won 2 majors, LA Thieves, and Surge, who was just in a grand final.
I would say the only way you could make this harder is you replace Rocker with, like, Toronto or something, and LAG with a middle-of-the-pack team. So this is easily top 3, one of the worst, hardest schedules I've seen.
Get the wins when you can, Carolina. It's not going to be easy to start in the winners bracket, but we have faith. Let's take a look at what is going on all day long. It's just 3 matches here as we have number 8, 9, and 10 of our Major 3 qualifier. We start things off with Boston Breach taking on Kenny and the Minnesota Rocker when we return.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League. The 2025 Boston Breach Team Pack is available right now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this spray to help you blend the competition. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
I was wide awake and laughing. The doctor didn't even have to slap me. Cut the cord 10 years later, I'm a prodigy. Got more letters on my name than the Ivy League. Now I'm an MVP, CEO, VIP. All the youngest want to be like me, cause I walk like a champion. Double helix twist pedigree. Call me Red One, everybody Gaga. For me, fame monster. Sand squat posture. Big footsteps to follow, so use caution. Never duplicated, imitated so often. Feast on opposition, that's why I stay flossing. If you want the noise, I can bring it. Let's go.
With fame, comes off with the backside of Powell's wall, plus the delayed hit from Escriel.
I'm running up stacks. Numbers don't lie, that's facts.
Oh my God, Gio, my God, is his hardpoint.
Running it up.
Oh, Nero gets a double over the middle of the map. Has more. Oh, Nero, hello. How about the full team wipe from Nero?
Minnesota Rocker versus Boston Breach. Surprisingly, this could be the best match of the day. Minnesota making a roster change, putting Paul X back down in Challengers as Kenny became a free agent from Optic. On the other side, Boston sticking with the same crew they brought to EWC Nameless.
Yeah, this is a banger matchup. And you talk about champs, like we don't have many matches left in the online qualifiers. These two teams on the bubble, it could come down to matchups like this. You know, I'm so excited to watch Minnesota come back after that Optic loss. It was so tight, and now Boston coming off a huge win versus Toronto. This could be electric.
And Minnesota needed to do something. They were kind of getting a little bit stagnant after the beginning of the season, where they were pushing teams to the limit. They were pulling off reverse sweeps. They were clutching up, but it feels like that's kind of turned a little stagnant as we've moved further into the season. So for Minnesota Rocker, this change, I think, is everything for them.
So we spend a lot of time talking about the potential of Minnesota, how good this team can be. They've lost 9 hard points in a row. 7 of those hard points, they've eclipsed 200 points. And I think you're seeing, like, towards the end of these HPs, just a lot of mistakes happening. Like, in that Optic match, you saw Nero kept throwing his life away, like, staggered the entire time. Like, these are the things that Kenny is brought in to fix, right? Like, he's not, like, he's coming in to play better than Paul, but really the main focus is be a leader, rally these guys together, and try to make clutch plays towards the end of these maps. So that's the focus. That's what I'm looking at, is to be tighter in those important moments.
Can you put a leash on Nero, though? The guy on your screen, I feel, is the most dangerous when he is just loose.
But the idea, though, is that you don't put a leash on him, right? That's what you bring Kenny in for, is to look further than a couple steps ahead, where Nero's thought is, okay, my job is to continuously relieve this pressure off the map. I just need to keep left stick forward, where then it allows the rest of the team to be like, okay, this is the situation we're in. How do we need to move to close out this map moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, we saw it yesterday with Hook, like, kind of, he was making the impact plays on rotation. Just know, when you're the guy in the position to, like, play the rotation, play slow, like, you have to do it. And, you know, that's something I think Nero needs to evolve in his game for them to take the next step.
We're on Nero Watch today in the green room. On the other side of this matchup, Giga went gargantuan wake yesterday. Nameless continues to call the upsets, and you nailed this one after Toronto beat FaZe. I was like, oh, easy dub for Toronto. But no, it was a game 1, a game 2, and then a half of a game 3 that Boston walks away with a clean dub.
Yeah, you know, for Boston, they're building themselves a little bit of a map pool now in Hardpoint. They're adding Skyline. It started at the major, the very close Skyline versus Toronto. Now I believe they feel comfortable on that map. And, you know, in terms of Search and Destroy, like, you got rid of your 2 worst maps, like almost exclusively vetoing Vault Search. You know, Skyline, you're 3 and 6 on it, right? The first look we saw in Dealership, Snoopy's Playground. Can we just start calling it that right now? So yeah, for Boston, I think they're in a pretty good spot, but obviously this is a massive match to extend that gap over the team that's on the bubble with them.
Their biggest thing right now is to just kind of clean up control. They're already pretty good at Hardpoint, and they're already pretty good at Search and Destroy. The only issue is that map pool's really tiny, but for control, they don't have anything really to work with, and so that's definitely got to be their focus during this split.
Let's take a look. Did they get their map puddle in the best of 5?
Puddle. I like that.
Puddle, yeah, it was dropped by Maven and Merc. I stole it from them today. Skyline, Rewind, Hacienda, Red Card, and if we get to the game 5, the new addition to the CDL, Dealership. What do you guys feel about Rewind and Dealership making it through?
Great for Boston. I mean, you talk about the Rewind. Minnesota have liked that map throughout stage 1. There were better teams on it, so this is a great matchup on Rewind. And then the Dealership. I mean, the one look we saw from Boston, Snoopy. unreal on that map. In terms of the skyline, Boston continuously adding into their map while trying to strike fear in the rest of the league to veto it.
Crap, we have to do pick'ems, and I don't know what to do for the first time all week, and I was confident in my choices. All right, vibe check, because yesterday I said it was Boston who passed the vibe check. I still went Toronto. I see it today. Minnesota looks a little bit sleepy. We've seen a sleepy Nero in the 3 o'clock game. So when it comes to the pick'ems, I gotta go with Breach today.
It's a little interesting. Minnesota don't pick Vault, and that's their best hard point, and it was up for grabs throughout this series. So I'm wondering if they're map pool testing just a bit versus Boston, which spells confidence to me. I'm gonna go with Minnesota Rocker.
Dang, bro, this is a tough matchup.
This is Nameless's heart
really
versus Soul. Like, where are you going?
It's really hard.
Giga. I got Boston winning this. These guys come off a huge win versus Toronto. I think they're ready to go.
Nameless has called a lot of correct answers.
This is first match of the day.
First match of the day.
Yeah,
Even
Boston,
better,
Boston are definitely
right.
Yeah, Boston definitely.
All right, we got Shift back in action alongside the great Jeremy Estacio, aka the only caster to ever make it into the top 250. Salute, sir.
Sick default operator, by the way, Jay. You look great in that picture.
That was devastating, Alan. That was so devastating. You know, because we got the word that since season 1, like, we could get into the top 250 and have a photo. So I was grinding. I did it. Finally, in season 3, I was able to prevail through all the hacking and everything that was thrown at me. But unfortunately, I didn't have a photo, and my name was misspelled wrong. But it's all good. We got top 250. Now we're here. Boston Breach versus Rocker.
You're still one of them boys, Jay.
Yeah, Unk still got it, baby.
Oh, here we go, Pop. Let's get into this one, though. Minnesota, Boston. You know, the other important thing about this matchup in particular, you know, we haven't really talked about it a lot, but only having 5 games this stage, this almost feels like a must-win for Minnesota. You go 0-2, your chances at making it into the top 8 for Boca are going to be slim. You have to essentially win out from there. So, really important matchup here for Minnesota and the Rocker.
Yeah, I think it's an important matchup for both of them because they're both in the bubble. You want to try to win these bubble matchups because everybody else who's sitting from 5th place to 1st, they're pretty separate when it comes to those CDL points by like 70 or 80. Yeah. So anyone that's sitting in the bubble is going to be a very important matchup. Boston Breach, obviously, the Des touched on it. They want to try to improve their map pool. When you talk about their hard points, they love to play Hossie. They love to play Vault. Yeah. But they need something else in the mix. And recently, they have been finding a lot of success here on Skyline. But Minnesota Rocker, with the new addition of Kenny, they gave Optic a run for their money last time around.
Yeah, they really did. And a little bit of a wake-up call, I think, is what some people may have kind of labeled that as for Kenny. Just kind of really kind of turning a leaf, maybe just saying, hey, look, I still got this. You know, you can drop me, you cannot want to play with me, but boy, I'm still gunning. See how things go, though. Again, like you mentioned, this is a very crucial matchup for multiple reasons, but to start things off, Minnesota, a good break-off. Now trying to research their way back into the hardpoint, but shut down, and Boston will actually move the spawns around as well.
Yeah, that's fantastic because Boston spawned on the preferred side, 4P2 initially, but then kills don't go their way. Minnesota able to flip those spawns, soak up 12 seconds at a time. But then Boston on their second attempt, find those waves of kills, flip the spawns on its head, and this is where they can start to run away with the game. When I was watching Minnesota Rocker versus Optic, one thing that they tend to struggle with is their breaking. Like you heard Des touch on it, Nero sometimes he's a little too aggressive, and you cannot have that versus a Boston squad who is really good in the teamwork aspect in certain hardpoint maps.
You also got to keep in mind that Boston, you know, kind of suffering from the tribulations of not being a strong rotation-based team, are also very successful at breaking across the entirety of the map pool. So it's one of those things. It's like it may not have been great, but hey, you've gotten a lot of experience when it comes to finding ways to break open hardpoints. And so far, things have been pretty swimmingly, I'd say, for both these two teams. 30 seconds to fight across the top of P2, but this little push out for Minnesota looks like they're going to have Snoopy at bay, and he actually will fall to an aid. So it looks like the scrap time is largely going to be good for Rocker.
Yeah, that's beautifully played right there from Rocker on that break attempt. Everybody attacking a different angle, winning their one-on-one, spawning Boston all the way across the map. Now those final 30 seconds is going to be yours, and Estriel, he continues to shine, man. I've grown to be such a big fan of this young man's gameplay. The way that he's able to finesse, the moves he's able to make, the play-making decisions that he's able to make. He's just an outstanding SMG player.
Absolutely agree with it. I think most would. Nice double here from Gio. A little bit of support onto Purge, but kill still comes through. Not able to turn that into a second. So we'll get a 3v3 over the top of Kitchen. Now down to what happens over the top of the bar. Back and forth we go. Cammy versus Estriel, but Cammy's been septexed and damaged, and that'll be enough for him to kind of hold his ground while the rest of his team tries to come and support.
Yeah, when he thinks the regen's going to come on in, another stun connects. Now he's still stuck at bay and allows Minnesota Rocker, at least for now, to work their way back into the HP. But Boston have the numbers. They get it clean forward. Dead spawns are starting to get a little bit scattered, and this is where Snoopy can tend to be a little bit activated. Turning, burning onto multiple players. They had at least a 3 dead for Boston. They in control of the spawns for the next hill, but Awakening dying in that position now allows Minnesota Rocker to work their way on out.
Yeah, not a strong start for Wake, just 4 in 10. Nero on the other side is 5 in 11, so you've got a couple of vulnerabilities for both these two teams, but as you kind of exclaim, we're in a little bit of a dire spot. Good prediction from Wake. Can't quite finalize the elimination onto Estriel, and you see Kenny spawn right up behind P4. So Minnesota will win the rotation to the spawns to new.
Now you just got to hold down the first push. You know that Boston are going to approach from top flat, but just making this a little bit mixy. It's causing Minnesota to think a little bit more. The pressure's there through the backside of Kitchen. You go 2 for 2 in the gunfight, but as long as Boston stay alive in this position, they will spawn their teammates close. All you have to do is just finesse, though. Estriel again on 5 in a row. Just doing a great job of just playing the objective. This is how you want to contest here at P4.
Yeah, he's going to be able to get Nero right here with him.
Oh my God.
For Estriel, dances away from the Semtex, and now you can try to break this open if you're Rocker. And Estriel's just playing shoulders, playing the angle. Snoopy's the last one left, and the slide out with the combination of Geo will work for Minnesota to break from the front and flip the spawns. Looking for this back 15 seconds, but Boston close by, still giving it a fight.
Yeah, Purge, final player here to potentially contest it. At least wins the one-on-one gunfight. Alleviates some pressure for his teammates to approach behind him. And they're not going to allow Minnesota to walk away with that final 10. But a great first set there from Rocker. The break at P2. Early rotation over towards P3. And the majority of that time there at P4. Gives them a 35-point lead. And Estriel is still not missing.
No, he's looking real solid at the moment. I know Ann often likes to talk about this Minnesota team before 3 p.m. Sometimes they look a little sleepy, but Estriel has been lights out. Now Kenny follows up. That'll be enough for Rocker to get into the hard point and break past the 100-point mark.
Now you can already see they're taking a lot of space with it. So every gunfight is super important here for Rocker, because everyone that you find over here towards poolside, you will spawn them all the way across the map. 25 seconds still to fight for here at P1. The entire kill feed is currently lighting up white, and Nero's doing a great job of just finessing with his life. The repositioning good enough to take care of Snoopy. Still 15 seconds to fight for, but you have guaranteed your team spawns for that next HP.
Yeah, Nero could just kind of play the zone man here.
Wait.
Or do you not actually secure the spawns? Purge is going to come up from behind, and that is just going to completely bamboozle Rocker. Purge having a little bit of difficulty here, though, with Kenny. Finally gets the elimination, but it comes at the cost of the rest of Minnesota starting to rotate over, and the spawns will be blocked for now with Nero in the back, or will they? Snoopy actually spawns back up as well. So a chance here for Boston with numbers to still supply this hold from P2.
Yeah, that's way too sloppy there from Rocker, because you find 3 kills. Nero just gets a little too aggressive in towards bedroom. Once you cross that pathway of that 50-yard line that I always love to say, in towards the bedroom with no one blocking, that's what allows Boston to have a couple players spawning towards the back. But thankfully they're able to stabilize through that moment, find all the clutch kills. Now Nero on 6 in a row, make it number 7. A slow start. He's usually not a 3 p.m. player, but he might be feeling himself a little bit better today.
Yeah, and this is one of those moments in this map where you look at and say Boston really missed an opportunity there. Like Minnesota just don't get the proper anchor in the back towards P2. You get another player who spawns up while the break is unsuccessful, but you still cannot make good on that. And now the game has become to a point where it feels a little unreachable if things go even slightly south as we head over to P3. The good news for the Breach are there's a little bit of pressure on ult, plus they also have the setup that they want for new.
Yeah, they had the rotation over towards new. You want to keep this hill basically scrappy, but the P4 needs to be the money hill. So you can fight yourself back into this game. But Minnesota with the angles, they find all 4 dead. Now Boston forced to try to break over from the opposite side. Estriel strikes again. Double positive 2.0 KD. Still doing a little bit of objective work as well. But Boston need to get in. They need to guard soaking up this time.
I mean, this is just another one of those Rocker games where Estriel and Geo just take over. And you allow an opportunity for a player like Nero, who starts off like triple neg, to get back to even. Like, it's just unbelievable how resilient this Rocker team is. And so we kind of go back and forth between those two POVs. 70-point game, and as we start to look over towards P4, Minnesota Rocker working on it as we head into a Rocker listening.
I'm pushing up on
Kemi's that too.
I get top. Yeah, make sure you back up. I'm looking. I got time. I'm gonna get a chill.
Okay, one is go bottom.
They go left now. I have left. Two gym. I have left. Left on me first. I just get it. I got it. I'm right there. No one's you could the John Lloyd on stone. I heal stone. Stone late. Yeah, get the stone late now. Wait, please. I have all three. First guy can be. I have all front. Yeah. Alright. They go top stone. What's top first down? I give you a drop. Top lane now. I get your front. They went front. In the back. In the back. Play the top. That's fine. I just fucking took the ball. I'm ready to get. I'm getting there. I'm winning plot. Jim. That's fine. I'm gonna double it with you, bro. That's fine. I need every time. Y'all together. Yeah, we are. I said double the event. 70? I'm down, sure. Yeah, drop. I got stun. BP price. All good. We're good. Go catch or some shit. Yeah. Let's all go top. Okay, that's fine. I know what's up. What's up top first? He's top first. He's drop. I got that's good shit. Let me piano price. Yeah. I need T. And what's up? Nice. Low piano. I have a trip down there. I'm looking kitchen. I'll get kitchen. I'm already top. He's out kitchen. I got it. Go kitchen. I got time. I'm out shot. Nice.
Well, for a moment in there, I mean, we're looking at a 210 to 110 point game. Boston really do a solid job at P1, but unfortunately, right as soon as they need to put together a hold to string together 1-2, they get foiled, and now Minnesota's in a position to win the game.
Yeah, this is truly the difference of this map. Number one is the slaying. Like, if you look at the Boston stat lines, no one is positive. Everyone's basically -10 besides Snoopy. They had that one sequence there where they were potentially going to start the comeback, but like you said, final 10 seconds, you're dying at P1 with a clean 4 dead. Minnesota Rock were able to flip those spawns. Now they can close it out here. Yeah, that's going to be the game. Boston just decided to have too much of a slow start. Actually, Snoopy going to give it one last hurrah, but no, yeah, GG. Minnesota way too strong there. Map number one, the slaying was just all there for Rocker.
Yeah, that's one of the series you just gotta look at and you just think, damn, like that from start to finish. Minnesota just looked really clean, and a lot of it was really just down to the fact that Gio and Estrio were dominating from the word go. Nero, a little bit of a slower start, but obviously picks it up. Kenny finishes, I think, like +7, +8. Like, everything seems to be clicking for this Minnesota squad. And, you know, Jan, we're gonna have a whole highlight package and a scoreboard to take a look at here, but I think that we just have to introduce the topic of conversation of, like, what is it about this Minnesota team that Kenny is finding himself back into his usual form? Do you think there was just something going on in that Optic Texas camp, or is this just kind of a turn-up moment where Kenny says, I got to play for my career right now?
Hey, I don't know, man. I don't want to say anything about the Optic camp. Obviously, we know their struggles. They went 0-18 map count with a World Championship roster. Everything just simply was not working. But Kenny, we know what he is capable of. Sometimes it's just a different change. Like, that's all you're looking forward to. And a different fire as well. Like, whenever you're one of those players who get released or get dropped, and you have to play against either your former team or join a different lineup, you have, like, a different passion for the game. You want to show who you truly are again. And with Kenny playing with a couple players who probably weren't expecting to have a player like Kenny on their lineup, a world champion, a phenomenal leader, they are playing for him as much as he is playing for them. And you can just tell he's feeling a lot more comfortable. There's not as much stress as it possibly was representing the green wall. Minnesota Rocker with players like Estrio and Nero still trying to work up their names, because Nero's been in and out the league multiple times. And same thing could be said for Gio. He's only on year 2. These guys are trying to evolve in their careers. And adding a player like Kenny, you're going to want to listen to him. You're going to want to all be on the same page. And I feel like even before adding Kenny to the lineup with Paul X, they had a great system. It's just Paul X was way too inconsistent. So now with Kenny in the lineup, better leader, better player, the guy has just been filling in those shoes very well.
It's just, I think, interesting to see, like, the overall, like, career pathway that Kenny has had. You know, I got to give kind of a lot of love to the Breaking Point guys for putting out the Story of Kenny video from a couple of weeks ago. Really well put together. And, you know, now we feel like, you know, with this team, he is kind of elevated into a position of leadership that he may not have had to do before. Like levels of it with that Thieves team from prior, a little bit of that with Optic, I think, as well, when it comes down to having the experience of world championships, things of that nature, but not like this, where you're, like you mentioned, essentially taking 3 younger players that have a lot of ceiling, a lot of potential, but have not been able to crack the code to becoming a major talent in the CDL. I feel like this is another kind of notch into another chapter of what Kenny can bring as an asset to a CDL team.
I feel like that's a lot of the stories for a lot of these veteran players in the CDL, even before the CDL even came about. Like Kenny was playing COD when he was like 13, 14, and then the age restriction came in. Then he had to take a couple years off. Then he came back, joined that TK lineup alongside Accuracy, alongside Chino, and they were able to host a couple championships together back in the day with him being such a young player. It's just like you see the evolution for certain guys. Like Octane was just the human turret, but as he got older in his career, he became one of the best vocal leaders in the game without question. And the same thing could be said for Attached. Like he was an SMG player, switched to an AR. It's like the older you get, the more knowledge you start to understand, the easier the game starts to become to you, and then you just start to take off with it. But when you take a look at this young man right here so far in year 2, Gio is just unbelievable. He kind of let me down throughout stage 2, but he's back in full form so far in stage 3.
Yeah, and I think the thing about this Minnesota team, and trust me, fans, we will talk about Boston here in a moment, but talking about this Minnesota team and their inconsistencies, especially in Search and Destroy, was a bit puzzling just due to the fact that you had a couple of individuals that would dominate, whether that be Gio in a couple of maps or Nero in particular through stage 2 was great, but they finish off stage 2 with a couple of really bad losses. I mean, we're talking about 2-6, 3-6 losses in a row. But now you find a way to come back. You have a round 11 loss versus Optic. Of course, you have the round 10 win on Rewind, where we're going right now. That's going to feel good for you. But on the other side of things, you know, I think this is an interesting point, because for Boston, you look at like the wider and the more open the map is, the more opportunity that this guy has, where Snoopy can kind of run free. Do you think he's going to find that same kind of success on a map like Rewind, like he would on like a red card, for instance?
Oh yeah, if I remember Boston correctly, in the beginning of the season when Rewind S&D was a map in stage 1, Boston preferred to play this one. You know what Soupy's going to do. He's going to roam around Ziggs, try to dominate around Jen's area, and the same thing could be said on the opposite side for Nero. So that's going to be a nice little battle to see right off the rip, and an unfortunate team kill. Yeah. And that's not going to end the game. I think Gio just walked right in front of Kenny. That's tough.
I think so too. There may have been a set down on the corner there as well. So 3v4 situation already. Estriel has seen a small piece of Cammy who's hopping over to the top of that back container. But this crossfire setup inside of Jen's is going to be difficult. Does Nero get a look at Cammy up top? No, but Cammy's got to look at him, and that'll be good for our confirmed first blood, actual. And with the follow-up coming through, this will be a pretty clean round for Boston.
Yeah, 1v4 now on the cards here for Kenny, only able to take down one, and it's going to lead to a Boston defensive successful round there. It also helps when the first blood, you don't have to do anything for it. Get that early man advantage. You're able to spot Nero with Cammy playing that position towards top 18. Tucks himself in the corner towards Glass and just commits on that gunfight, puts them in a numbers advantage, and Boston with ease take the round 1.
Yeah, and I think the thing about this Boston squad, just to kind of give our diligence back the other direction here, is their improvements over stage 2 in the search and destroy metrics in particular were, I think, obviously what the doctor needed. I mean, there were so many times that we saw these guys just kind of struggling. The problem is they did a lot of that by playing through maps like Skyline. They played Skyline a lot in Major 2. Did not necessarily find a lot of success with it, but you have to be thinking that, like you mentioned, the early roster success on this map, when it was still in at the beginning of the year, this has got to be a bread and butter for Boston coming back into the pool.
You can already see on this round the slow and steady approach. Watch Minnesota Rocket play this a couple days. They like to take space in towards DVD. 35 seconds already gone. Single ounce of noise given up on the side of Rocker. Now Boston attempting their push in towards DVD. Narrow knockdown to 50 HP, trying to get out of dodge.
Yeah, this trophy system is going to keep this defense very safe at Glass. Snoopy looking like he wants to try to challenge this. May have to. Finds Estriel. Nice little drop shot. Trades out for Kenny. Follow-up is there. We're going to go to a 2v2, and Cammy will create a bit of an exit. And whoa, the last shot through the shelves will connect, leaving Gio to the 1v2.
That's time to work with. 25 seconds to go. Clear out this A site. Not able to spot him, so
good read.
Already has the read that they're potentially going over towards B. He's going to spot the player crossing, and he also has a frag to work with. Might want to invest it here.
Yeah. Texan back. It does find damage, but the bomb gets planted. Can he find any piece of Cammy? Can't stand. You know that Purge is going to be looking at you. Nice shots, though. It's clean. Now to the 1v1. Over the top. Cammy in trouble. Both players down low. The reset comes out, though. And now it's Cammy on the high ground. Geo trying to play off of the bomb. Hasn't seen him yet. Up top, the snap is decent, but Cammy too quick on the trigger, and Boston saved the round.
Such well played right there out of Cammy. Gets the objective down. Knows that Geo is somewhat close into this fight. But then the finesse good enough. Also, the SMG in the back pocket is going to help. As he takes the positioning towards top 18, he was ring around the Rosie and all-out mix fest in through the middle of the map. And I'm pretty sure Cammy was able to line up 3 with the wall bang onto Kenny. So the Cam man securing around there for Boston. They go up 2-0.
Clean stuff, man. Well, I mean, it gets a little dicey there at the end, but like you mentioned, Cammy coming up big, He's on 4 in a row, 4-0 up. Opening trophy system for Minnesota's offense, trying to keep them safe as they approach over towards generators. Oh, and Purge just gets caught. Yeah, just no one had any contact over through streets. Just a late check from Kenny. He finds good timing on it.
Yeah, that's just some of those plays that really irked me with the Boston Breach squad, is that we're relying on Purge to just individually trying to win this round. But then if he gets called, you're instantly putting a man disadvantage, and then Minnesota Rocker just picking you apart one by one.
Yeah.
Don't really need to take those risks this early into the map. Down to 1v4 for Cammy, able to get killed number 5, dancing with number 6. Unfortunately, can't find it. And Rocker finally put one on the board.
Yeah, that seemed like one of those setups, though, for Boston defensively, where Cammy's playing on, the trash can and is just watching for a cross. And after a trophy system gets found out, over towards the backside generators, you don't see anyone for the first 15 seconds of the round. I think Cammy's probably saying, you're good, I got your cross. And then Purge tried to play an early flank, gets caught just on the timing of Kenny wrapping back to check. It just felt like one of those rounds where Boston were trying to get aggressive and, test the waters. Doesn't really work out from a timing perspective, though.
Yeah, it's just very tough on a map like Rewind, because every single angle, you can see them from a really long distance. So Kenny just backs on up for that first blood, and that leads to the round W. Now, Boston, your opportunity here. Try to make up for it on the attack. Already showing a lot of presence in towards DVD, and you have gen control.
Yeah.
Just clear out glass. We can plant the spawn.
Yeah, should be. It's going to have to be a retake from Rocker. You have to think that they have set themselves up for this, though. But like you mentioned, the problem is multifaceted here, because you have to get some level of control at glass or just flood quickly through the site. And the problem is Purge is on your flank now. And the timing is unbelievable from Purge. He's got, whoa! Thought he had 2 for free, but Estriel snaps, finds the kill, makes this more doable to the 2v2. But 20 seconds on the clock. The rewrap from Boston, they can check over the bomb. No one's on for the defuse, and Rocker are in a very tough spot from a timing perspective.
Yeah, they're running out of time. Someone now has to stick the defuse, and the player who's watching over him in the Estrio has to find both kills. Not going to be easy to do. He's not going to stand a chance. In Boston, with the early aggression, able to bounce back off of that defensive round. Secure the attack. Plant the bomb immediately in towards A, and I love that version of Purge. When the play is already developed, it's not you trying to start it off by yourself. You know that everyone's going to attack through glass. You know they're not going to work through gens because you already had presence on that side of the map. But just catching that timing, even though it doesn't lead to 2, it forces Minnesota Rocker to put a lot more focus on that side of the map and didn't have any time to work the defuse. So Boston, now 2-round advantage.
Still a little bit tighter than you would have liked, I think, just due to the fact that Purge should have had 2 for free. But lessons learned, I think, for both squads. Minnesota, I imagine, will not be letting that flank go uncovered next time around. Nades over the top this time. Trophy system placed a little bit later for Rocker, trying to get RV to rig control. And stuns will come behind this. No defenders, though, over the top of Courtyard, and that's just kind of a game plan that doesn't really find success from Minnesota, and now Boston are punishing for it. Really well done, but Estriel's got 3 and almost has a chance to reset, but not quite.
He just needed the extended clip right there, that Jackal. Because he was able to find 3, just simply runs out of ammo, and there's too many players from Boston still around the area. Purge has him a little bit weak, finishes with the slide and glide. We're ready for that defensive push over towards B. Complete blind counter there on the side of Boston as they are starting to pull away in the search to destroy. Vibes are high as smiles are from cheek to cheek. They know that they love to be a 2-3-5 team with sometimes still in some hard points, but we need that 3.
Yeah, I think if you're Minnesota, you got to reevaluate that approach towards B. If you don't get any of those stun connections on towards the back of the site, you have to be responsible for what is coming through glass and shelves. But that's a conversation for another day, as Minnesota have found the first engagement favorable. Cammy has extended over through Burger, though, and Purge behind this. They could reset, but he gets caught on the mantle, and now it's just down to Cammy for the 1v3.
Hey, don't put it past him, though. 8-2, making 9-2 so far. Fantastic search and destroy by this young man. And a minute to work with. He has information on both players. Can he line them up? A team kill happens, but unfortunately, you're not able to put any bullets on the player behind him. Minnesota Rocker almost let that one slip away, but they secure the round. Now down by 2.
Yep. This is the big round coming up, though, just to see if Minnesota can develop something on offense, because so far they have not really found much success in terms of manipulating the map. So I'd be curious, are they going to try to do something along the same lines of which they've shown to this point, which is this early kind of aggressive push up towards Gents? Nades over the top towards Courtyard have often been a part of that, but I'd be interested to see if Kenny just holds the angle over towards Burger Side Street first. Yeah, like right here. And maybe you try to work for some information because you know Boston's been getting this for free. And yeah, Kenny's got some good intel on this cross.
Oh yeah, he spotted at least 2 players already through the mid-street. So he knows at least 1 player's in towards DVD, playing super aggressive. Can it potentially catch Snoopy lacking? But Snoopy's just going to slide and glide for the first blood. He's still dancing. Kenny's trying to play for the trade. The shoulder good enough, but Kenny makes it a 3v3.
Yeah, this is fine though if you're Boston, just due to the fact that you have not lost any control inside of A. This 1v1 is everything, and Kenny just would not ever expect Purge to be taking orders at the drive-thru. So now it's just down to what Cammy can hold from the front side. Answer is not much here. But Estriel still finds himself nonetheless in a very difficult 1v2, and he's between both Boston members at the moment.
Yeah, he's gonna be spotted, has a big gunfight in front of him, but there's also 1 player trailing from behind. It's Minnesota Rocker now. Just get picked off. The fact that Snoopy's able to get out of dodge there is insane. And walk away with the first blood allows Boston to still contest it the way that they did. And you make it a 3v3. Purge this time makes the adjustment, switches from the Jackal to the AR, and catches Kenny working through that Burger area. Gives them the early numbers advantage. And for Minnesota Rocker, at least versus Optic, they relied on a lot of clutches. They had like 2 2v4s, 1 insane 1v2 out of Narrow. So far on this map, they haven't had any. And now Boston are at game point.
Yeah, this has been one of those maps that really hasn't developed in any form for Minnesota at the moment. Boston definitely have a leg up, it feels like, and just the understanding, the awareness, and what they want to do from a game plan, including this SMG push down into Courtyard. Dude. Yeah, Purge, Snoopy both finding 2. Minnesota does not expect that whatsoever, and this will lead to a 4v2 post plant at B. Good luck, have fun.
Hey, Kenny and Estriel, though. These are some of the guys that pulled off those 2v4 clutches yesterday, but Kenny only able to take 1. Estriel not able to find any. So now it's a 1v3, no time, instantly gonna get baited and switched in Boston with a quick response there on the rewind. You're so happy to see that map back in the pool.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things that just kind of watching over how they've played the map in the past and reflecting on that kind of in real time, a little bit of nostalgia on it. It is a lot of that where you get these double SMG push-ups. You have this little tempo flip where at times you don't see them until there's only 30 seconds left in the map. Other times the round is over in 30 seconds. They are so good at being dynamic and versatile. And I think the most important part about this is they were able to establish control of Burger Street on the defensive side from round 1, essentially. Like that opening play, Purge gets a little bit caught. We saw that, but it's still like that was the mindset for Boston, is to continue to play through Street, and then if we have to come back towards the A site, we can. It's just, I think, a really interesting understanding of how they want to play their defense, just winning street control first and then making your way into the interior if you have to for retakes. It's good stuff. I like it.
Yeah, it's perfectly played, man, because you got Cammy who watches the street, everybody else with the SMGs being aggressive in towards DVDs. Like, they're just shutting down every lane on the map. You have no openings. So Boston tie the series up. Let's bring the Deaths back in to break it down.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And once again,
Shift.
What's that?
I just had to tell Shift, nice hoodie.
He's got a nice hoodie. He looks good today. You know who else looks good today? Cammy, 11 kills. Can I ask about Boston, though, in Search and Destroy? How does Giga drop 916 damage and go 1-8?
I'll tell you, I mean, a lot of those situations, they're like gathering info, then rapping, and they know exactly where Minnesota's going to be. And you just get into a team fight where he's putting in a ton of damage. I mean, he has 5 assists. Listen, he has 1 kill.
So KD isn't everything.
He has 1 kill. I'm not just sitting here purposely gassing him, but if that's your question, like a lot of those fights, he's just involved and he's dying in the trade process.
Right, just doesn't get that final bullet, right?
And especially as an AR, like your job kind of is to lay damage. It's not that shocking, especially on a map like Rewind and the way that Boston was playing that street control.
Yeah.
He can look in, lay the damage on the players. That just means Minnesota Rockers playing their life well, but the ideal is that your SMGs then push up with that aggression and finish off those kills for you. So there's a couple of different scenarios.
I think Cammy's just a thief. Look at the guy. 11 kills out of Cameron. He is the only player in CDL history to cause 2 forfeits. The man is the best in the game.
Facts, man. Listen, they can't mess with him. But honestly, Rewind, I can't believe we ever removed that map. I love the way it plays. A more traditional COD map.
Yeah.
You saw Boston so comfortable. I mean, every round is getting all the info that they could need, making plays off it, quick wraps like that. If teams want to learn how to play Rewind, you need to study Boston VOD. You can go back to stage 1 and watch it as well. That team's ahead on that map.
Minnesota, last time these two teams met up, it was December 7th of 2024. It was Boston taking the Hardpoint, Minnesota taking the Search. This time around, it's flipped. But either way, it went to a Game 5, Round 11. And now, if you look at these respawns, you have to think Minnesota could push us there if Boston doesn't finish it.
100%. And this is one of the better respawns I think we've seen from Kenny all year. He had a really solid start to finish. I mean, he is the reason that they kind of got the momentum swing. It was a little back and forth in that first set, but that P4 break, Minnesota finds like Minnesota. I mean, Minnesota does find a 3-piece. Kenny finds a specific 3-piece, though, to get that 40-point lead gain. And then you move into that second set of rotations, and it's a full 60. Perfect P2 hold from inside Minnesota Rocker, which allows them to then just steamroll the rest of the game.
Yeah, their P1 into P2 is very good. I mean, we saw it there, like just Estrio finding the kills on top and just making sure you don't let anybody slip through, whether that be underground or through P3. Like, Minnesota looked very good there. That was a big turnaround from the match that we saw.
Nero, we expected you to come out sluggish. Please slow down and make my Boston pick correct. The whole team was firing in the respawns for Minnesota. We'll get into that Game 3 in just a moment, but first, it's time for Hidden Heroes. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Allie's favorite game, where I provide 4 silhouettes with 3 facts each. Now, this is old faces, new places. Biggest hint I can give you, all of these folks are world champions. Allie, you get to go first.
Okay, I'm gonna go with Kenny, and I'm gonna go with Kenny in the top right.
Top right, 9 tournament wins. Best champs finish first.
Yo, top left can't be
so far.
Top left can't be a world champion. It's impossible.
It's not a world champion. 3 world champions and a non-world champion.
Dude, that's so top left is so big, bro. Who's got?
Top left is.
Wait, no. Top left is Fellow.
Tournament wins 1.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Come on, bro. My bag is deep.
Wow. Okay. Bottom right. Tournament wins 10. Best champs finish first.
That's all you, Chris.
0.96 in stage 3. I'm going to go with Ken here. Kenny.
Oh, dang. I was 1 off. My bad, Ken. Does that make bottom left pred?
You didn't know about the double digit Kenny?
Yeah,
on,
bottom left is
bottom left pred.
Show me an
I
Australian.
did pretty okay on this one. I didn't.
He goes by the name of the face of the Falcons, Pred, in the bottom left. We did well. 3 out of 4.
I didn't have a mental breakdown this time.
You were so close. You were so close.
I was really close.
Yo, Fellow's a dot.
Right? Who calls that one out? He only had 1 tournament wins in 10 years.
It's because it's the OSA tournament. When he was with Looney and Facento, yeah, I remember. I think it was that one.
Shout out to Rise. All right, we got to get back into Black Ops 6, though. It's Hacienda Control. Let's jump in with Ship and Study.
T-Fell Enterprises has been around circa 1965. That's what we know. Yeah, we got to give love to Fella, man. He's looking good. He's looking good out there. Always does look good out there. Let's talk about Control here, though, because the issue here, Jay, is for Boston, this has been by far their weakest game mode over the course of the year. They are one of the only teams to, again, be in this position of, you know, vying for playoff spots and not make a roster change. So you really have to see improvement, I think, for Boston in this mode coming into this stage.
Oh, yeah, this is the only thing holding them back from being one of those true contenders to contend potentially with the top 4. Because when you think about it, like Boston Breach right now is spawning into a series down 0-1 because they are so bad at Control. Because realistically, they just don't know how to finesse their lives. Thankfully, at the major, I was able to have a couple conversations with 3 of the 4 Boston players. And I was just sitting there like, Purge in the passion pit. Dude, you got to finesse your knife a little more. He tells me that we all do it in practice, but the only one who consistently do it in matches and practice is Cammy. So Purge, Awakening, and Snoopy all got to figure out how to just stay alive a little bit longer.
And they need to do that on this map in particular. Again, for both the 2 stages that we've had to this point, they've only won 2 controls in the entirety of both qualifiers, the minors, and the majors combined per stage. Not good, and not a fantastic start here either, as Cammy's the last one left on patio stairs. And it looks like Gio and Kenny want to try to teamwork him out. Kenny giving him a battle, though. Gio eventually able to win the battle outright, and there will be an opportunity for Minnesota to stay up in the play, but not quite, as Boston get back quickly to control office.
And that was already one of those situations where Cammy just plays his life. He knows that, okay, we went 3 for 1 on the last man standing. I need kills to go my way to make it easier for my teammates to get off the respawn. And he was able to catch a double. Teammates are able to reinforce behind him. That leads to a clean 4 dead. So Minnesota's first attempt instantly gets shut down. And you can already see that takes a minute off of the game clock. You got to start going if you're Rock.
Yeah, you sure do. And they're not really able to develop too much, at least not quickly, as the focus is over towards B. Snoopy does get pushed off the top spiral. You also have information that Cammy's playing up top at window, but they just can't deal with it. And Boston defensively, after what was a really solid break-off for Minnesota, have really come to life here. Haven't lost many gunfights since that opening break-off, if we're being honest. Off the reload, Cammy in trouble, almost actually able to push back against Gio. Last attempt for Rocker has to be here on this B hit.
Yeah, final 5 seconds. Gio wins a big one-on-one. Opens up that beat point. Now you sort of have a double stack going, but still a couple players from Boston unaccounted for. They're able to jump out through the window, able to find that kill. But an unfortunate team kill, now at least a 3 dead. So Minnesota guaranteed their first segment. They got a pinch hit from Kenny on the horizon. Now all of Boston coming off the respawn. They realistically should be able to extend this time here.
Yeah, really important route right there from Kenny. It forces the spawns out, plus he also deals with the earliest defensive contestant up top. So now you've got an extra 60, and just like that, you snap your fingers, and it's a 15v15 on top of that. So now all of a sudden, shoes on the other foot if you're Boston trying to get back into defensive positions.
Yeah, and already tight in their spawn right now. Snoopy knows it. Thankfully, he's able to come back and find that kill on the Estrio. That now at least a 3 dead. So if you're narrow in this situation, just put yourself in a position to potentially find an opening for your team. Draw the attention from Boston so they can work their way out of base. With 35 seconds to go, we got to make this play quick.
Yeah, Wake gets traded over towards P2. That follow-up at Rock is good as well. Chasing is Snoopy, but has lost sight of Nero, who is now looking for some defensive spawners. Estriel does find Snoopy. Now there's an opportunity here to actually get on. Pause the clock at 20.9. Nero's not done top office on 4 in a row. Help is on the way over towards the point as well simultaneously. Can they find the kill they need down inside bar? Yeah, nice shots from Nero on 5 in a row. And here comes Minnesota. They have a chance to stack.
Yeah, there's double stack going. Awakening's the only player to find a kill there, so now it's on him to just stall out time. Your teammates are not near the plate. His second segment is going to be guaranteed.
Wow.
A big Wake on this pinch needs to find something.
Well, Nero still alive and kicking. Gets the 10 and 4. Cammy pushes both players off. Now it's just down to Gio. This would be like a 1v3 essentially for him. Has a little bit of time to play with. Down to 10 seconds though. This next play has to be successful on the zone itself. Gio, a couple of defenders seen over towards patio side. Estriel down low. None of those gunfights coming through, and it's just on to Kenny, and he's going to be held outside of Fountain. Still though, to get 5 ticks of progress and what looked to be a stonewall defense is impressive for Rocker.
Oh yeah, without question, man. Final 10 seconds, we make the last hoorah push over towards B, and all the kills go our way. Even a team kill from Boston allows us to extend that time. Walking away with 5 segments when you were 10 seconds away. We're walking away with none. It's definitely chef's kiss. Boston at least stands strong on the defense in that final moment. Even though Awakening didn't get a kill on that pinch, besides the one opening it, when it turned into a 1v3 and then he flanks through close. Just him drawing the attention right there from Rocker couldn't really allow them to stack all their attention from to bottom wine or top office. Yeah. So that allows the teammates to just fly on in off the respawn, find the kills, and then hold strong to secure the first defense.
All right, now we swap the sides. See what Boston can manifest on their break off here. Trophy system over towards Arches. Looking for some early influence to play this B approach through fences, but it doesn't really work out. Kenny holding the stone wall. He's able to find himself too. Nero a follow-up through stairs, and Cammy's now the last one left, and Minnesota seem to know that he's playing, yep, over the top of fences. Kenny, good start, 3 in a row.
Shot down the initial B push. Now Boston to waste time working out of their spawn. They're taking their time on the approach. Someone going slow and steady in towards Secret, the other two attacking from Rock side. They're just looking for kills to go their way, and Snoopy opens up with the first awakening. Time for you to strike. That's already 3 dead. Last player here is going to be Nero. Snoopy's able to get out of dodge. Fantastic play to finesse your knife there. Now you can work some segments here at B.
And you get a little bit of further positioning over through tin, kind of scaling this offense a little bit further beyond the bounds of the zone. Purge up top, just trying to be a nuisance. Seen, dealt with. Geo, nice shots down low. 2 members on, though, for Boston. Tech and Tick is going to get locked. 3rd on the way. Awakening finds one more before falling, giving Snoopy and Cammy a shot at this. It's just down to Kenny. Last one left. He's got a 1v1 with Cammy. Over the top of the fence, his opening shots are decent for both players, but help is here. Now the pinch from Purge is coming through, though. He's going to find 2. More in front of him, but Geo shuts it down, and that 3rd tick stays empty.
Yeah, 3rd tick stays empty, but at least you have Awakening already put himself in position to find a couple freebies. That's 2 dead. You have the numbers advantage. Snoopy on the pinch makes it 3. The only player unaccounted for is Kenny, the guy who broke us down the first attempt. He's all the way pushed out towards well. They know Awakening sitting in towards Bow House. Nice. Can't find anything, but now it's on Kenny.
Couldn't get there in time to get the final kills on the zone, so an extra 60 seconds comes through for Boston, plus they hold a life advantage. Minute 15 is what they'll have to work with. Awakening off his respawn, trying to hold over towards P4, shut down. The rest of the hit, though, is still here. Can they out-trade this? Estriel in trouble, but whoa. Help from Nero comes through in the nick of time, and Minnesota will still hold on towards open hallway.
Oh, and now this is on Purge. Can you open up a lane for your team? You at least find the first kill. Now just get out of dodge, finesse your life. You are listening to the Yonk. 50 seconds left to go. Boston up by 1 life, and now Purge with the repositioning might catch a couple more free kills.
Oh, Geo seen him, but doesn't make a difference. Purge too clean with it. 11 plays 9. 40 seconds on the clock. Boston still finding kills, not allowing Minnesota to get this defense in towards their spawn. Play on the point, now starting to come through with a couple of members. Estriel gets 1 before dropping. Awakening going to join the effort on the point as the first tick comes through. More potentially on the way. Purge is holding up top. He's in a really good spot to watch this. Has the first in front of him. Not able to deal with the second. Can Nero clean the point up, though? Second tick is looking good.
That's guaranteed. Now can you get on in and stop this 3rd one? If you are Rocker, Nero and Estriel already combined for 2. Soupy knows he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. I have to try to get on out, but it's 3 dead. Another 6v5 round. Purge is just going to back on up. Final push here from Boston.
Purge hoping he can maybe catch a rock. Remember, a little bit too aggressive. Semtex has Purge weak with the opening shots that are there with him, but off the regen, Cammy's able to find 1. Now that here comes the play forward with Snoopy in the mix, but Geo holds on nicely. The rest of this hit, though, starts to make a play through connector. Kenny right here and try to save the day, and he's gonna find 2. 3v2 situation. Last 2 members up are Purge and Snoopy. 3 seconds on the clock. You've got to jump in. You've got to touch. Purge the one that goes to it first. Catches the kill. You got to stay in the zone, though. You got to stay in the zone. 0.0, but caught as the window play from defensive side of Minnesota looks solid. And it's Kenny who saves the round through connector to get Minnesota their defensive win.
It's exactly what it is, man. Kenny just working his way through L side, catching the timing on 2 players with that double. Obviously, no more respawns on both ends. But you just had the numbers advantage to close out that round. Rocker able to only allow 5 segments to get away from them. They tie the game up at 1, but Kenny's double was the difference here in this one. If he doesn't get it, if he only gets 1 and he gets taken care of, numbers heavily in favor of Boston, but tie game now.
Really tight in these first 2 rounds. Caddy will retain a 4 spree coming into their next offensive effort. Trophy system down for both teams over the top of this B zone. Purge dealt with. That's now 5 for Kenny. With an SMG to work with. He just slides right on into him. Trade good for Geo, but the Minnesota offense has been stalled.
Yeah, now it's on Geo. Kenny try to make up some ground for that stall. Get a couple kills over towards the speed point, but at least Estriel off the respawn finds that kill onto Awakening. Geo now on 4 in a row, takes down Cammy. So it's already 2 dead. You got Nero in position to play for those spawners. We just got to hop on the point. Currently on B.
And Geo off the mantle. Semtex out. Good help with Nero right there working with him. First tick is in. Second being worked on as Geo and Estriel still trying to force this one forward. Nero the last one remaining, but Purge finds the kill. Now the 1v1 with Kenny. And both players trying to just find their respective corners, but the shot's clean as the trophy system gets placed. And you thought maybe Kenny could keep the play alive, rather. But Snoopy deals with it, and Boston will find quick successive kills and now be in a position to put the spawn trap in play.
Yeah, they reinforced immediately over towards Rock. Found a double with Kenny also falling. So now 3 off the reset. You can push up and take some space away, and we got everything covered. 25 seconds. Rocker only have 1 segment to their name. 20 v 17. Last push going to be over here towards B.
Not again. Surely not. Purge, good first. He's got help nearby. Cammy's with him, and that help comes through immediately. 10 seconds on the clock. And Minnesota are just not going to have the time to get to a zone unless Nero can find this 1v1 towards open hall and jump onto A. Not going to happen. Really solid defense. This time it does get converted beautifully by Boston.
Yeah, it's fantastically played from there, right there from Boston, man. Just finessing your life a little bit longer. We're playing cruddy angles. We are understanding our timings. Okay, 3 go dead. 5 seconds till they come off the respawn. I can take space well. I can take space at Lambo and just wait for them to run into me. So far, been the recipe for success here on Boston. Looking a lot more well polished so far, in control. Playing a lot more consistent. The ARs are holding down their power lanes, and their SMGs aren't taking too many risks. They have definitely been putting in practice, and it's showing.
Oh, without question. Yeah, defensively speaking, you don't really ask for much more. And really either of those 2 zones, outside of the fact that obviously that last breakdown on round 1 comes through, but for the most part, this has been really clean for Boston. Now this break off up top towards Fire Hall's looking good. Snoopy catches the first. Estriel trying to follow up on it, but denied. And Snoopy is thinking, yep, I've got help from an AR. Let's just go ahead, jump out, get on defenses, and get to work on the B zone.
First segment might be guaranteed here unless Gio's going to time this to contest at the right second. But he jumps on in, also wins that gunfight. I swear, like whenever I watch Gio with that AR in hand, even versus SMGs up close and personal, he has a really good chance at winning the gunny. And whenever he finds himself in that kind of mode, it's always very difficult to take him down. He single-handedly shuts down that B push. Now Boston forced to work their rotation on the OE through Rockside, and they at least are trading now and taking space away.
Another one of those maps that you start to look up towards the scoreboard and you say, who's going to be the hero to keep this rocker hope alive, as Estriel's just 13 and 25, really having a tough go of it. Awakening able to catch off one by surprise, and another. Wow, Kenny in the corner. Thought he would have had him dead to rights, but not the case. And so now it's just on to Estriel. The wrap for Boston heading over towards B, and they're going to get the second tick, especially with Purge able to find 2 up on the corner.
Yeah, that's going to make that so much easier at this B point. The only play you haven't accounted for is Estriel, but you should somewhat know that he touched that A point. He's most likely working the pinch. Now the positioning is known. You're trying to isolate onto that gunfight, adding that extra minute to the game clock. And you're currently up by 7 lives. Boston could close it out right now.
And they very well may. Cammy holding on to Office is on 3 in a row. Snoopy from the other angle. Oh, big gunfight win versus Gio. And Awakening will just put the controller down on the zone at the moment. He is on A and hanging out while his team is absolutely frying. 5 for the Cam Man. Oh, are we going to continue to just give him 1 for once? Maybe. And honestly speaking, Awakening is like,
screw the point. Screw it.
On the zone, dude.
Yeah.
I'm not even worried about it. They're just like, let's just get the kills.
Let's just keep on slaying, man. We have them in the hell lock right now. But at the right time, Minnesota are able to strike for a clean 4 dead. So now a minute to work with. You're up by 11 lives. No way Boston throw this situation away.
Well, Cammy's going to stun himself in place. But no. Awakening will catch 2. Purge, yeah, freebie up there, and that'll be all 4 dead. So it got a little mixy there for a moment. Minnesota, a late lease on life, but Nero's not going to have a chance to get back to the zone. And yeah, really solid stuff for Boston here in the Hacienda control. Smiles all around it for good reason.
It literally does not get any better than that. These guys could not find their kills. They couldn't find their timings before stage 3 started in control. They were without question probably the worst control team that we had in the game.
Yeah.
But when you put in practice, when you go through all those leaps and bruises of everything that you have been through in that mode, eventually something has got to shine at the end. And just a little bit of communication, a little bit of practice of how they want to finesse these plays, how they properly want to set up these plays, and just valuing your life a lot more right there from Boston Breach allows them to finesse, allows them to keep on being a part of the play, allows them to open up with multiple double kills, because everyone on the side of Boston will find a success at a certain time.
Yeah.
But if that's what the improvements you were looking for Boston Breach, they definitely showed it there. And now they're up 2-1 in the series.
Yeah, really good stuff. I mean, again, like you just look at just the simple fact that round 1 could have been maybe a little bit cleaner from the defensive side, but other than that, it's passes the eye test. you know, against a Minnesota team that, honestly speaking, their control I thought had kind of improved throughout at least the qualifying portion of the stage, especially in the opening weeks or so. Kind of suffered a little bit as we got into the major itself, not winning a single round while they were in Texas. But still, it's just one of those things that you start to look at this Minnesota team, and I think we often look at the control as being the spark for this team to get back into Sears when they start slow. If they could find a way to start hot and win controls, they become a major threat towards, you know, some of the top teams that are in the game. But here today, right now, I would give every single one of those rounds a really solid nod to Boston.
Oh yeah, without question, man. And even in the first round, final 10 seconds is just a who-roller play right there from Minnesota Rocker. They found a couple clutch kills. They also found 3 in sync, so they were able to stack the point, extend the time a little bit longer, and walk away with 5 segments. Besides that one mishap, though, Boston basically played this to perfection. And that's what the response you were looking for. It's like you're always in a series down 0-1 because you are terrible at control. But now you have an opportunity to turn that around. So far, you're 1-0 in this stage, 2-0 in control, and you're playing all these bubble teams that you need to play really hard versus. And right now, if this is going to be the recipe for success for you, the 2-3-5s, then I'll take it.
Sure, absolutely. And, you know, it's interesting that we get a red card for map number 4. I think in particular, when Boston first came onto the scene this year, it looked like that was going to be their go-to hard point.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Snoopy was running around everybody. That included this Minnesota Rocker team. They haven't played it much, though, in the course of stage 2. A lot of the focus had been on playing Hacienda and Skyline. So there is a little bit of a level of bringing this Boston team almost back to what they looked like at the beginning of the year. Whereas on the other side for Minnesota, of course, new roster, so maybe some new preferences, but this is also a team that put a lot of weight onto their Skyline and hasn't played red card a ton in the last handful of weeks. So definitely feels like a square up, but not for any good reason outside of the fact that both these two teams are rather unrehearsed on it.
Yeah, and then when you look at this stat right here for Rocker so far on the season, we've always known Minnesota Rocker, they start slow in series, but whenever you're thinking that their backs are against the wall, they stand no chance at winning, most likely going to get 3-0. No, they start the fight. They show fight in control. Unfortunately, lose that one there, but the map 4s are way different than the map number 1s. A 10-8 record, a lot more success here to try to force that game number 5. Just on a squad who were on a 9-game loser streak in HP before taking that opening Skyline. Hard points are a struggle for them. In Boston Breach right now, their guns are definitely high. You need to be shooting with these guys.
Oh, 100% the case. Should be a fun one. Any wagers, Jay, on whether or not this goes to game time? I feel like every time I watch Minnesota play this map, it goes to game time.
Yeah, but now with Kenny into the mix, I don't think that he's going to allow that to happen. Someone hop the OBJ. I'm watching over you.
All right. See how things go. Gio, in map 1 was everything Minnesota needed to kick off this series on the right foot. But since that point, Rocker have struggled to really kind of keep up with what Boston have thrown their direction. And on a map like Red Card, where again, just as we previously mentioned, this is one of those maps that we looked at and said Boston could possibly be a dominant force on this map. Has not been as much of a crucial part of the map set as we would have figured at the beginning of the year, but still, the same storylines apply. Can you keep an eye on Snoopy? Because you know he's going to get wild.
Oh, yeah. With that SMG, probably the only SMG on the side of Boston. He is going to be playing for those pinch plays and try to be a nuisance as much as he possibly can. But it's all going to be about the ARs here. Minnesota Rocky, you add a player like Kenny to the mix to play a map like Red Card, where we know that Gio's presence is going to be felt. Sometimes Pollux is there, sometimes he wasn't. But Kenny, you got to be here to try to force game 5.
Well, really strong start here for Boston. I mean, just about as flawless as you could ever draw up on the notebook, as Kenny's the only one who finds a kill in the first 15 seconds. Will freely go to Boston. Purge following up. Now he's on 3 in a row and playing a really solid cutoff spot. He just completely stalls out the Rocker completely. And now you're almost stuck, spawning in a really miserable spot, and that slow start from Minnesota is starting to creep a little bit here into map number 4.
Yeah, but you do want those spawns 4P2. You want to stay out towards stage side, and at the right time they're striking with those kills in their favor. Technically not going to win the rotation over towards New. They do have one player currently in the HP, but Purge should have a freebie. He unfortunately does not. So now Minnesota in the power spot to work their way right back into this game. Oh, that doesn't help.
That's unfortunate. Trophy system takes out Nero, but Minnesota still A position to fight from inside the hard point. Purge getting some arches control. Middle of the map now being won back by Awakening, leaving Gio kind of finessing for his life. He's got a little bit of help from Nero, but you can't see much from backside hot dog stand, especially with Nero pulling over towards goal. So that's enough for Boston to use their numbers, break on through, and they actually do catch Gio spawning out. That pinch works out beautifully, and Minnesota will find the rewipe.
Yeah, they're able to stabilize on that situation, still control the spawns, to try to chain it over towards that P3. Estriel early off the roto. He's going to have his hands full, only able to take down one. Purge effective on the trade. And now if you're Purge, you just want to stay out because your teammates now, if they die in this situation with 5 seconds left, you're still going to spawn in the backside of Old. So it's all on Purge off this roto.
Now he's got a really good idea on where Nero's coming from and tallies that for an elimination. Semtex and Stun trying to hold him back. Purge still trying to force the battle. Didn't really have help with him. And that's enough for Minnesota to deal with the pressure on the backside of the hard point and now start to establish their setup. But from the front, this is looking good.
Yeah, rotations were a lot better in map number 1 for Rocker, and so far they're showing it here in map number 4. There's a clean 4 dead. At least the Boston all spawning towards the front. They have yet to be able to touch in towards P3. But now you have a little bit of presence over towards that big bus side. Awakening strikes for the first. Kenny effective on the trade. You are surrounded by the Boston breach, but it does not matter. You go 2 for 2. You give your teammate an opportunity here.
Yeah, Estriel just extends the play, gets out, even finds an angle to take down Snoopy. So now you can try to re-aggress on this last 13 seconds, and that's exactly what the subs for Minnesota will do. Yeah, really solid stuff. I mean, Boston found 20 plus seconds on P1. And since that point, it has just been the Minnesota Rockers show, and that's going to continue to be the case as you look over towards the minimap, and our new hardpoint is going to be completely owned by Minnesota.
Yeah, and this is where Rocker can pull away with this game very, very quickly if Boston can't find a break. You're currently up 540. Potential full 60 on the horizon here. You're finding traces in the middle of the map, so if you're Boston, you have the angles to potentially set up on these pinches, but you need these kills around stage. Snoopy already finds 2. Kenny's on you. Just win this one-on-one.
And he does. Good help across hedges. Keep Minnesota very comfortable in the hard point. Gio now right back through mid double doors. That works out to, again, clear off Boston completely. And they have had no success at all in the last 2 hard points. Double up here from Gio, just continuing to dominate in the middle. And that's just, again, forcing Boston to have to flood from the front. And this is exactly the last place you want to be if you're Boston. And now you're just going to chalk it up and try to rotate.
Yeah, you got to be losing composure right now if you're Boston, because the only way you're able to take Kenny out of that HP was off of the wall bang, committing so much ammo. Take care of him, but you get no time there because the setup from Rocker was way too strong. The crossfires are way too strong, and now you're forced to cut your losses down by 80 to make up a lot of time here at P5, which you usually don't find a lot of time here.
Wow. Well, Awakening kind of saves the play by keeping the hard point neutralized, and he finds a follow-up. That's great because Kenny is looking like he's going to imminently find the trade. He does, but everything still stays a bit of a tug of war here over the top of the bleacher hard point. Numbers for Minnesota at the moment. Gio will make sure that that comes through as he finds the final kill into Cammy, and now Estriel can, play a little bit of a block off through the front side of the concourse. Double chow comes through. Estriel still dealing with it. Purge able to find 2 of his own, and that will neutralize once again under the hard point with 20 seconds to fight.
Yep, 20 seconds still to fight for him. Boston need every single second to work their way back into this game. It's just Minnesota by having such a phenomenal lead so far in this one. You can contest all the way to the very end of all these jump times. So you know Boston has to commit on it, but now off the rotation, Minnesota combined for 3. They have hedge control, and they're forcing Boston in that headlock setup again to try to find a breakthrough Eskies.
This has just been almost the same story that we saw from map number 1.
Yeah.
Minnesota just taking over on the rotation game. Nice nade and follow-up from Kenny. Helps win that 1v1 versus Awakening. Follow-up fights through the middle of the map once again. Continue to keep us in this back and forth affair, but Kenny is shooting 17 and 10. Almost gets the better of Awakening again, but regardless of the result, it's still Minnesota in the hill.
Yeah, the AR presence right now for Minnesota Rockers seems to be too much to handle for Boston. You need to try to turn it around. You need to find a break here at P1. You have a lot of reinforcements working their way through the middle of the map, but it's Kenny on the pinch. Kenny on the pinch, able to line up a couple, puts down shots at Snoopy to not soak up any of this P1 time. But now you set up narrow for the double. You're trying to fight for that stage control, and now it's on Estriel to work that deep route.
Yeah, you got Awakening trying to play a bit of a delay on this route through stage as he spawned out. He's done well to catch one, gives his teammates a very big chance to win the opening time here at P2, but Nero and Estriel, once again, the spark plug for Minnesota coming to life. Follow up in the point, looking good. Trophy system is now down, and Minnesota again give him the win for the rotation here.
And now you're banking on Snoopy on this pinch. Already works his way out towards Hedge. Only able to find one, and Nero absolutely rips him off of H3. But Minnesota still holding on. About to breach that 200 point mark. You got a contest fight in towards the HP. Kenny there for the trade. You're more than happy to just keep it wet at this point if you're Rocker.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Well, 23 seconds to fight. Rocker going to play the long game of just setting themselves up for new, while also just committing their SMGs to playing around the old time. Shutdown from Boston is exactly what they need, though. 10 seconds of scrap, looking decent, but most importantly, Purge is in a position to make sure the rotation to new is completely safe.
Yeah, they're going to be locked up. They have the rotation over towards new. The setup just needs to be better. Kills off the rotation are also going to play a big part, because at least you die at the right time to spawn on the backside of that new hard point. But on the same time, it's a parallel spawn here from Nero to early contest.
Indeed the case. It's going to be just a flat out 50-50 over the top of the hill. 45 seconds still on it, and Boston need it badly. Need every single bit of it. Snoopy almost able to fight off every single rock murder from the front, but the follow-up is good. Cammy getting a trophy system into play. Boston going to get all 4 members in position to deal with this next hit.
And now it's the final 30 seconds. We need to start moving forward with the next wave of kills if they go your way. Just don't want to allow Minnesota to have you trapped in the way that they did last go around at the stage. Hardpoint. Snoopy making miracles happen. He's able to pop a double. Now it's all on Purge. You know he's surrounded. He has to get out the hill for now. But that one player who was early off the rotation, Cammy, gets cut down. Now the long route gets shut down, and Minnesota Rocker can potentially close it out at stage to force game 5.
Yeah, they really could. Setup is there. Boston will have to win this first set of fights. See Nero up top, Estriel on the point, Kenny watching from street. Everything is locked down. Just comes down to, can they win the gunfights? And so far, so good. 230 to 112. Kenny just runs out of ammunition. Boston able to find a couple of key eliminations, but how do you get into this hard point? Nero still up top. Cammy able to find one more, but it's Estriel staying inside the stage, nice and safe.
Yeah, this is over with. Like Minnesota Rocker have the crosses again being watched. Already find 2 kills. That's all 4 dead. We got a game 5. Finally, Alan. It's been such a long time, but we're back, baby. Game 5.
Minnesota's hardpoint game looks really solid. I have to give it credit. I mean, legitimately, map number 1 looked really tight. They had maybe one mistake where over the top of P1, they were like getting a little bit shredded at the end of the game, but still won the rotation to P2. Here on this map, I don't even know if they lost a single rotation, I'll be honest with you. It just felt like from the get-go, outside of the opening P1, Minnesota just knew exactly what timings they want to hit. They were good on manipulating spawns. They were good on making sure that when they were in a bad situation, you make the best of it by kind of setting up natural pinches. It just, everything looked so clean for Minnesota. And once again, you take a look at the guy with the top damage. It's Kenny, 30 and 15 with 10 assists.
Oh, man, that's why I'm telling you, if you're Rocker, you're happy as hell that this guy fell to a free agent. Because to get a leader and an AR player of his caliber who can also switch it up to the SMG, obviously he wasn't performing with Optic. But sometimes it's just about the environment, and so far he's looking real comfortable in purple. And it's just like his leadership combined with his gameplay, you can just tell how in control of the game Rocker were from start to finish, man. They were running every rotation. They were trapping Boston every single time on some of those power hills where they were thinking, okay, it's fine. We can be in this position. We should be able to get on out. But not to score a single second over towards stage, to barely get any time on the first go around at B3. They were just playing catch up the entire time, and Minnesota Rocker take that one with ease.
But we've got a map 5, and it's on one of our other new maps. We've got Dealership coming into play. We'll see how both these two teams have been able to prep themselves up on our most recently additional map for Search and Destroy. See how things go. It's going to be a tight one. Both teams would desperately like a win, and it comes down to Dealership next after the break.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
And backward.
Oh wait, no. I'm coming alley.
Oh my god. Oh my god! The paternity test is in. I am the father.
We're good.
Take it on the chin. Get ready for the next round.
Wow. Okay. Well, something to note. Never f***ing dive off that ever again. Wow. Okay.
They watched us play Search like that? Oh my god, they're shit.
I got it so bad.
Do you agree with Smokes not being in respawn?
I do personally, yeah.
You do personally?
I do too.
I think it would make the viewing experience worse. What did I just see on my screen? Who was that guy? Did you see that?
No.
Who the fuck was that guy? I don't know. Welcome to the Citizens over there on YouTube. There was some random guy, like, see how they have the quad box? Like, there was some random guy just like in the all 4 boxes, and he looked like he was going crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Iron Doge does it all now. Go B.
Unicorn.
Yeah, weak, close.
Nice. Don't want that calf. Calf.
Yeah, calf killed me. Top out.
Calf weak.
Falcon.
Alex jump down. He's still in the yellow car. Weak.
I can kill him. Up point, bro.
One's out now.
Mid cut.
Too slow, buddy. You haven't got time to go dumpster. You haven't got time for that. I got world starred. Oh my god.
Yeah, he was shooting guff. I've just seen that in the death cam.
The guys jumped off plan.
I'm like, surely he's getting this kill.
Yo. It was bad. It was bad.
Pure guff coming out.
I had the wrong attachments on.
Yep, he's absolute.
Guff is holy shit, speak. Yo, tell me how.
All right, map number 5. Fist bumps are already out, Jay. We're just gonna dig right into the action. It looks like Boston and Minnesota. Boston trying to do, I won't say the unthinkable, but maybe the improbable. They have an opportunity to start off this stage 2-0 in their qualifiers, while Minnesota's fighting for their first win in only a 5-match qualification stage. This could be a barn burn.
Oh yeah, this is going to be a mixy one, man. It's crazy to me though that we cast challenges and we cast CDL. When we casted challengers, I feel like on dealership is a lot of early offensive success. So far throughout the CDL, it's been the majority of defensive success. But thankfully, you got a couple of game breakers on both ends. Narrow for Rocker, and then the opposite side, you know what Cammy did in map number 2, 11 and 4. But we already know this is going to be Snoopy's play round. He had an insane 1v2 clutch in this previous series versus Toronto, and was just able to manipulate the map the way that he did. And if you remember what map 2 was like, Boston dominated in the first bloods. If you allowed him to do that on a map like dealership, you're simply not going to stand a chance. So Rocker got to figure it out and figure it out quick.
We'll see what they want to try to develop, as there's already the defensive play lingering through A. But no one's even taking a look at the B site. And to get a quick plant like this at B is mind-blowing. Minnesota now have to try to play retake, and this post plant's very dynamic.
Oh, thankfully Awakening's able to get out though, because I thought he was going to give up a freebie for the first kill, but 15 seconds already gone. Purge playing tight in the corner is going to get picked off. Now you just got to stall out time of your breach.
Yeah, so far so good. Awakening for 1, dealt with by Nero. Any trades? Actually, interestingly enough, Cammy and Super are trying to hold this from the front. Thought someone was going to try to hit the pinch. Not the case, and Nero just jumps right on into the action, finds all 4 in the round, including the last 2 simultaneously.
An ace right there from the game breaker here, Nero. What time is it now? Oh yeah, 4 o'clock, not 3 p.m. Oh yeah, he's locked in. Sets the tone early on, and I love that play call right there from Rocker. Even though the bomb plant went down for free, like Purge, you probably just want to switch up your positioning there. Don't give up your life for that first blood. But Rocker already coming in with the game plan. We're shutting down that A play because we are banking now on our retakes. And if you find that opening kill with Narrow striking first and then isolate them in towards the cafe, it makes your job a whole lot easier with that mid-map control. Rocker, secure the first.
Definitely different, but it works out nicely. Now all of a sudden Rocker hitting the gas right through mid-map, trying to get to the window to B, and that will work out. Purge, who was largely responsible for middle, was playing it passively. And now it's just down to him and Cammy. I think Purge, he actually does not see him on that corner. And he's saying, oh, my bad, Cam. I told you they were going A. No, they're here at B.
And now you don't know what the timing is going to look like, but this time Kenny switches up the positioning there from Purge. He said, you played this one and you stood up and got picked. This time I lay down and have a better angle. He's able to win that gunfight, make it a 1v3, and just too many numbers on the side of Rocker. Secures a very quick attacking round. And I'm just loving the pacing right now from Minnesota, because all of that rewind, it was Boston dictating of how the map was going to be played.
Yeah.
So far, 2 quick rounds of Minnesota taking away A site, first of all, on their defense, but then immediately with that mid-map pressure, isolates both those players at B, get the bomb down, play your numbers, and successful on the post plant. So far, up 2-0.
See what Minnesota want to do on this defense, because like you mentioned, the wild success that they found through A means that set play was never seen. Trophy system down keeps the incoming nades away, but not the cars. Awakening will explode as he tries to approach the A site. Geo right there from the backside with Estriel to shut this down, leaving it just to Purge, and he's really got nowhere to go but out.
Yeah, 1v3. They're chasing you down. They're not going to allow you to get out for free, but Purge is already able to get out of dodge.
Yeah.
Now you reset here with the bomb being down at A, but once the information is gained, Kenny also has an AR in the back pocket. And this so far has been a very quick S&D map from Rocker.
Yeah, and I love that call from Rocker. It's nothing different than what it looked like they tried to do in round number 1. The only difference is there's trophy systems in the third, so nades don't fully get to the corner, but the van still blows up. So Boston tried to play with tempo behind that trophy system. Doesn't make a difference if you've got exploding vehicles in your face. And then just, again, chasing down Purge, but knowing the bomb is down at street. Very easy call to try to play a little bit further forward, but not lose sight of the bomb.
Yeah, we might have to get an update or something, because I heard Joe in the time that he was casting this map saying, there's way too many cars, man. You just need a trophy system basically for every single one. Because you never know when that thing is going to blow on up. But even when you invest a trophy, the nade blows it up. So now you cannot commit everything over towards it. You're going to retake through the middle of the map, and not a single player from Boston did contest it.
Yeah, that's just one of those moments where the frag just beats the trophy to the ground. So Minnesota can't really develop the play towards A. They get mid-map, though, again for free. So surprising to see that come through. And that's going to lead to another plant situation with Boston looking to retake with all 4 from the front.
Yeah, they're going to retake this stone very, very quickly. They have the numbers. You got to try to isolate on these gunfights, and you strike at the right time. Everyone's a one-on-one. Now Geo in a 1v4. What are we waiting for? Someone hop the bomb. Thank you.
A little bit of timing here. But no, not going to happen. Okay, that'll work. I mean, I think there's one of those moments where the astonishment of Minnesota saying like, whoa, we get mid for free again? Let's just try to hop this, but don't have, you know, that's an adjustment. That's a mid-round adjustment coming out from when they initially wanted to develop over towards A. So that trophy system gets down a little bit late. Guns aren't fully up. Estriel is in trouble. Everything just kind of falls apart, and Boston quick on the flood. Find every single kill they need right from the front.
Yeah, it's just tough there if you're Minnesota, because the objective player is the first guy that you're focusing on, because everyone that's trying to watch over him is playing their timings. Obviously, they just cut through the middle map. Flank was open, so you had to put someone in a position to watch that. But then the player who was scouting over from that mid window gets back down, and you simply get outnumbered in that retake. So Boston able to put one on the board, and now they're trying to dictate how the map is going to be played. The aggression through the middle of the map, and Awakening on the opposite side strikes at the first blood.
I absolutely love that. Boston is stuck at mid. So many nades being tossed their direction. But as you start to see nades come through the B windows, Awakening says, all right, I'm going to try to find this 1v1. And it works out beautifully. Now a lot of pressure on Minnesota to try to deal with this. And it may come down to Estriel timing-wise here at front office window.
Yeah, he wasn't expecting the caterpillar plays there from the Boston Breach SMGs. They find that kill, instantly put them in a 4v2. Awakening gets too aggressive and gifts one right there to Geo. And the same thing could be said on the opposite side for Kenny. Makes it a 2v2 bomb planted at B, though.
Very doable, especially with Kenny finding that kill on the other side of the map. It will make Boston consider the potential for a long flank. And you can see Purge is way out of the picture, leaving Snoopy just to sit here and throw shoulders. And he's got to kind of check for 2 angles at once. And he kind of misses the timing on the first. Purge gets pushed off. Now here comes the isolation over towards the front side at Kitchen. Kenny's already over towards the bomb. Hasn't hopped for it yet. But this play from Geo could work out perfectly. But no, maybe the door has been heard. Maybe not. Hard to say. 13 seconds though on the clock. Geo has to try to chase down the kill. And he's got to make the jump happen. And of course, everyone knows about that, including the last standing member for Boston, who just waits for it, finds the kill, and there's no worries.
Oh, definitely a little bit worrisome, though, because that was a 2v4 you almost threw away. Two players trying to work those long angles, both get isolated, and in the 2v2, even with Purge, repositioning himself over through the middle of the map, information gets gained. And I thought Gio on that repinch to that side room was almost going to be able to line up a double, just simply ran out of time there. Minnesota Rocker almost pulling out the 2v4 clutch, but Boston able to stabilize, take the round, now only down by 1.
This time the trophy system gets placed a little bit further back, and it does find success to keep this Minnesota offense safe on the corner, but
good shots.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it still doesn't help taking away the long range angle the Cammy's on. Secondary trophy gets placed behind us. Looks like Minnesota do want to just kind of hedge their bets and still try to force this, but Purge on 4 in a row. No. From the window catches 2. Someone I thought for sure was watching it, not the case, and all of a sudden we're into a 2v2.
Yeah, we were just trying to isolate that gunfight onto Estrio. They eventually get it, but now in a 2v2, you're still in a battle. 31 HP in the dream. Cammy just going to play his life. Awakening watching over him. But now we stabilize on the map. 45 seconds, Minnesota Rocker rotating.
Yeah, we cut contact, we cut noise, and we're trying to put some pressure on the Boston defense, but Cammy's in the perfect spot, and the follow-up, good prediction. Shuts down the play, backdoor garage, and all of a sudden we find ourselves deadlocked as Boston have really put these last couple of rounds together nicely.
It's been some massive first bloods on the side of Boston, man. That was the story of map number 2. They were able to win it 7-1, and one of those rounds still going in favor of Minnesota. You open up with that first kill, you put yourself in an early man advantage, you can isolate on some of these gunfights because someone's going to try to make up for it. But thankfully, the repositioning out of both teams, a little bit better there out of Boston. As they were playing for that push through garage, they're able to catch the double to tie the game up.
Rocker heavy stack at mid. Really only using a couple of stuns there by the sound of it. One last follow-up just to make sure. But yeah, I think that's at least 3, if not all 4 stuns from Minnesota being popped. They don't find the content they want at middle, and now the delayed hit comes through. Just the absolute worst case scenario. It does get traded away, but still, that's good news for Boston, able to open up the space.
Yeah, without question, man, because now they don't really have to put a lot of focus on the tax being invested. Kenny's able to find the kill, though. While the bomb is getting planted at B, and Cammy, unfortunately, you were going to give a high 5 there to Gio. It's a 1v2 for Snoopy.
Just playing inside the hut. Oh, good prediction. Slide, gun up for Nero. Works out nicely. No contact, no conflict, no problems. Even though initially it looked like Minnesota was going to get fooled. Just so much investment through mid, and that's just all it is a delayed hit for Boston that starts to open up the map. But the follow-up eliminations around the outside, especially down towards the bottom for Kenny, are critical towards making sure that Minnesota defense stays into a really good spot.
Yeah, because the majority of those kills that went down that round, as soon as it started off for Boston, it was instantly responded by Minnesota Rocker. As soon as Cammy found a kill in towards garage, Estrio was there to trade. The only one that wasn't untraded was Kenny finding that kill onto Awakening over towards B while the bomb was getting planted. Massive play from him to just get that one, get out of dodge, keep the man advantage on his side, and then the retake even better. Rocker take the advantage again.
Hit over towards B. This time the defense going to get there. Awakening's knee has been seen. So that's enough to know that for Minnesota, this approach is going to be heavily contested. Trophy system deleted, though, and Awakening could be in trouble.
No way.
But it's the lineup instead before the stun comes through. What a critical 1-for-2 exchange that is for Awakening. And Boston should feel pretty comfortable that this defense is still solid.
Yeah, Rocker played that just too fast. I know Kenny's definitely commented, there's a trophy there, let me shoot it out, let's invest in stun. But by the time he throws the stun, 2 of the teammates get aggressive at the wrong time. And Awakening, who looked like he was going to get blooded, finds a double. Down to 2v3 for Rocker. The aggression going to be here for Boston as they have the numbers to fly through dealership. They tie the game.
Wow. This has just been such a flip of a switch for Boston. And I will say this round in particular is just really beautiful timing and maybe a stroke of luck from Awakening because he's seen, tagged, and then the stun's out already. It looks like Minnesota are trying to chow as soon as that stun pops, but it doesn't get there in time, and Awakening finds the lineup to essentially just turn the round before he gets isolated. That is unbelievably good from Wake.
Yeah, just a little too fast there from Rocker. But a massive round there from Wake. Ties the game up. Now Boston going to take the slow and steady approach on this offense. Let's see what Minnesota are trying to take away from them. Not any information gained so far. Everything is dead silent. Now we're going to start to rotate over towards B.
And they're doing this with no utility. This is just a contact play. Wow.
Minnesota aren't mad about this, though,
silent.
Alan. They retook it the last time with ease in the 4v4, so.
But the difference here, Jay, is that there's trophy systems for Boston, and they have a full tool belt where the utility is still used.
Yeah, and everyone backs on up, too. No one's going to give up their life for free, so 30 seconds to go. Minnesota, again, need to play a little bit quicker.
Oh, but first blood comes through mid. Awakening on the corner. Good damage. Stun is there. Estriel falls still. But the problem is Minnesota just hop on for the defuse. I was about to say, that's a good pick initially, but Estriel is just essentially playing bait. He's just like, I'm just going to throw my life in, see if they can focus on me while we hop for the bomb, and Boston's just too far back.
Way too far back, man. Playing safe rather than sorry. And unfortunately, they are sorry after that round because you get the bomb down for free. No tax get invested. You waste at least the first 15 seconds on the game clock. But Minnesota Rocker, they walk their way into the courtyard and they're like, wait, nobody's here. They're not even in the archway. Like, they're playing their sweet time in their base, and we already have mid-map control. The only thing that can break us is if someone works that super deep pinch.
Yep.
But not a single player from Boston were in that route. So Minnesota, again, on a successful retake, put themselves at game point.
I just absolutely love that sense of urgency once you get that pick through mid. Let's just dive through the windows. Force this post plant to deal with us. Now you've got an opportunity here for Minnesota to put the game to bed. And they're going to go for the plant at B. Retake to be required for Boston. Last time they did this, they did it by all 4 members flooding from the front. This is the same setup, and Estriel's got the safety blanket this time of trophies. And Ken over the top, and Purge still wins the first gunfight. Oh my God, are you joking? No way. They just walk into the setup like that and find every kill. Nero, maybe a chance to take the diffuser off, but doesn't tally the player at offense. And we got round 11.
Oh my God, last time that they matched up was what, like December 7th? It went all the way to a game 5, round 11. We find ourselves in the same exact situation, just on a different map. This Boston, their attempt there on a retake is perfect. Purge slides on in for the first. Snoopy wins his one-on-one and Awakening with 74 HP. Gio usually doesn't lose those up close and personals with the AR in hand. But again, the same scenario there for Boston. Everyone winning their one-on-ones. Secure the retake, and now 1 round away to decide who is the winner here.
Oh, mercy. Minnesota's going to go right back into the quick B hit. Waiting for the stuns to come through first. There is a trophy system down for Awakening to play safely on the backside of the site, but that gets discovered, and it looks like Kenny's just going to clear it. Yep, and then they can play for the plant again.
Instantly going to put the bomb down, but this time, look at you have Kenny working on the deep bench. The contest is already going to be here, but the first blood goes in favor of Gio.
Yeah, Estriel hops off from the plant to just make sure he's got his gun up. It's a different stroke here for the defense of Boston, trying to play quickly, trying to play for the contest, catch Minnesota off guard, but now you've got to find a way to retake this 3v4, and this is all coming through middle. Kenny, opening shots are decent. Snoopy's still waiting for a time to go. You've got Awakening who's going to be playing off.
Got one.
He finds the first. Kenny's backed off this angle. He's got help from Gio, though. First 2 kills are decent. Awakening last one. Left is shut down, and Minnesota will capture a series at a map 5, round 11. And Kenny's got a lot to be happy about after playing up against his most recent team. Now he gets a chance to tally a win for Rocker.
Hey, put that one on the board there for Minnesota. 2 series now with Kenny in the lineup. You go to distance. You unfortunately fall short to the green wall, but here in the round 11, you go back to the play that you made a couple mistakes in the previous round. This time, Boston just get a little bit too aggressive at the wrong time. Like, you don't have that 4-man setup to try to retake with the numbers. You were doing it at a man disadvantage because you still had Cammy working his way through that A street. But Purge unfortunately chooses the wrong timing because we weren't fully committing on the bomb plant. We were playing for that aggressive push. And once they find that first blood, you instantly get the bomb down. You play the post plant setup with a man up. Minnesota Rocker able to steal dealership away at the very end. They also did not win the first blood fights. It's just when it came down to those moments where they needed to retake, they found it. When it came down to the SMGs having impactful plays, they found it, man. And such a great series. Finally, we go to distance of the game number 5, but around 11 was picture perfect there, Alan. Congrats to Rocker.
Big congrats to Rocker. One small decision, maybe the difference maker there at the end as we head back to the desk to get us set up for the rest of the day.
Great match to open up our Sunday here, a Game 5, Round 11. Alley Cat, well done on the prediction. And you and I were very impressed by Gigawake. But Minnesota gets their first win since February 23rd.
Sheesh.
It's nearly a 2-month drought.
Yeah, I mean, that's massive for them, too, because that's a huge bubble game, right? Like, Boston were 25 points ahead of them. So, for Minnesota, Kenny gets his first up, and he looks good doing so, man. Now, Hardpoint were electric, and then we get a Game 5, Round 11, where the smallest decisions were the difference.
Was Gio the MVP, Allie? Who are you looking at from your Minnesota squad?
I honestly kind of got to give it to Estriel if we're looking at the overall of this series. I just feel like he's gotten them out of a lot of tough spots. And I go back to that round number 2 when Nero and Estriel just flew mid for free. There wasn't a body from the side of Boston Breach. They got to window, and then a couple of damage gets laid in from the side of Nero and allows Estriel to get that opening too. And then even when you get to the later rounds, like Minnesota, I am just shocked at the composure in that round 11. I mean, Gio was literally planting bomb. As soon as there was some aggression from the side of Boston Breach, he stands up, he helps complete that first blood. Then he goes back to playing his life, lays the bomb down, and still gets out alive. It's just thriving in the chaos.
Man, this team works so well together. Gio and Kenny play off each other so well. Like when things are going right in Hardpoint, when they're winning rotations, they were just putting people in an absolute blend.
Yeah.
Gio had an incredible series. I mean, despite how good Kenny played, like Gio just putting up crazy numbers. Yeah, and then in the Game 5, he has 11 kills with some huge 2 pieces. You know, and that search and destroy, like really, Boston had some great adjustments. Like they started to take mid, but in the like championship rounds, as we like to call it, towards the end, they stopped going mid. Purge stopped trying to get loose. Cammy stopped getting aggressive, and it gets away from them a little bit. Minnesota capitalized on it.
We now are joined live in the winner's circle by Kylo Ken. The purple lightsaber is out and strong today. Ken, congrats on your first win for Rocker.
Thank you. It was a banger. 2 bangers so far on the team. I don't know if I can. I'm getting too old for this.
Yeah, man. So I was actually thinking about it. With just 5 matches, map count is going to be incredibly important. You guys are now sitting at 1-1 match record, but you're the only team to go 10 games. What have these battles been like for you? How are you going to back-to-back round 11s?
I think, well, today, I think the hot seat control was just one that we've been playing good in scrims. It just didn't feel good today. Our hard point has been a little bit inconsistent. It's been really, really good in scrim. So we lost 2 hard points in our last match, but today we won. So it's like, it's kind of like a weird feeling because it's kind of a new team for me. So we're just kind of like trying to get our foot in a bit. And so the series going Game 5 for us is actually really good because we get more reps, I feel like. But
okay,
I think a win is a win. You know what I mean? Like at the end of the day, we're going for the win. So Game 5, Game 4, whatever it is, like we'll take the win.
Ken, I'm glad you brought up it being kind of like a new team because this is players that we don't think I've ever seen you play with at all in the past couple of years. So what has that been like for you? Because now not only have you had to go into a new team and learn how their system works, but also like completely new players you have to learn your play style around.
No, yeah, I think obviously I haven't played with these players. I really didn't even know them. I don't even think I talked to them before I joined this team. But coming in, I mean, they made me super comfortable real quick. We're boys, been hanging out a lot, trying to get some team bonding going. And I feel like I fit right into their system. I think it plays to my strength. I feel like I've been playing way better. And I feel like they also have really, really good communication. That was the main thing for me is like, they're young guys, so maybe they have like some flaws in communication, but so far I don't think it's been that. So it's been easy for me to, fit in.
Nice, man. You look good up there. You were frying probably your best series, like respawn-wise, the entire year.
For sure.
So congrats there. I want to ask you, sitting out a major, how are you able to like reflect on that and like get ready for the next move? Because obviously during that time, like you're trying to decide like what team do I want to go to? Like what's that like? Talk me through it.
Well, I think once I was off Optic, there was really no indication that I was going to play for myself. I wanted to just take some time off, spend time with my family, because my family was coming in town for the major. So sitting it out didn't feel too bad for me because I got some time to reflect on my abysmal qualifiers or just like stage 2 and get my mind right, because I feel like that was the main thing and just have fun with it. I feel like that was like one thing I kind of lost for a bit is like having fun and competing. So I needed to get that drive back, that get my mental right, and joining this team with some young guys. They're really fun to be around, so it feels good.
Seems to be a perfect landing spot for you, Kenny. Congrats on the success. 2 round 11s this time, walking away with the dub.
Thank you.
That is Kenny in Minnesota Rocker with our first match win of the day. And of course, it was due to this round 11. It's your Scuff play of the game. Nameless, walk me through the decisions being made here.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to see like a bomb plant go down here. Purge is just kind of alone, right? And in this whole situation, like, we jumped a little late into this round. Cammy's just by himself on the other side of the map playing for a late pinch, right? And what Boston were doing so well earlier was like they'd send players mid. Cammy and Purge were playing off each other. So now after you allow this bomb plant, there's a couple trophies that you have to handle. Gigawake finds a pick here, but like it's just not enough. You can't get through this window to make a huge play. Yeah. There's just the positions are just not like you're gonna jump out, you're just gonna die.
Window's not the move.
Exactly. You see him fly out there and he dies. If you have another player there, if Purge is there, you can make plays if you're drawing their attention towards mid.
And what's so unironically funny about that to me, but just something stupid, is Nero was the one watching the bench when he's usually the guy flying in. So I was like, that guy's gonna be live by the end of the round. I don't know if it's like
somebody told him to chill out.
Taking a look at our standings, Minnesota started this match in 10th place. Now they jump over Cloud9 by just 5 points, and they are knocking on a top 8 seed. Remember, that's where you need to be at the end of the season if you want to make it to champs. We've got another 2 fights to go. When we come back, we're turning our attention back to Pred. The Falcons taking on Carolina. It's going to be a good one.
Atlanta.
I lied, it's Atlanta.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
It's more than a game. It's for all who dare to compete. It's more than a team. It's our team. It's more than a feeling. It's unwavering passion. It's more than just talent. It's the grind that got me here. It's more than a moment. It's our legacy. One city, one stage, one champion. The battle starts now.
Atlanta FaZe team pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this weapon charm that's easy as FaZe. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
scheme to conglomerate. Give it your all, still not stopping it. I am the one, they not stopping him. No. Black boy, it's a different situation. Black tents when I pull up in the latest 101, so they never can replace them. This is not the attic, now we live in spaces. Tell me that I can't, I'm bound to go too crazy. Tell me that I can't, I'm bound to go too crazy. Release the focus in the comments, all canary. I try to tell them, but they didn't get the message.
The Ravens are here and they're ready to take off against an old rival. These two teams met back in January, and Atlanta FaZe won the round 11 in Search and Destroy, went on to win the series 3-1. But that was back when Carolina was posting up like 150 points a Hardpoint. Have they gotten better since then?
Absolutely. Their Hardpoint that we saw from them yesterday was way more fundamentally sound, and also they're expanding that map pool a little bit more. So I'd say they're almost close to rivaling Atlanta FaZe as far as at least Search and Destroy map pool goes, and maybe tutoring on the side of that Hardpoint as well. So for Carolina Royal Ravens, it's weird because we were talking about like they were sort of falling off, but you look at their last 10 series, their only losses are to LA Thieves, Vancouver Surge, LA Thieves again. So it's just kind of the story of a team that's sitting right outside of the top 4, trying to break past that ceiling of beating these top teams.
And it was amazing to watch these guys yesterday because they were down 100 points in Hardpoint, come back on Protocol, win that map, but then get 3-0'd in Control. Is that going to be an issue for Slasher's crew today?
Yes, that's going to be an issue. But I will say they played Atlanta twice this year, and they won both the Controls in each of the series that they played against them. So matchup-wise, it's been great. But in general, Control has been slipping away from Carolina a little bit, and mainly their attacking rounds, something that they have to work on during the split.
We got some new Search and Destroys. Will it make it to the series for Atlanta FaZe? They're trying to avoid a Game 5. They're looking to get it done in 3 respawns because this team has had Carolina's number across Hardpoint, and we'll see if they get it in Game 1 and 4 again today. Looking at the squad, though, Ali, who's most dangerous on Atlanta FaZe? They hold the Game 5 L to Toronto, but that was a tight series.
Simp, 100%. There have been moments throughout the entirety of the first half of the season where Simp is just in unbelievable takeover mode. We saw it when they were having a slump during that first set. He gets a 1v4 versus Miami, and it's been all Atlanta FaZe ever since. It's just funny because they have these series where they fall short, like versus Toronto Ultra, like versus Vancouver Surge, where suddenly you're like, whoa, things are getting spooky, but it never actually is. Atlanta FaZe will go on to make it to Sunday. So as we look at the maps and modes across the board, Atlanta FaZe will feel comfortable no matter what. Their map pool is the deepest in the league. However,
I think it's just interesting, like the skyline. We haven't seen it a ton from Atlanta. They played it so much throughout stage 1, only one time since then, right? So first map could be pretty electric.
Is Atlanta testing their map pool, or are they going for straight dubs? They're coming off of a loss, and I don't think I've ever seen them lose 2 in a row. They only have 6 losses on the season. They don't get one today. Atlanta FaZe takes the dub.
I think this has really good upset potential, but I'm gonna stick with Atlanta FaZe. I made a pinky promise.
I'm gonna go Carolina. I got Carolina winning this one. Tej, Slasher, Gwyn, Vivid. Time to take over.
Upset caller.
You had them.
He's been on fire, Miles. Don't doubt the nameless.
He has. I love that for a fraction of a second there, I thought and forgot Vivid. That was so good.
He doesn't have the takeover potential, so I was like, a little bit of a break in between that.
Maybe. Brother, this could be the series. This really could be it. Another fantastic throwdown. I think the first time these teams have played each other since Minor 1, according to production. So we're throwing this one back, folks. Welcome to the second match of the day. Carolina Royal Ravens, Atlanta FaZe. Bound to be a humdinger chance.
It's going to be an exciting one indeed. I know TJ never really has enjoyed playing against the Tiny Terrors. I think he beat them for the first time ever this year. So maybe the tides are turning, but the record is abysmal. But that being said, for Atlanta FaZe, Miles, it's that time of year where they're like now officially just using the qualifying stage matches to just work and expand their map pool. The Skyline Hardpoint, this is going to be the 6th time they've played it all year. Funnily enough, they have one of the best records in the game on this map, but it's also their 2nd most banned one. So Atlanta FaZe, it is a rare opportunity that the Skyline actually sneaks through, and Carolina, they chose it. Might have just chosen some poison, but we do get to find out.
We've already made the Benny Gesserit poison transformation joke, so we won't be doing that this time. We'll just see the constitution of the Carolina Royal Ravens on their way towards this hard point. 3 down to the feed, off rip FaZe, start things off a little hot. They're going to maintain that. No, they're not. Left-hand side of the mini-map, a errant Gwyn spawns behind the lineup, and that's something they're going to go over in VOD. Can he find a couple of kills here? Sure can. Shoes on the other foot early on here.
Ah, that Gwyn spawn, so tough. Did I say that right? Is that how tough he's being?
Yeah.
I don't know, but
tough aura, all of the above as Gwyn continues this nice little run here. He's maintaining presence. Lovely shots into the second. Man 5 spree halfway towards a Hellstorm, ladies and gents.
I did hear a rumor that Simp was playing for Gwyn online, but if they're in the match together, that can't be the case. So yeah, this guy is certainly built different. When he's on form, he is a devastating player to go against.
Well, we're enjoying the Gwyn show right now, but in the backline, Slasher has not let anyone from FaZe make their way through kitchen side. So hey, well, you'll take it. If you are the Ravens, this is a delightful opener. I say that. And 3 dead. Here comes the last man left alive. Slasher gone. Wiped off the face of the planet. An opening P1, though, in their way. Ravens now, they're on respawn.
Yeah, Simp found the route anyway to make sure you go and get that breakdown through. A couple players line up there for Celium and Atlanta FaZe. Officially have control of the map, but Gwyn wins a single gunfight. His boy spawns in the back, and TJ shooting his gun as well, so Atlanta FaZe jump all over him. A brief moment where Carolina had an opportunity, and Atlanta FaZe waste absolutely no time slaying everybody in sight.
Yeah, everyone fighting their way forward once again. Gwyn with a contest. No win, though. Teamwork makes the dream work on time. FaZe once again rocking away with this one. Vivid with the hops, and Vivid with a momentary takeover. Have that one, Wheeler. As the break is there for the final 5 seconds, you're going to see the Ravens maintain lead going over towards Kitchen now. Hardpoint number 3 here on Skyline, and FaZe are in first.
Dude, once it got FaZe, their comms must be out of control right now. Every single time there's like one errant sort of Carolina player like in the back line doing something funny, those arrows converge. So they're hot to try. They're ready for the gunfights. Now in this P3 time, the first 3 gunfights go their way. Last man standing is going to be TJ, who's, I mean, just waiting towards grass for Celium. Already with the nerd spots rolling through. I mean, guaranteed to get these kills.
Oh yeah, and as soon as you get 3 dead, FaZe, they transform. A totally different setup here on this hard point. Oh no. Simp with the old pistola at great range. You'll take that. They got rotation towards New as well. Yeah, Vivid taken care of. So that's a big moment once again for FaZe. Starting to drive this lead forward. Ravens ineffective on P3. Over to 4 we go. Last one in our first set.
And just to remind people, Skyline Hardpoint is FaZe's 2nd most banned. Like, they veto it. They've only chosen to play it a single time. And because it's rare that it actually goes through, teams decide to play it against them. Carolina chose this, Miles, is what I'm telling you. They wanted this experience.
Poison picked, and now, oh man, a beezy. Shots in from Vivid, 10-9 so far. Great work out of him. Not going to stay alive for too much longer. TJ now left alone in the hard point. Can he get any kills out of this? Sure can. Sure can. Get at least one. Now back over to Gwyn. Trying to keep the pressure up for the Ravens. You are not dead in the water just yet. Nice work out of Gwyn on the approach, but no more teammates left to capitalize whatsoever. So FaZe, again, a lovely start to this hard point here on Skyline.
That's a nice moment from Vivid, though. Big 2. I mean, this is 30 seconds you're fighting for, so this is great time to get in. You'll be right back on the map if you're successful at holding it down. TJ does get caught, but Atlanta FaZe, I think the 2 AR players maybe squaring up the setup around P1. It is a last-ditch effort to go for the scrap, and they're not going to get it, so all things considered for Carolina, maybe a P2 that you wish went a little bit different after you get the 4 down, but ultimately, 20-point game, absolutely still in it.
Ooh, Gwyn. That 20-point game might be looking a little different in a moment. It's Gwyn proven to be a difficult contender to deal with here at 12-10. An ambitious challenge nonetheless, but he's got teammates here to back him up. Lone man Celium has managed to make himself a undetectable what is assassin right now as he's staying alive in the backline. He's managed to keep this play going. Slasher and Co trying to make sure that P2's all good. Meantime, P1 wide open for anyone to take.
This is a game of hide and seek right now for Slasher, though. He wants the P2 spawns. Gwen now is finally off spawn reinforcements just to help him find Cell, and Slasher dialed in, able to get it. So heads up gameplay. That is a long life for Slasher. And while he was getting the spawns for the team, I saw on the feed, TJ was picking up 2 to get some of that P1 time, but ultimately they were desperate to get these P2 spawns, and not every player is going to make it now. Slasher and Gwen both spawn out, and TJ has to fight off a couple of the tears to try to get this time.
What a battle that was. Another dogfight. Not a player's foot on the ground there as we've got Hardpoint, P1 going down and out. Teach, what a win. The second man is going to get stunned up, and he's ready for the fight. His teammate's in position to get this as well. Here comes Vivid. Teach now from behind, trying to get time. He's not going to account for this next player. What a win from Abizi. Lovely shots down low again from Vivid. 16 and 11. Hellstorm to rock and roll with. Ravens trying to take the lead.
Oh, that's a sneaky Hellstorm, too. I assume he got that on the previous P4, soaking up some of that time. So a lot of things now for Carolina going right. It has been a mixy P2. It's not like it was a clean hold, even with Slasher getting the initial kills. But after the battle sort of ends, I mean, 25 seconds to get, maybe not going to be able to apply. The trades rolling through. Abizi, the man in the back line, and he's got the fancy footwork, and the moves are too fast for Slasher to deal with, but his teammates there for the trades. Carolina, I mean, swarming around the time once again. All the scrap time going their way. Now it's them that are going to have the 20-point lead.
Yeah, 20-point lead and the rotation over towards Kitchen, P3 here in our second set. Yeah, look at that. Last time we were here, folks, not a single second goes the way of the Ravens. Now at least 1. So good stuff, boys. You've already bested your last score. Can they hold on to the attack now? Through couches we come. Here come FaZe. Right off rip. Sim managed to make his way right into Kitchen. Trades are done. And the classic red and blue kill feed comes to a close. Ravens on top.
Yeah, I don't know. I just noticed it. Draza is 6 and 22. So that's a problem.
We can call it a problem for now. But the scoreline ain't bad whatsoever. Ravens, though, starting to take flight. 3 sprees there for Slasher and Gwen. 4 now for Slasher. As they're finding kills all over the place. 25 to go. And this time around, FaZe unable to get in a P3.
Yeah, I mean, they're fighting 3v4, so that is going to be a massive issue long term, and you're not really, I mean, what, 3 players fighting for the P3 scrap time, and I mean, FaZe are going to be able to get that, not going to have the spawns over there for P4, and if Abizi's dying to trophies, it seems Atlanta FaZe does not have luck on their side, so they had an electric start to this map to the tune of, I'm cracking jokes, and then draws a 6 and 23.
Yeah, I mean, there's something going on, folks, right now with a solid lead for the Ravens. I want to find out what's going on with Atlanta FaZe.
I'm going to top everything. You want to top in on one shot, bro? Still P1 just challenging, bro. Someone challenge this guy P1. P1, one shot. Nice, top hall out there. I'm challenging bottom bed. I'm trying to push. One's on time, challenging. On team. Hey, top hall. You might one shot shower, lay down. Always top hall before. You and me. Alright, okay. You. Where'd he go, you? I ain't top stone. You did right. Bang for him. Absolute top mid. Just try and wait for me, Tyler. Austin to the back. I'm trying. There's 2 on time. 2 on time. 1 to the shot. Laying down. No, stop with me. I'm trying to stay out. Top mid. One shot back. Yeah, I'm blind. Running at me on time. On time, quick. Yeah, running at me. We're on time. I'm pushing on time mid. I have time. Hey, I have right, okay? Yeah, here. Hold on. Yeah, I'll pick it up. I'll get top ball. I need them top zone. 2 bottom mid. 1 top zone. Yeah, dude, 2 bottom mid. And they cruise. Yeah. I'll see. Bottom mid. I'm putting. I'm trying to top ball. I got time. Hey, I'm gonna go cross hole then. I'm shouldering everything. I didn't net it. You're gonna get right, Austin. Great. Top ball. I got time. I'm on the bed. Top ball, man. You got me. Hey, top ball as well. I'll see him slide the hill. I don't know where he's at on time. I think he's keep me right. I'm trying to get it. I'm on bed.
Better get that lesson real quick. This game could be over chance.
Yeah, I mean, they've had to fight off 2 different Hellstorms on an open hill, and it has just been, I mean, all things considered for FaZe, considering the situation they're in, not too shabby, but Carolina Ravens have fully capitalized on the situation. They're looking great, and really just need to make sure you close out this game. TJ, guaranteed it feels like to get 2. Multi-kill madness. And Draza, hey, want a gunfight. Fight response.
There you go, baby. Teach can't get in through the back. That's going to be FaZe now in full control of P2. Not an ideal skyline for them, but again, we are trying to watch this team grow and, you know, change before our very eyes. 40 seconds to go here on P2. How much time can you accrue, FaZe? At the very least, keep the Ravens away because they are close to the win at 250.
TJ is going to be the man leading the charge, operating here with Gwyn down low, and Vivid's already got the entry kill. So TJ in the back block and spawns. That's going to force number 6 out. Even though he dies, still gets value out of his life, and his teammates now in the time trying to clear out White steps in. Funny business over towards it. Gwyn drops 2. You get in time in a victory lap here. Carolina so close to ending that number 1.
So close, but so far. 5 seconds still to go. Rotations on the way. They've got themselves over towards kitchen and foot race now from FaZe. Down low, right across the middle of the map, maintaining presence in mid. Simple and easy sell. Everyone gets their kills. All down for the Ravens.
245 to 182 when Atlanta FaZe gets a 4 down. These are situations where they at least want to try to flip the switch and assert dominance, but maybe an insurmountable situation for FaZe. It is not in their hands.
No, Gwyn from upstairs does a great job. The trades are there. Look at the flight of the Ravens now. Getting towards time. Slasher finding another one on a Teej. First man on the point. Vivid from behind picks up another, and that should be game, folks. Sweet Carolina. Map 1 goes their way.
Yeah, fist bumps out and bound, taking full advantage. Draza, I mean, listen, even the world champions, it happens from time to time. You throw up a stinker and you just want to bounce back, and it just felt like a potentially dangerous game. Even with Draza going double neg towards the end, I mean, quadruple negative when the Hellstorms are getting fed. Still made sure to keep it close, so make no mistake, Atlanta FaZe are dangerous on a skyline, hard point, but Carolina happy in the end for their choice. Up 1-0 so far, and listen, man, TJ, he's had the experience. He's dialed in against the Terrors.
It only took, well, how many years? How many years for Teach? Good stuff, man. All of them. Literally all of them. GG, map 1 in the books. Shout out Vivid, 31 and 21. Lovely damage output across the board for all of the Ravens there. A fantastic start to their series. 23 non-traded as well. Honestly, shout out Vivid. I mean, we were joking about it, but pretty the desk that he's not necessarily the biggest takeover player in the roster. Absolutely not. But right there, a good look and a wonderful, wonderful start to Namus's pick for the Ravens here on the win. Highlights here, folks, and again, a lot of love going the way of the Ravens, but Cell Chance, still one of the most difficult players to get 10 with, an absolute wizard when it comes to the KD department, a statistical anomaly.
He's phenomenal. I enjoy the thought experiment of, like, if you could just duplicate these players, like if you had 4 Celliums versus 4 Simps, like who would actually be the greatest player of all time? And I just imagine Cell in every single role would be a terrifying force. Wouldn't want to deal with it, but a lot of fun options there.
Yeah, imagine the listening when you go to, like, that's listening with Team Cellium. It'd be a lot. it'd be something, man. It really, really would. But either way, GG's, folks. That's still a look across this one, and another attempt there for Atlanta FaZe to deepen the map pool, a map that they have banned religiously when it comes to these CEO online matches. They have not wanted to play too much Skyline Hardpoint, but they will. I mean, this is what they do. This is our current reigning champs. They won Major 2 pretty convincingly. They took care of Major 1 in a very, very dramatic fashion. And Major 3, not far away, folks. And what do you want to do? Tighten up all those game modes. Make sure that you don't have any weaknesses whatsoever that your opponents can exploit. Now with a triple dose of Protocol, we get to put that map to the test as well for FaZe. But if you're the Ravens, happy to see that ball go through the net in the first map. How are we feeling about the search and destroy chance?
Well, ultimately, I'd say good for both of these teams, at least for the map number 2. I will just throw out very briefly the Hacienda for the map 5 for Atlanta FaZe is another one. Typically, it's their primary veto in S&D. Now they're working on it, making sure it comes through. So if we see it in Game 5, that's Atlanta FaZe just trying to get reps. But the Protocol, going to be very interesting. Both these teams very strong on it. It is absolutely a square-up map, and I think the biggest theme we're going to see on it is Carolina Royal Ravens are the best defensive team on Protocol. They are 21-6 on round count. That means Atlanta FaZe are going to be testing it. Can you pull off those attacking wins?
Absolutely, folks. Well, on a real micro level, this is a BZ versus Gwyn statistically. Both of them very, very comparable. But, man, this is going to be a real battle. Two fast and furious players looking to put the franchises way, way, way deeper into the night. Here we go. Excited to see this battle go down. And again, we've got great long-range plays in the form of the ARs. Of course, Draza had a bit of a stinker there in map 1, but expect to see him turn this ship around in a big way. And of course, Slasher, the island player himself, usually found on his own when it comes to these search and destroys. But these two, they'll be in your face, and they will be taking names.
Yeah, and you can already see they're just calm and trying to figure out what their approach on Protocol is going to be. get the advice from the coaches and make sure you stick to the game plan. Again, Carolina, the best defensive team on protocol. And I'd say outside of that, the stats fairly comparable. Atlanta FaZe, great on both sides of the board. Not necessarily dominant, but strong on offense, strong on defense. And Carolina, not too shabby on the attacking rounds either. So plenty of lethal threats, and I feel like protocol really is sort of a puzzle to solve. Occasionally the blind counters just roll through when the guesswork of when you just want to stack up down low on the A site. But both of these teams are very happy to play the game. Like play, spread the maps, play for picks is the slasher mantra. But protocol, if you're working that B site, that is exactly what you need to do. Be calibrated in your approach and make sure you read sort of how the defensive setups are coming through.
People on site wide out in the open as well, so not that we see too many streaks here in S&D. We've seen a couple of Hellstorms, I think, throughout the league thus far. Nothing too crazy. Looks like we're playing quite a lot for a top mid here. Abe gets into the wrong part of town at the right time. 2 life advantage right now for the FaZe boys.
And an instant B-bomb plan rolling through. So again, Carolina 21-6 on their defensive rounds. Looks like we might be going to 21-7. That is an instant punch. As long as they seal the deal, Slasher and TJ for a 2 versus 3 potential, but Sally might have just closed that door.
Yeah, wonderful work here. Slasher's trying to make the attempt alone. It's a 1v3. If you can take out Draza, that's one thing. You got to deal with a lot more. And they're coming at you fast, but wait a minute. What a read there onto the Terror, a former teammate. 20 seconds to go here. And Celium will be coming into play a little bit later. Bomb site, you got a man on it, but you are not going to be able to find this kill. And a sneaky Cell from way downtown finds the angle on a Slasher.
Yeah,
first round of FaZe.
Slasher. Yeah, 100%. Just no time to work with. 2 players in power positions, 20 seconds on the clock, and nothing you could cook up there. Cell for 3 in the round, and Abizi was able to give us the 4th on it, but Cell just ribs Vivid. I mean, 7 seconds into the round for the first blood, and Abizi there for the follow-up. So, you're studying it. The coach is going to look at the defensive record of Carolina and say, okay, like everyone can't figure this team out. What do they do? Where are they successful? And how can we beat it? And just setting the tone from round 1 for FaZe, already a good look.
Yeah, we're not going to be going outside this time around. We're definitely going down low. But so are FaZe. At least 2 players here committed to this one. Abizi's going for a bit of a wrap, so he'll be dropping down behind them in the elevator shaft momentarily. DJ, though, waiting for anything. Oh, Abizi got caught out by the slow play of Slasher. Lovely start to the round.
Slasher has those timings dialed in for the P2 flank to roll through, and now it's going to be trades on trades. Slasher's got in the mix, though, and he uses Abizi's weapon against Atlanta FaZe, and it leaves Cell in a 1 versus 2. However, that means it's Cell, it's clutchable.
Yeah, it's not over yet, folks. On plant, all the power positions in the world you could ask for here. The opportunity for the trade, and now the intel. Celium knows that Vivid has been left alone. 1v1. The battle is on, and you can never count this man out. A surgical approach towards the bomb site, and he plays the information he has absolutely perfectly. Celium, the wizard, strikes again.
Yeah, he actually just is the best. I don't even know what the argument would be other than maybe his teammates perfectly played 1 versus 2, has the angle, spot Slasher in, just checks the left, that little left peek on the computers to see if he has to worry about Vivid in that moment or whatever player it was. And as soon as that's clear, slide out, take advantage of Slasher. And then once the pre-fires are rolling through, if I'm playing against him, I'm terrified. As maybe the Ravens were. They're down 2-0.
He gets wrong and it hurts. Now we go down low for FaZe of this attack. And Celium is still on an absolute tear here. We are close enough to the Hellstorm. No intel, no damage, no nothing, no trophies. Oh, there we go. They're starting to click away. So here we send in Abizi to try to pick up some of these players who are weakened. No, TJ, he finds the first blood. Celium once again getting very creative with the frag grenades. Bomb plant for FaZe now. Come at me, bro.
Yeah, and the first blood is fantastic when you take down Abizi. It's a massive thing. You have to do it against Atlanta FaZe. Issue is, Draza might be having a bounce-back game, and Celium and Simp are still alive.
Oh, yeah, ooh, very much still alive. Streak still on. The crossfire's there. Lovely cross from Vivid. 25 on the clock. Can he 1v2 this? Absolutely not. Perfect setup from FaZe, and a couple of chuckles in the player cam. The Celium spree, it continues.
Yep, this is a evil team. Maybe one day they'll repent for their sins, but for the time being, they just get to do whatever they want. 7-0. Yeah, listen, he might just be the best.
Yeah, this the case is definitely out there, and there is a lot of empirical evidence to suggest that Celium, what a play. And FaZe, what a run. Great setup there. Especially when you know Viv is on the bomb site. All the sort of nice moves he can make. Trying to hop over the threshold there, trying to staying out the line of fire, but they set themselves up perfectly there. The insurance policy was in play as well. And now another round up, and you can see the Ravens with a nice mixed attack towards, you know, the low and the top side. And knives out! Oh, good job, Tej. What a win.
I mean, listen, they've been on point for the first bloods. That's the good news. Bad news is still can't win a round, and Slasher just isolated and overwhelmed. He gets hunted down. Still going to be an 8 plant as well with awkward positioning. TJ at least gets the trades for the 2v2, but seemingly a weird round. Draza and Simp going to be going for the retake down low as TJ remains up high.
And remains up high, but doesn't pass any intel, so he didn't see either of those players cross. That's going to make this even harder for Gwyn downstairs. Yeah, Tej knows something's up, man. I've missed something here. I caught one with a little bit of damage. Gwyn now trying to stay alive. He takes hits as well. So not an ideal situation to be in right now. Gwyn has to back up. Can he get a kill? Still fighting for his life. Both weapons starting to get exhausted. Draz with the final shots. And his 4th kill in a row. FaZe unstoppable so far.
Yeah, so close yet so far from that round win. TJ tried to get everything, but I mean, that was a series of maybe 4 different Call of Duty timings just not going his direction, including going down the zip just into the clutches of Draza. So Draza might have played poorly on map number 1. The bounce back absolutely going to be in here. Had a solid few rounds to get back in the mix. And I mean, really the biggest shining light for Carolina, their defensive rounds on protocol. 0 for 2 against Atlanta FaZe. Not ideal.
Nah, man. Especially when we pulled those stats so perfectly coming into this one. Down low we go once again. Chance, let's send it. It's like Ravens will be going in a lot hotter this time.
There goes the server. And now everybody's trapped in a corner. Yeah, pre-fire, easy reads, and a 6 spree from Draza. They are evil.
He was looking at his next there. First 2 on the round. There's no idea they're outside, but here's the nade. That gives you a bit of intel. Here's the chow. Lovely shots from Slasher. Pushes him down. Raven's still trying to make the entry, but you took too much time, and Abizi will punish you for it. FaZe. Immaculate gameplay.
I mean, 21-6 was their defensive record going in it. Now they're 0 for 3. So, I mean, listen, they're going to fall. They're going to end up being the 3rd best team on defense after this map. Maybe we have to filter out when you're playing against Atlanta FaZe and pretend they don't count. But either way, nothing but perfection here. Gets the tags, get the comms, and he doesn't waste any bit of time. If they're trapped in the corner, they're free kills. Draza on form in S&D.
Yeah, wonderful form. And again, an amazing sort of shade of FaZe. We saw them on a map that they're not that confident on them. They're trying to improve prior, and now this is what they look like when they know what they're doing, and they're very confident indeed. TJ is going to run into a whole load of trouble in a second. How much damage can he do? The answer is not a tremendous amount. Draz is there for it. Nade, stuns, you name it. It's all getting thrown at that P2 position.
DJ is dead.
Dead.
Oh, Abizi maybe bit off more than he could chew. I thought he was going to wait for Draza to get some tags in, but they're playing confident because they're up 5-0. But keep in mind, Celium is alive in a 2 versus 2 now because Sim gets the extra kill. So even with that start, FaZe could still get the 6-0.
Identification on bomb now and a positive ID on another player trying to collect. This is a big moment. A massive advantage for FaZe here on map point. And Celium putting himself in the most obscure off angle he could find. The unreadable and the ungunnable. Good luck, Ravens. This is to stay alive on the map.
I mean, yeah, you got to go get that bomb. And they're going to work Spiral as well for their approach. So they're going to funnel into Simp and Cell.
Timing. Yeah, timing's not great. Cell there, guns up at the ready on the cross. Finds one. Can we get it? Sure can, folks. Celium. Undeniable greatness there on Protocol S&D. Atlanta FaZe with a swift and vicious 6-0.
Yeah, and listen, Carolina, one of the best S&D records in the game. That is the type of map that just puts fear in your heart. If they ever have to play them on land and they go back to protocol, they're going to have some bad memories on it. A map worthy of nightmares. No amount of success. Celium just 1v2 clutch just so he can keep adding those to the pile. And I mean, Atlanta FaZe is truly able to do anything they wanted. Absolutely no sweat, in spite of the fact that TJ gave you first bloods, and in spite of the fact that the first blood king of BZ 0 for 3 in that category. It does not matter because the ARs for FaZe simply took over.
Yeah, the 1v2 from Cell was the absolute backbreaker, and the morale seemed to take a little bit of a dip there from the Ravens boys. An incredibly capable team in the mode. They have just been slaughtered. An embarrassment there. The 6-0 from FaZe. Wicked work out of them. They're now going to this protocol control, all tied up at the half, and honest to God, man, feeling very good after that. I think you really do look at the rest of this series in a much better way. The Skyline would have been nice to win. There's no 3-0 possibility here now for the Ravens. Damn, Studio, how are we feeling about that one?
I was feeling good.
Yeah, this is pretty ridiculous. The bounce back. Nameless goes to Twitter. Draws is getting Kentucky fried.
He was.
Game 2, 7-2, Celium 9-1, 6-0 in Carolina on their best map?
Yeah, not their best map, but one of them. I mean, they're formidable on that map. And, you know, coming into it, like, I thought it'd be, you know, Carolina might have a little bit of an edge. Like, #1 in retaking, and there's 3 bomb plants by Atlanta FaZe, all 3 converted, right? So Atlanta just doing their research. They know every single thing that Carolina was going to throw at them. Even with the advantage that Carolina had with a couple of their first bloods, it just didn't matter. I mean, the tone setter was Sully, was 1v2.
100%. And I think it's important that the ARs had a good map too as well, considering the way that map 1 went. And just to kind of put this into perspective, Protocol is a strong S&D for Atlanta FaZe, but in their last 2, they lost it 3-6 to Toronto Ultra. And then before that, it was a grueling round 11 versus Vancouver Surge. So it was a map that they clearly have been putting some work on. And the fact that they won it in 6-0 fashion is terrifying because Atlanta FaZe was already in real Search and Destroy. They already had a really deep map pool, but if they start winning in maps like this against teams like Carolina Ravens, #1 S&D team overall in the league right now, who love Protocol, who just recently 6-0'd the Vegas Falcons on it, you're feeling great if you're a FaZe fan.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, like, I'm not super worried about either of these teams, just what we've seen so far. Like, obviously for Carolina, they're putting in a ton of focus on the respawns, and I have faith in them versus majority of teams to come in and still be great in Search and Destroy. That's just a tough matchup there.
It's time to draw some conclusions as we head to another respawn. What did you learn during game 1?
Yeah, let's show some love to Gwyn here. I mean, this is just wonderful plays by him.
Online Gwyn?
Yeah,
Gwynternet?
People saying Gwyn's dumb, this, that, the third. Slash is putting in work. So let's pull the clip up and let's talk about what Carolina was doing here. You know, this is a great situation. They get a ton of time here and they get the flip. So we're going to talk about the situation first and foremost. 51 seconds on this time. What Carolina are trying to do here, you want to soak time. So Gwyn's kind of playing for information here. He's going to find these 2 kills. So the kid's got the gunny. But after that, what you want to do is you want to get a guy over here in this area, maybe behind Hot Tub, just getting angles on mid, right? So you're going to end up having Vivid go over there to get those angles. And after that, what you want to do is when they start to push, you then want to flip the map, right? So they're going to send players through mid, you're going to send players through here. And when that happens, Gwyn is he just needs to be a nuisance, play his life and make it easier, right? So you're going to see Gwyn, after he finds a couple kills, he's going to push over to this corner. And that's after they kill the players that are coming from main being over here, right? So you know the other 2 players are going to be coming through mid. They're going to be hallway or going to be on that line that I just threw, Drew coming through mid. So when Gwyn repositions over here, he effectively flips the spawns because the half map is then flipped, right? So a great play by him, not only being a rat in that spot, he pulls out the attention for easy kills, and then he spawns the rest of the Atlanta players over here. So while you're finding these kills, you're also flipping the spawns. It is the perfect storm if you're Carolina. This is rehearsed, this is practice, and this is how you tell Gwyn, hey, play with me around the hill and play your life. So you see, finds the 2. Atlanta FaZe, they're gonna send a couple players back towards it. Time for another break. How do I wanna play this if I'm Gwyn? Gonna take my time. Vivid's gonna end up dropping here, and now if you're Gwyn, you find the kill on the front. Vivid just called out the 2 guys mid. I'm gonna push up, get an angle to give TJ an easy kill, and also I've just pushed past half map. Now all of Atlanta are spawning on the other side of the map. 20 seconds left, we're gonna get this scrap, and we're gonna secure a self-rotation. So great communication and plays, and Gwyn showing up when they need them.
Carolina Royal Ravens are learning. Great teaching by Brian Saint and Slasher at the helm over there, and they are now knotted up 1-1 at the half with Atlanta FaZe, our #1 seed overall. Atlanta has never had back-to-back losses. Alley Cat, are you worried for Atlanta in the second half?
No, did you see the same Search and Destroy I just saw?
I did.
All right, we're in for a banger.
We're going to Protocol. It's Control, and you better look out if you are a fan of anyone who goes up against Atlanta. You got 3 players in the top 10. Look at what Celium has been doing. 139 kills. You got Simp there at 142, another 143 chiming in from Draw. Everybody's dropping bombs.
These guys are unreal at Control. The fact that they're even second overall in the league Control is insane to me because I look at this paper and I'm like, they've played 4 protocols straight and they've won 3 of their last 4. And then even then you move to Hacienda, they're 7-1. and they are unbelievable.
Carolina's worst game mode coming up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I still got Carolina.
Good margin. They've won one of the last 5.
Still comfortable. It's their best map when it comes to the mode. Let's see if they can get to the dub. It would be a massive upset, Miles and Chance.
It might well be. Well, FaZe looking like a flying fortress out there, dropping bombs when 3 of their players are in the top 10. My good God. Well, Control, this could be very quick chance, couldn't it? It really could.
Absolutely could. I'm still thinking about selling because if he's #1 on the attacking leaderboards in Control, I just keep thinking about like his clutches, where even in a 1v2 or 1v3, I feel like he still has the advantage in a sense. Like he's winning more than 50%, at least it feels like, of the clutch opportunities. So we get to see that in S&D consistently. That's what he's doing in respawns as well. Like every situation he's in, he's min-maxing every little detail. He's going for the pre-fires, going for the wall bangs. He's an endless nightmare to deal with. And that should sell. Here's Beezy, 1.55 in 4 ticks per attack. That's like phenomenal objective stats with a 1.55.
Well, in a game mode like this, where you can get the kills from the objective, you can do it all. And FaZe, they do it right. Here we go in towards top mid, where Gwyn meets up. Mega washed. Yeah, here comes Sim. Get ready for it. Not washed. Not yet.
No, he's great.
He's doing fantastic. Well, over towards A, we're trying to go, but Tej and Gwyn, they've set up a wall across the middle of the map, not letting anyone from the FaZe camp get towards this zone. Quick contests from Sim. Absolutely not washed. Holy, ladies and gentlemen, there's another one. Washed. Good stuff out of Gwyn. Over towards A we go once again, and there is a single segment gone at A.
And it's looking like there should be a second as well. Draza here for the cutoff kills, and that is the only man that had a thought about the old A's zone. Yo. Was Beans right? Does Draza need that the old exit line?
2 segments at A gone. 3 dead though. Ravens now pressing the advantage. FaZe. We cast the curse the living hell out of this one. Over to Gwyn. Trying to catch a couple of kills on these boys. They're making their way out. Good stuff from Draz. Buys a lifeline. Oh, a little bit more than that. Oh, what a shoulder from Simp. The old in and out. Eats Slasher alive. Now on towards A. That's going to be the capture. There's no way you get through this. And Simp, once again, the shots with that Jackal are just delicious.
I mean, listen, just for those watching at home, that was the full spawn trap that Atlanta FaZe were just put in, and that took them 10 seconds to completely get out of it. So that's not a great look for Carolina. That was way too easy, and TJ maybe in the feed able to pick up 2, but Simp still with presence over towards this B zone. And he's out, and this is prime Simp time.
Oh yeah, man, he's reading every possible player, and he's put them in positions to deal with them. At the very least, there's Draz to pick up what he cannot. What a moment right now from FaZe. Just when you thought they were down, they're only up by 1 life, and they are looking to capture the B zone rapidly. Halfway through it now. Gwyn with a last-ditch attempt. Lovely work from the pistol. Not enough for the kill, though. Simp still trying to stay alive in the zone. Nice work from Vivid. Over to Abe. Closes the second segment, and here come the rest of the boys. This could be the round.
Oh, nice shout though from Vivid. That's your opportunity, because that tick is nearly gonna fall, but you still have to win all these gunfights, and they just simply are not. Vivid with the only opener, and now you're flooding into death, and Vivid, I mean, he has remained supine in that exact spot. And Draza, I was just kidding, man. Don't worry about it. 9-4, you're doing great.
No, everyone's doing amazing. That's really, really lovely work there from FaZe on their opening attacking round. Aside from a little, funny opener, we do give them a tremendous amount of credit for breaking out the spawn trap, capturing that A zone so rapidly. And then the play towards B, I mean, Simp is just one of the best to ever do it. Really, really good stuff. Some disgusting gunfights, though. Gwyn had a nice run here. Ravens, they're not the best control team in the league, but they are absolutely not out of this one yet. We now swap sides.
I mean, listen, for offense has a much better chance now in protocol since the zone got changed, but still it's, at least in my mind, fairly close to 50-50. You can absolutely win on either side, but if you're the defensive team and you get the spawn trap, I mean, you have to make them work for it to get out of it. And the fact that Atlanta FaZe got out so quickly, that's just a major pain point. Don't even need a stopwatch to figure that out, but for the moment for Carolina, TJ again gives you the first bloods. She's been great in this category. Respawn or S&D alike. Off the back of it, though, it looks like Carolina, they just have no pressure on the objective. They have not contained any of the FaZe players, and they have to be very concerned about their flanks.
Yeah, they will. They're hoping for a head or 2 to turn, but now TJ is still trying to keep the kills up. Doing just that. trophies and everything, all of it going away. So now Ravens with a very slight life lead. And TJ still trying to play the advantage he's got out through mid-map. And that advantage he still got through mid-map. His teammates are battling for their lives in spawn, though.
And, well, at least finally someone touched the point. That was 40 seconds burned off the clock, and even with like the map space and kills that Carolina were getting, they weren't really too active off of it. They really wanted the Dream set up to be rolling through, but at this point, they do have the Dream set up. Grass is covered. You really wish you had a trophy. Yeah. Now it's going to be TJ on the solo capture. Another 15 seconds before this zone falls.
Yeah, big Owen Wilson energy right now behind enemy lines, folks. Ooh, oh, nice moves out of Simp. Trade there from Gwyn, though, straight on. You're not completing the A-zone capture, though, yet. Now you got 2 members of FaZe on top of that one, draining the progress. So right back to square when you go there. So a single third remaining. Fight forward, fellas. See if you can't get out of there. The B zone absolutely watertight right now for FaZe, but A, there is still an opportunity. Can you find the opening kills on the setup? That's the question.
I just think Carolina feels like they are moving in slow motion on this map. And listen, Atlanta FaZe got out of the spawn trap in a matter of 10 seconds. You got 20 to go. Let's see if Carolina can make anything happen.
Oh, try it. Try it. There we go. Trades. No, it's done. All 4 down again. Abe's on a 4 spree right now. Ladies and gentlemen, we are looking at the final 10 seconds of the round right now. Abe dancing. That's going to be another kill, but no one's going to get close to this one. They walk into the jaws of Draza, who chews them up. No one able to make the desperation play on a time. FaZe got by 2.
I'll just give some fun facts. I feel like a lot of people don't know this. If you're solo capturing a point on control, it takes 15 seconds to get a single segment, 45 seconds to get the entire thing. And then if you add a player, you cut it in half. So you go from 45 seconds to 22 and a half. You add the third player, you're cutting it in a third. And then if you're adding the fourth, you're cutting it in a fourth. So if you get a quad stack going, point absolutely flies. But a solo capture, it takes a year in Call of Duty terminology to actually make it happen. But quick maths, if you ever, I don't know, are interested in thinking when you play COD.
That's the kind of call that I want to receive. Hey, somebody get over here quick. We're going to capture the zone in an additional 15 seconds. Like, we're going to cut this in half. I want those clean
It's
comms.
rarely applicable, but in the situations where, like, if there's no lives at the end of the round, if there's one segment left on, like, the B zone and you're in, like, a 2 versus 2, that just means the team on defense knows, hey, if there's only this many possible people on the point, like 1 segment, 2 people, you have 7 seconds to work with. Like, that's the amount of pressure. So you can treat those zones like a bomb site in a sense of S&D, but it is very rare.
Strong setup right now for FaZe on this attack. B zone, second segment, absolutely gone. And in the next 15 seconds, we're going to see a BZ potentially get this one done as well. Over towards the A side of the map, Selim is dancing. A great win from Gwyn there. That gives you a tiny bit of space now to work towards the A side, but B is gone, folks. You can say goodbye to it right now. We will not see the B zone again in this round. Last-ditch attempt there from the boys of the Ravens, and they've opened up the space towards A. So FaZe right out of spawn, right at a time, but nice crossfire. The setup is in position, and Selim, trophy's certainly going to help him here, but he needs his teammates.
I hit that trophy putting in overtime too, just going to eat up absolutely everything. So on this next push, Atlanta FaZe, at least on that front, going to have a little bit of that advantage. Not winning the gunfights though, but at least good news for a BZ. You still have control of the power positions. And you're just trying to work yourself out of spawn. Only man you got to clear out now is Slasher. Maybe Viv, you're going to be able to fill in the next spot in line. He ran through the A zone, and by the looks of it, Atlanta FaZe not heads up about it, but they might just kill everybody else instead.
Yeah, this is looking great now from BZ. Oh, picks a good corner. A little bit of a crossfire now on towards A, and it's a 2-man stack. The potential for the third now. Selim could be there. But an awkward situation to find himself in, because you don't get rid of Vivid out of the helicopter. So now he's gone, eyes forward, and that's Selim getting the job done. Can he help Sim get this last man on zone? Can indeed. God, it's a 2-piece on time as well, and a 2-man stack.
And with 2 seconds for a 2-man stack, it's going to take 22 seconds for that bad boy to fall. And look at, oh, well, Slasher got a kill out of time, so easy backs off. You know, Atlanta FaZe, the best attacking team on this map and showing off some of the goods. They are having to work for it, but a minute and 15 and a life advantage. In any moment where they touch that time is going to be a great thing for them, but they're actually really trying to work through the grass side of the map, and maybe for good reason. It is going to be open, but only briefly.
Oh, nice work from Abe there. Gwyn, if he speeds his step, he might be able to catch a BZ now. Full awareness now, he's going to have to double back. This could help. No lives left though for the Ravens. 11v4. Any kills you get here are great, Gwyn, but you've got to try to stay alive as well. The trade is going to be there from Selim. Oh no, another man falls. Another one down. Another one down. Another one bites the dust. Last man left alive. Teach. Game fades.
Yeah, man, this is... Different teams are able to achieve it at different times, but FaZe is certainly that team where when you can see they have the advantage, you can just feel how hopeless it actually is for the other team. And you get to commentate it differently. Not a fun experience for the Carolina Royal Ravens. A little bit shocked, a little bit stunned. And I think as soon as that protocol 6-0 came through, you hit the panic button just a little bit. Because if you can't really rely on your control, Atlanta FaZe, very strong in that game mode, very strong on that map. You just have fear put in your heart. So Ravens need to pull off almost the anti-Neslo. You got to win both hard points just to force the map 5.
Oh, indeedy. Well, a tough map there for the Ravens. There's no doubt about it. Folks at home who are FaZe fans, and I know there are plenty, licking your lips at the prospect of that protocol hardpoint to close out this series 2-1 right now for FaZe. Ravens, though, no slouch on the mode chance. It just feels so difficult. When FaZe are winning, it is really, really decisive. It is something. When they're losing, it still feels like they can get the job done. You know what I mean? It's really, really tough. FaZe, they are the best team of the game for a reason.
Yes, they're good at every single aspect of the game. You know, in S&D, they got the first bloods, they got the clutch potential, they got the mid-round adjustments and the respawns. They just sort of figure everything out. And obviously now to the point where they're like experimenting with like different maps and whatnot, trying to get in the series. But it's if there's any weakness in your game at all in this control for Carolina, not effectively setting up the defensive spawn trap. If you have any weakness, it's going to get exposed and you're just going to lose. And you have to be dialed in at everything to be able to match pace, because they really don't have too many weaknesses at all that you can exploit. So you have to be on point. And as soon as, in my mind, that first defensive round rolls through where Carolina put themselves in a good spot and let it go, then I lose hope. Similar to the S&D, you're in a good spot. You got the 2v1 against Cell. You got the bomb down. You have to win those.
Well, sadly, you don't. Hardpoint, the last of our protocol trilogy in this series. If we have to go to the Hassie in the game 5, we'll see how that goes. But till then, how are we feeling about the hardpoint chance? I mean, of course, FaZe, Call of Duty very momentum based right now. I've yet to drop a round since the Search and Destroy. At first and third, I mean, we are in for a treat here. This is a heavyweight fight. But right now, it feels like FaZe, well, at least in the round-based game modes, can't do any wrong.
No, not too bad. Keep in mind for Adraza, I mean, you went double negative. Was it 6-24 at one point on the first hard point? They had to deal with 2 different Hellstorms as well that the Carolina players got, and it was still only a 50-point game. Now they're playing with absolutely no sweat, no stress, and on the map that they chose to play in this series and being the best team on it, you got to imagine they're feeling good. Granted, for Protocol, it is one of those maps, especially on that P3 to P4 rotation. If you can lock down the money hill, you can really turn the map into madness. So that's going to be the focus point in my mind for Carolina. It's that situation. We saw how good Atlanta FaZe are on rotations on that map. At least for the P4, you got to beat them there.
Yeah. Once you get down low, the bomb site area here on Protocol, it is ruthless. The money hill, the one you tend to get the most points on. The cleanest setup will always win. The Ravens, we know they can do it, but it's really going to come down to who can leverage that point the most, who can milk it for what it's worth, add to their stockpile towards that race to 250. This is going to be a real good one, folks. Can we get to the game 5 for the Ravens to even have a fighting chance at getting a round in this series? Not so much an S&D win, but just a round, fellas. Here we go. Ravens, FaZe, Protocol Hardpoint.
Like tears in the rain. Vivid, though, played fantastic on map number 1. 4K damage he was able to throw up. Got a Hellstorm as well. And at least for the P4, I think it was the Super Soaker. Rest of the map, I assume he was just out there slaying. So had a strong performance, and that is exactly what you're going to need out of Vivid. Certainly struggled a little bit there in the Protocol control, but all 4 players need to be firing. In TJ, I believe.
Time to dive straight into the hard point. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Map number 4. Stage 3. Yeah, that's actually kind of wild. FaZe on a hard point. Wow. Thank you very much, production. Ravens, pretty good at it. There's a smell of a game 5.
FaZe players.
Opening rips, though, once again. Faced with the guys who are managing to win him on Skyline. This time around, it's going to be a little even. But even is only one thing on an asymmetrical map like this one. Yeah, finding a little bit more time if you're the Ravens. And good job. There's the contest. Vivid puts that one to bed. The one-eyed Raven helps put all the members of FaZe down. And now we go to P2.
Beautifully played. I mean, you really got to contain guys like Selim and Vivid. Absolutely patient on those steps. And that is exactly how you want your AR player to be playing it. And this is a super sizable lead as far as the P1 goes. You could not ask for anything more. So Carolina starting their map off right, and TJ in prime position to help you out on this rotation. Gets tags in to shred Simp. And Selim, last man standing by time, wins it because he's shooting through walls and cells built different. What could have been for the Ravens? What could have been?
Unbelievable. What a piece from Tej. Vivid on the outside. Perfect nade just keeps him suppressed. Selim, though, still soaking away that time, trying to get back into this one. Nice picks there from TJ and Vivid. We are back in there. Ravens right at it. FaZe counterattack now is on, but Vivid takes care of TJ. That's unfortunate. You lose the amount of time as well. And you lose the setup. Oh, dear. That hit the fan pretty quick.
I do wonder if that's like I'm cooking a frag, getting ready to throw it, and one lands in my face and just explodes, or if that is just a bottle of the moment. But either way, that's like, honestly, on this hill, maybe two different opportunities for Carolina to accrue a really sizable lead, and instead keeping things a little bit close, but ultimately still playing very well. Still got the left side spawns and going to get the scrap time as well. So a 30-point lead going into new, and the rotation percentage that Atlanta FaZe typically on this map are great at, so far being outplayed by Carolina.
But yeah, fantastic work from Carolina right off rip. Third hard point now. We go inside. In-game says beach, but that's cat, ladies and gentlemen. Damn, shots out of Abe. On the approach towards time, Slasher might have to save the day here. You're starting to run out of boys on the point. Trying to maintain that back left-hand side of the map. That's where the spawn points are. That's where you want your teammates to be coming from here on the reinforcements. And what a turn! Oh, wicked win from Slasher. Saves the day yet again. And somehow nearly takes a Beezy with him.
And trying to flip the time stone doesn't pay off, and his teammates around time seems like they're falling. Guindo does give you two, and that means you can keep the play going if you're Carolina. Maybe flood into this and try to get those trades. A Beezy's gonna fall. You send the next man in line, but Cell can't give you one. So it's not a trade fest. Now if Atlanta FaZe dies in these moments, you're gonna spawn out at all, but at the very least, even if Atlanta FaZe get the kills, Carolina do get to the ever-important P4 first with a 15-point lead. This is their big opportunity.
Oh,
there
man.
It goes.
Yeah, there it goes. And yep, out we go. Tej wins another big gunfight. He has been absolutely tearing it so far. He's going to catch that. Good dodge as well. 10-6 so far for the mighty Tyler Farris. Now on approach to time. 11-6. Finding kills where his teammates have taken the lead.
Solo chow. Solo chow. Solo chow.
Everyone take a breath. Hold on, Ravens. You know what you're doing. Here comes the next hit. Solo chow.
I mean, at least you're trying to like set up the pitch. You know, Slasher, they're trying to work big door at the same time. So like, here's a couple bad solo chows, and then a guy like Slasher, as we expect, slows down the pace and tries to make the play happen together. But yeah, simply does not matter. Stop going down the steps. It's not.
It's not happening. It's not happening. Once again. There you go. Draz leaves his power position and gets himself brought down as well. But the Ravens, terribly difficult time trying to get to that hard point. Back upstairs we go, though, folks. Next set upon us back over to P1. And Ravens, once again, they were great at this the first go-around. And so far, okay. But Simp's in.
Simp is 4-10. Washed.
Unbelievable. Can't believe it. The Phenom. Shots out Vivid to take care of Selim from there. 12-8, though. His teammate Abizi not washed on the approach towards Snoop. Folks, we are kidding, of course. If you are joining this, you think, what are these commentators talking about? We are joking. These are some of the best players in the world who are also washed.
Yeah, 30-point lead, though, for Atlanta. Might end up falling. Seldo, when did he find the time? Maybe a full 60 there on P4 is going to get him the Hellstorm. And he's making it hard to shoot as well. Serpentine formation as he comes flying down. And Atlanta FaZe is going to be able to get this P1 time. And right side spawns as well. They're just playing for the trap. And this might be a moment, maybe a potential mistake. Number 2 is going to spawn out at old. And you actually do have Draza playing for it. So Atlanta FaZe super heads up with the situation. Got to win the gunfight, though. And TJ, so tough.
So a big aura from Tej, dude. Look at him go. He's still going. Washed. shots out of Draws. 45 seconds to go here on P2. And these boys are just disgusting. Nice up and down. You are watching every possible lane right now from Draza. The pivotal focal point right now of the setup, smack bang in the middle of the map, and he is causing problems. His teammates are feeding him information, and whether or not he needs to, actually adjust for it or not, is up to him, because good God almighty, FaZe running it here.
Yeah, and Cell, by the way, played that perfectly on the minimap. He was blocking the spawns initially, allowing his teammates to play with freedom, and then he sort of opened the spawns up to try to force Carolina out to new. It doesn't end up paying off because Carolina do pick up a couple clutch gunfights on the left side, but Carolina gonna have to start heating things up. Gwyn is on a 3. Maybe some momentum in the kills column coming this way, and Gwyn should spawn on the left side of the map. So you're good for this setup, and again, back-to-back kills if you can chain them. Carolina will be right back in this game.
A great piece out of Vivid. There's 4 spree right now, and again, not necessarily on time, so he's not getting a huge amount of points for that, but you've got a lovely, lovely hold here. Can you get rid of the players in the back line? That's on Gwyn. They are going to check this corner. It's a day 1. Beautiful stuff, though. No need to check it if he comes out flying like that. Can Gwyn keep going? Yeah, sure can. Nice read. 1 more man in the back to deal with, and the hold is still there for the Ravens. Oh, God.
Beautiful stuff there from Gwyn and Vivid delivering for 2. Simpo making an impact, and that's going to make things a little bit more chaotic. You see the trades rolling through, except no dice. BZ might have been 1 shot, but Gwyn shooting at a ghost can't take him down. And while you need to win this P4 rotation, if you are Carolina, it might be a desperation effort. Simp, the emphasis was there. The gunfight was not. Well, you get the final 10 seconds of scrap. You go back to the stairwell of doom. These poor Ravens players.
Poor Ravens. They're peacocks, man. You got to let them fly, and they cannot fly in a space this confined. Well, down low we go again, folks. Yeah, that last P4 wasn't anything special for the Ravens. And Draza, finally brought down. Somebody fills the gap immediately.
There we go.
3 dead. They've done it. They're in.
That's exactly what you need. Yeah, finally the double channels coming through from the spiral, maybe enough to overwhelm. And that's a great corner being played by Vivid.
God.
I mean, I'd be calling hacks if I was in game, and it's just Tyler Abizi doing what he does best.
Just checks it. Crossfire's there, Cell in position to soon get the contest, and FaZe waiting for the opportunity to strike. Oh, the iron was hot. Draza makes it red hot, baby, and this should be the last man left alive on time, and it's TJ, so he's a tough character to deal with, and he's diving and sliding. Here comes the reinforcement. Oh, Gwyn's over the top, managed to keep the Ravens in time, and they're looking at the comeback.
Yeah, all things considered, a great P4 just to make sure Carolina can battle. And for the first time since P1, Carolina Royal Ravens have the lead.
Whoa! Slasher nearly gets the 3. The lead now changes hands, and the Ravens are back in. It's starting to soar. Cruise control, though, not there yet. FaZe now looking to fight their way back over to P1. 3 dead in the feed again. Slasher last man. He's going to get at least 1 kill out of this, so he's going to fight to try to maintain some presence here. Good luck, Ravens, on the approach. But Litigo, what a battle that was.
Hey, at least he took him to death and set your teammate up there for the trade. TJ gets help on time, and Vivid there, credit for the assist, but there's always some annoying player on FaZe getting you off the time, being the thorn in your side. That time it was Draza getting the space, but Gwyn does to Draza what Draza did to him, gets the cutoff kills. Now Carolina back in it, so a bit of a slugfest right now on Protocol. The #1 versus the #3 team on the map. We have ourselves a fight.
A true battle. What a contest this is as the contest comes to a close there on P1. Over to 2 we go, and right now, in theory, Ravens with the position. They have to make most of this, though. A lot of members there are phased to the middle of the map. Slasher caught unaware. Now TJ on a bit of a wrap. This could be great, but again, you've got to get over towards time. TJ's wrap. A delicious one at that. Nutritious. Can he find 2 out of it? Plenty of damage. And he's trying to make the play over towards time. His teammates now in position to help out. So, he might have filled up his boys, and they are in time.
Yeah, that's great trust from Slasher, too. Knows that Vivid has his outer step, so he's just ready for the gunfights up top. But being ready for Simp is different than winning the gunfight against him. And Simp, who's had a slow map, now he's on a 4 spree. So he pulls out an AR, comes off spawn, and starts to take over. Gotta be on the lookout for Simp, as look at the setup on the minimap. I mean, the 50-yard line being dominated by Atlanta FaZe.
Totally red, as is the lead right now. They've got it back. 15 seconds to go here on P1. No one's getting out. Oh, sorry, P2. You got to get through this line of red over towards the new hardpoint as well. Try to secure spawns. No strings to do so. The kills are perfect right now. Simp's on a 5. He's got himself a Hellstorm as well, ladies and gentlemen. And he nearly gets that as well. Cell with 2. And the spawns are terrible for the Ravens.
from 14 and 24 to 20 and 25, and heating up Simp is when it matters most. But he does get dropped, but while he falls, his teammates pick him up. Draza in the feed for 3, Abizi for the final 4th, and Carolina, now you got to flood through the front of time. It is a nightmare situation. And Simp continues to be calculated on his approach.
He is the terror. 30 seconds to go. You're not going to need all of it to get the win here. Ravens, last chance to get in, fellas. Last chance to make a game of it, and they're in. Abizi on time, still soaking it away. 10 for the win. The back door wide open now as TJ finds his way through. Can we get the pinch going? 5 seconds for the dub. Ravens are in. Ravens find a kill or two. Sim now from the side. He gets brought down over to Cell. Last man here for FaZe. The rotation's on as well. We go to another point.
And guess who's here first? It's going to be a big door hit. 3 players here for the Ravens. Abizi going to have to stave off all this pressure. He doesn't have the help, nor does he have the reinforcements. The flock of the Ravens fly. You're into the crossfires. The trade's rolling through. Gwyn, last man standing, and this is for the map. And Cell gonna be the man to close that door. Atlanta FaZe.
Uh-oh.
Get that final point. Don't ruin the call. They ruined the call.
They ruined the call. It's not over yet, and it will not end here either way. A single second for FaZe is all they need. One more break. Get a perfect one and dip a toe, boys, and the series is yours. Ravens, they are holding. Ravens, next man in Sim. Contest. Ravens are holding. Next man in Celium. Ravens are holding.
You got to get to P1 though, so someone's actually have to get out of the mix. You have to make sure that you are standing on the time when it pops. In Atlanta FaZe, do you want to try to late hit old just for the single second or try to rotate towards new? They're going to try to rotate. They get the first 2 kills, but now 2 kills fall. You want a gunfight for time. Slasher clutches up. Look who's standing on new, and his teammates get the cutoff kills. 2 front war there for Carolina, and boy, did they fight. But ultimately, they fall. Atlanta FaZe for the 3-1.
FaZe for the 3-1. A stressful hard point. What a comeback it was from the Ravens. And man, did they hold. More brilliant hard point game, folks. But again, FaZe just too tough with 2 Fs. Too much aura. I don't know if I'm doing it right. But 3-1. When it came to Search and Destroy and Control Chance, damn son, were they just special.
Yeah, looking good. The 6-0 especially, I think, is painful. The control, I mean, they just continue that momentum. And for Atlanta FaZe, a series where anything you want to have happen go right does go right. And we're sort of talking about Sim stats, 24 and 31. Had 17 assists in nearly 2 minutes of hill time. So even when technically it's a slow map, still at some point he ends up getting a Hellstorm. Cell the same thing. I mean, just racking up the hill time, getting the Hellstorms. Just off the back of Draza, had a poor map 1, slams them there in the map 4. And obviously the AR duo untouchable on the Protocol S&D. So all things right in the Atlanta FaZe camp.
Absolutely, folks. Well, aside from Skyline, hardpoint, but again, I think most teams would possibly fall where the Ravens did not. And there we go, a banging series, folks. FaZe put on a real show for us there in the round-based modes. Of course, Search and Destroy and Control, absolutely squeaky clean, folks. Nothing wrong with those at all. The hardpoint, so still could do a little bit of work for FaZe, but right now, still the top dogs in the scene. They have yet to, well, that's the first hardpoint win they've got so far in this run up to Major 3. Chance, great stuff from those guys. And now it's great stuff from the disc.
The best stuff.
I agree
for you guys.
Miles.
Hey, that's a fine in the NBA. Put those away, Miles. Let's talk a little bit about what we just witnessed here, Nameless, because FaZe does not lose 2 matches in a row. Draza does not go negative 2 maps in a row.
Yeah, as Miles said, that was aura from Atlanta FaZe. Some huge moments throughout that. Carolina did their best, but on that game 4, it was really just the P2s that set them apart. You saw it multiple times, like Atlanta FaZe, they just have a good idea on how they want to hold it. Carolina giving up far too much time there. And then on the last one, like, Carolina, they had an opportunity at the end of that game, right? Like, if you could hold all that time, get somebody over towards P1, it's just too tall of a mountain to climb. Like, you've given up way too much time earlier.
Allie, what do you see here in this series?
Throughout the series, from Atlanta FaZe, a masterclass search and destroy and a masterclass control. Again, we were heading into that, and I was like, look, control is one of their strongest game modes right now. Into this game 4, though, like, I can't wait until we get into the interview, because I don't understand what it is with Atlanta FaZe and getting these huge leads and then kind of allowing Carolina to crawl back into it, and unfortunately it cost them that map number 1. This could have been a 3-0 bought from the side of Atlanta FaZe, which raises some question marks for me if this is going to be kind of something that follows them throughout this qualifier.
Atlanta playing the hard points much tighter today. Is that credit to Carolina improving their side of the ball?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a little bit of both. Like, Atlanta clearly have, like, they're trying to put an emphasis on the HP, right? Like, they've been losing a decent amount. Lost 2 to Vancouver, 2 to Toronto, and now in this series, you could have just lost 2 to Carolina, right? So it's definitely the biggest pain point in the Atlanta camp right now, but still have full faith in them. You saw the search, you saw the control. They are dominant in those game modes.
We've got the man who is #1 in the KD leaderboard, the MVP of Major 2. He joins us live. He goes by the name of MacArthur, but you can call him Celium until you get to know him better. Celium, how are you?
I'm doing good. How about you guys?
I'm having a great show.
Good.
Today has been fun. We've had some really good matches, but I was a little worried for you guys after watching map #1. What's up with the slow start?
I mean, I honestly on the holds, like our team couldn't really get one, but I mean, it's unusual that happened, you know. So I'm confident still on the hard point, like for the future, for the future.
If anything, Atlanta FaZe has is a lot of confidence, right? But it did follow you guys into that map for a little bit. You were able to ice out, close it out at the end, close out the series. But why do you think you guys in this series got so ahead early in these hard points and then kind of fell a little bit short, allowed Carolina to be like, hey, we might be able to rally back in here? What kind of happened? Was it Carolina turning up or maybe you guys slowing down?
It's a bit of both. I think Carolina was taking advantage of our mistakes, and our team was kind of slacking, so it's a bit of both.
MC, I want to ask you, you guys have won back-to-back-to-back tournaments. I mean, truly spectacular. Have you sat back and reflected on, like, a dynasty in the making? Like, how does that feel? Talk to me about it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy because I feel like back-to-back-to-back is crazy and hasn't been done in a minute, so I mean, our team is going for every event, you know, so that's what we strive for.
Love that.
Have Banks and the FaZe crew hooked you up with a giant gold chain yet, MacArthur?
Nah, not yet.
Yo,
hopefully
Banks,
soon, maybe.
Get on it. This man is repping FaZe for the league. #1 on every KD leaderboard you could ever ask for. Celium, congrats on the wins. We weren't worried about you at all today.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Celium also earns our Scuff play of the game. It's not his first. You're going to see many more of these. They're called clutches, but this time it's a 1v2. Walk me through it, Allie.
This guy is just icy, dude. There's some sort of like confidence, aura, whatever it is from him in the past couple of years, but like just the way that he plays, he knows the guy's going to drop through the side, so he's framing that he's expecting the pressure from the left, but he doesn't even go for the chow. And then you move on later on, and he's basically in another 1v2 situation again. By the way, this round Simp Cell 2v4. It wasn't just a 2v2. They 2v4'd this entire
Great
round.
call-outs.
We're letting Cell walk through front door. Carolina, wake up, bro.
If you were sleeping at home, well, it's time to wake up, because when we come back, LA Thieves tries to get back on the horse. The problem? Vancouver is surging forward. Top 3 teams take each other on when we come back.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
I'm ready to fly by now. You should know I got that crown on my mind. Top it, get on your feet, feel the passion. Big bang coming through, blast like a cannon. Blast like a cannon. Big bang coming through, blast like a cannon.
you even believe this place?
Sit your slimy ass down. The sizzle sells itself. Someone give me a 10-gallon hat. I'm going full cowboy on these bastards.
You're not sure you have the right floor?
It is so nice to meet you face to face, Plate.
You don't trust me, fine, but you cannot trust her.
The 2025 Vancouver Surge Team Pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this weapon charm for when you have a bone to pick. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Make sure we're counting names, listening to each other. Listen. This time, we take everything.
Welcome back to the Call of Duty League, and that Zombies trailer right before we came back got me all kinds of excited. They're talking Texas. We're going to see some big hats on folks like Nadeshot soon here. They have a recent drop, and so did their team at the major nameless.
The cowboy hats looking absolutely fire. They might need some of those, get some vibes going in the LA camp, because these guys at the major, wow, they were underwhelming.
Yeah, they went 7-0, and then they got knocked out by the top 8 seed Boston Breach. That's the lowest in the winners bracket in the winners round 1. After that, they run into Toronto, get knocked out of the tournament with not nearly as much money as they planned on banking. But Hydra and crew are back to their online form today. And do you expect them to take a moment like Atlanta did after a major to find their footing?
Maybe a little bit for LA Thieves, because that's been the thing, is like the weird inconsistencies when the expectations are so high. They get us so hyped and so excited for what this team is going to do, and then they kind of underperform. So for LA Thieves, I'm expecting another really strong qualifier out of them. I think for them, this is a lot of lesson learning and a lot of team building heading into what is going to be the World Championship at the end of the day.
LA Thieves saying to Vancouver, you will never be in a final again after playing them in Minor 2. They went on to play in that Major 2 final, of course, if you're a Vancouver fan.
Yeah, I mean, Vancouver, they're feeling great right now. Like, this team is continuously improving, look great throughout the entire major that we just had, and you're like 2 search and destroy maps that you don't like, they got removed, right? And the first lick on dealership, absolutely phenomenal. For Vancouver, and in this matchup, these were the 2 best hardpoint teams throughout the entire last split in the qualifier. The difference was, when we got to land, Vancouver was still good there, and when you look at LA Thieves, they went 3 and 4 in HP, right? So it just didn't translate to the land. So for Vancouver, as it stands right now, like, I feel extremely good about them headed into this.
For me, for Vancouver Surge, I feel like this is a really important match for them, at least confidence-wise, going up specifically against LA Thieves because they haven't won this matchup yet. They're 0-2 on the season versus them. They went all the way to that Game 7 in the Minor 2, and then during qualifiers, the LA Thieves bopped them 3-0, right? So Vancouver Surge, this is just about, like, can we finally take down the LA Thieves? And their biggest issue is going to be in that search and destroy because it
100%.
has fallen off incredibly since what we saw last split.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I just kind of talked about like the map set a little bit. Like the map changes, I think, really does help the Vancouver Surge. And there's like some things that they're trying here too, like Skyline Hardpoint, a map that they haven't even played with Neptune, I believe is going to be in this series. So Vancouver is still evolving, still getting better. And, you know, the individuals on this team as well. Nasty, a guy that we've been highlighting a lot. Abuza, man, we don't talk about him enough. He's been so consistent for them, and 04 has taken a huge step. Like the confidence he got at that major, we saw it in the first match. He was rolling.
Let's take a look at some of the numbers. Why does Vancouver have hope today in the rematch? Well, Neptune tops the leaderboard. Hardpoint kills per 10 minutes. He's dropped 27.6 out.
I mean, their hardpoint has been insane. 29-19 on the season, top 3 overall in the league. They've been unreal in that game mode. The thing right now that they need to focus on is adding another game mode to that pool because hardpoint can only get you so far, and they're pretty 50-50 when it comes to that control respawn, and they're under 50-50 when it comes to search and destroy. So that's going to be my focus honing in on this team.
And as cool as the fact that Neptune is number 1, 0.2 behind him is this guy, Scrap and Hydra.
Yeah.
You've got them in the 2 and 3 spots for LA Thieves. If you're looking for Slayers, this is a packed lobby.
Yeah, this is a packed lobby. I mean, this is firepower on both sides. Each of these teams, you know, at one point have just been straight dominant. And, you know, talking about this LA Thieves team, like they have the gun skill. They're always going to be able to win gunfights. It's just, will they lose their heads in these HPs? Like, so uncharacteristic on land, especially in that Boston match. Like, watching them, everything online was so smooth, so calculated in every push, in every break. And then we get to land, and there's just no cohesion whatsoever. Ghosty was the best player in the game mode, right? So you need these guys to bounce back.
Speaking of Ghosty, I need him to stop shooting bodies in the firing range. It's time to get into the lobby. Let's take a look at why LA Thieves was knocked out of that tournament early. Boston hands them a 3-1, some surprise losses in Hardpoint. Then Thieves are able to take out Miami. They beat the Royal Ravens 3-0. We're thinking they're looking great after a 3-0 over Cloud9. But then Toronto took control in that series, Allie. Is it a matchup thing? Where does LA have a weakness?
It might be a little bit of a matchup thing, but it's also just Toronto and Boston have clearly been getting better. I mean, we've seen it now at the start of this split. Like, both of these teams look miles ahead than what they did during Stage 2 qualifiers. So I think they might have just caught LA Thieves off guard really well in that day number 1, because obviously they drop down, they take care of Heretics, they take care of Atlanta, they take care of Cloud9, then they meet up with the same kind of situation on the flip side in Toronto Ultra, they get shut down.
I mean, it's just like a weird tournament. Like, they're uncharted territory. Like, you go into a series where you feel like you're going to win every single control. They were on that crazy streak.
Yeah.
And then you lose to Toronto 3-0 on a protocol. You decide to chow them there because you're extremely confident. You start to lose some HPs. Like, they got cooked by Toronto. Like, it was not
250 to 150 in that map.
It was not close, right? So some maps that they thought that were just lockups, clearly not, and still needed a ton of work. And if you think back to like the minor final that they had up against Vancouver, this is a completely different Vancouver. They've gotten so much better since then, especially in the hard points. And some of the maps you're playing, like Skyline, a map that evolved this LA Thieves team. They started to be dominant on Skyline Search and Destroy, not in the map pool anymore. So if you're an LA Thieves fan, I think it is time for a little bit of concern, hoping these guys made some big strides since that major.
If we're looking at the big picture, LA Thieves, they are set on the season at 270 points. They are a shoo-in for champs. Vancouver, they are just 5 points away from breaking the 200 mark. Only 4 teams to do so on the season. If you're looking for individuals, though, Allie, who do you feel more confident in dropping the most kills in the lobby? Scrap or Neptune?
Oh, that's actually low-key a hard question.
Right?
I would have leaned towards Scrap, but he's had some floors recently, and I feel like we've gotten just straight consistency from the side of Neptune.
27 kills, 36 kills.
I'm going to go with Travis McLeod the second.
Yeah, I'm gonna echo that. I'm gonna go with Neptune, man. One, he's got the Super Saiyan vibes with the hair, and I think he's just been so consistent. And now we're getting this like elevated level of 04. Like, they're just bouncing off each other in game so well. I think Neptune might be in line for a great series.
Neptune, if you're wondering why the Band-Aids are there, he got in a fight with Nameless. Don't ever do it. Let's take a look at our maps and modes. It's a best of 5. First to win 3 of these, Ann.
Yeah, so I was just kind of talking about it with the Skyline Hardpoint, uncharted territory. Don't know how it's going to be for the Vancouver team. LA Thieves, I think they only played it twice in the last stage. So dealership S&D, it looks like a good map for Vancouver. I love this for them.
Yeah, I'm looking at this. I'm thinking dealership's going to be great. I'm looking at the Hacienda in the later half of the series for Vancouver. I'm glad that it's map number 4 instead of map number 1 because you're going up against LA Thieves, number 1 map 1 team in the game. So they're playing for the long haul for sure.
Scuff Pick'em leader. My lead has now dwindled to just 2. Allie, I hope you don't have faith in LA Thieves today because I do. I'm going LA Thieves.
Dang it. Do I just go for it just to try and catch up?
Catch up.
Screw it. Vancouver surge. I was going to pick LA, but I got to catch up somehow.
Wait, are LA ahead of them in the overall standings?
Yes.
Okay.
2 and 4.
Okay, so I said I'm going with every underdog. I got Vancouver.
Vancouver?
Bang.
Yep.
Shift to study. It's time for LA to put on a masterclass, right?
Probably.
Sure, why not?
Yeah.
All I know is this going to be an old-fashioned slobber knocker, an absolute blockbuster, one that's going to steal the show for sure. And I think the thing about this is, if you're Vancouver, you're sitting here like, you're going to tell us we're never going to make grand finals again? We just did it. You guys lost to Boston. So let's see how they fare as they get back on the online sticks.
Yeah, if I'm LA Thieves, hopefully I wasn't kicking a soccer ball this morning because the 2 days that I see them do it at the event, on Thursday they lost to Boston, on Sunday they lose to Toronto. I just have to throw that sport out the window, but this is always going to be a great matchup, Alan. We had the opportunity to cast it, obviously, in the -2 grand finals. It goes all the way to the distance, game 7. It was like the reincarnation of Neptune's COD career. But then you match up with them the following weekend, you get 3-0s, and it was just like, gave us all mixed emotions. I just love how we're going to have these 2 powerhouse teams, some of the best teams that we have in Hardpoint, duking it out, and none better than the opening Skyline, because Des touched on it. Vancouver do not play this map. They like to play every other Hardpoint but Skyline, so they decided not to put it in the bins on their end, and LA Thieves picked it, so let's see what they learned.
Yeah, I like this, though, for Vancouver, just to kind of, again, build out your map pool because, yeah, through stage 2, there was a level of, like, let's just keep Neptune where he's most comfortable. That resulted in a lot of Haciendas and a lot of faults in particular. But, yeah, I love the idea of just trying to get yourself diversified in the hardpoint map pool. So let's get it on here. Thieves, Surge, looking solid for one of these possible rivalry matchups between these two. But at the opener, it is Thieves all through the kill feed and in the hardpoint.
Yeah, absolute perfection start. Right there from LA. They spawn on the bad side here for P1, but they get all 4 kills at the same time, instantly able to flip the spawns. And now Vancouver haven't even had an opportunity to potentially find a break here. 20 seconds still remaining. The ARs are gunning. Even Hydra has one in hand. That's another 3-for-1 trade, and LA Thieves currently can do no wrong.
Yeah, battle of the ARs over the top hallways. Ghosty surprised as a double hit through kitchen starts to develop for Vancouver with 5 seconds remaining on P1. 04 is trying to get around the back to block, but not going to happen, and things will stay stable for Thieves as they get the rotation to 2.
Yeah, they definitely look like they didn't play any soccer this morning. Perfect. They're at that P1. Now all of Vancouver trying to find their break in towards kitchen. Ghosty, your job is to hold down towards piano. The timing is going to play into his favor, but the stun even better there for Vancouver. They find the opening kill. They're currently winning the trade fights, and the spawns might get a little freaky as long as LA Thieves do not find trades, but they're still in the back.
Yeah, really good composure here from Thieves. The setup is perfect. The layering is absolutely the way you want it to be. Never really allowing those spawns to be blocked, threatened really at all. And so now Vancouver with 25 seconds kind of has really just one more chance at this. Neptune is continuing to keep the hand hot as he's good for 4, but still, it's just one of those situations that for Vancouver, they never really got any substance towards those breaks. That's going to be essentially a full 60 for the Thieves.
Oh yeah, it doesn't get any better than that. Like LA, we're filling every layer, trading every gunfight, not allowing Vancouver to cross past that 75-yard line to block those back spawns, and just consistent trading allows them to open up this hard point. But basically a full 60 on both. Now Vancouver have to cut their losses. Window rotation over towards 2, but already on a pinch. Here comes Ghosty. Another 3 dead, and the break is early for LA.
And this may be why we're seeing this as a hard set veto for Vancouver. They are getting destroyed right now. And I don't even know if there is a team out there that would be able to do better than what Thieves are doing at the moment. This has been absolute perfection for them. 04 just trying to create something here through the middle of the map. That'll work out as Neptune's right there with him. But again, the trades are so swift. for LA. It gets the hard point back to neutral. Gunfight win comes through. Now we got a 4v3 for the Thieves.
And they still have the spawns that they want for the P4 side. So if you're Vancouver, you need to find these kills and find them now. Thankfully, they go 3 for 1 in the trade fights. Take down Hydra. Now you can start to apply pressure toward the backside of Cabo. But LA Thieves just keep on creating those layers. Onwood, a 13-5 start. Like, he's all over the map.
It's just one of those things, like, even in that moment right there, like, the Thieves have both ARs that pop up. They watch that long street over through kitchen side, and the SMG's pinched through mid, and now you've got a re-pinch on the way for Thieves, and that's gonna be 4 dead. Vancouver, I don't think they actually realized they spawned the Thieves out. They were still expecting them to be backside patio at 4. Not the case, and we're gonna have a 100-point game with LA in the perfect setup through P4.
Yeah, they took too long right there to challenge the players in the hill. Like, you already have back Cabo. We gotta push forward because pinches are gonna be inbound. And if no one's watching kitchen, that's where that repinch instantly breaks them down. So now LA potentially trying to walk away with all this time here. You still have pinches here from Vancouver from every single angle. 2 players still trying to stay alive around the tub area. Back and forth we go in the kill feed, but it's still LA towards the back. No longer.
Okay, finally there's something for Vancouver to win, and it comes at just the cost of what is about 18 seconds worth of scrap time. So maybe a sign of life here, but for the most part, I'm sure Nameless is sitting there in the green room right now thinking of a multitude of ways he could draw some conclusions about how perfect that first set was from LA. Tall task here for Vancouver to mount a comeback, and they're going to get beat once again in these battles over the top of the hot tub.
Right, my boy Wheeler has a bunch of clips that he can take in and draw conclusions because LA basically played that first half perfect besides a mixy P4. Now we get into the second set. Vancouver looking for the bounce back. So far, they're the team soaking up a lot of time here at P1. But when you have such a lead the way that you do, that's going to allow Hydra to develop on this long route.
Yeah, this is the perfect time as Thieves are just, again, creating all these spaces and these opportunities. Let's jump in to see how the LA Thieves are coming here in the second rotation.
No, nerd last, nerd last, it's last one. Stay alive, stay alive. Top from P2. We're good. From P2 as well. Nerd in on time. Good with. On time. Yo, talk about the game. Alright, yeah. French and what on me? Let's go top mid. What on me, boys? What on me? What? Front bed, in bed. Front bed, another one on time. On time. Take our time. Top T, nasty. Nasty, that top T. On time, weak. On time, weak. Needed it. And Sunday. Our side time, hit him again. Nothing left. Dish, what? One shot on 4. Wow, one shot P1 and one front grill. In the grill corner. I'm laying on the couch, Back couch is laying on it. Should be up P1. Yes, back couch is weak. Nice. Jim. No, two left. Two. Nice. One square. Back door. Run it out. Top left. That's absolute. That's the only one I think. Just keep one shot back door. One shot back door. They're gonna be close front after. Yeah, I front. He's still back flat, boys. I spawned one in front of me. Oh, back flat. No. 2 front. We need to flip for the skid. In the back. Or front and in the back. Alright, 30 seconds. Just live. You can then. I spawned front door. Piano. One shot piano, 1-6. Piano, one top mid. Come. I don't see anything left. There's 2 jump low. One zipper. Jim. Deep left the boost out. Jim. He's still top mid. I'm looking for it. I'm going in. I don't see him here. Probably going new, boys. I'm leaving. 2. I got one. I'm going in. Zip, P1. One's P1 on me. Look, you're in. I'm about her. I don't see her. I'm putting P1 right now, dead. One can be close. This one minutes. Yeah, top B. Top it.
A little bit of a elicited curse right there as Vancouver start to bake their way back into this game, and we're going to take a look to see how Surge are coming as we go to P3.
I'm here. He's one works. I know what's.
Turning fast. Give me our side. TV.
On right. Go see on right. Wait, one shot down. Pack open. Hey. I spawned again. I'm trying my phone, bro. They're gonna spawn. One shot. Grab that. One more. I'll take 2 guys. One more. T1. Flip. Piano spawns. Back left. Okay. They're going top, okay? I'm leaving left. I'm leaving left. Okay, I'm doing back left. Dead. I'm going top, alright? Come on, hit or no? Yeah, no. Yeah, we time. You can leave time to win. One top. Go on you. Nice. Yeah, they need to go top. 1 2 beyond guys. One street, yeah. One way beyond. He's probably low back. I'm staying in buff. I'm waiting for the street. I'm staying up top, guys. He's dead. Nice. Last guy's top T, I think. Envoy is in the street. Dead. Nice. I will kitchen, okay? They need to go there. They need to go top. Top. That will going top, guys. One more. 100%. Top. Piano stairs. Let's see piano stairs. Top. I'm gonna play the left.
Watch my little. Get left. You're good.
Okay,
I'm all on top. You're
left. No, 2 left.
One
One on that fast. I'm going on that fast. We're good. We're good. Top on me.
Wow, okay, 04, we see you. A couple of heroic plays here for Vancouver, and the last stretch of hills has them right back in this game, but the scrap time, about 30 seconds, looking solid here for the Thieves, Jay.
Oh, yeah, this is looking great so far here for LA to walk away with this final 30. Vancouver going to give it one last push. Good. They go 3 for 1 in the trades, even though the spawns are technically to the back for LA. They're all working that OE through bottom kitchen. They want to try to flip it. Start off on this side for that P1, because that's when Vancouver started that train of starting the comeback. A lot of time off of P1. They already got the investment out of Hellstorm. It got nothing done. It was a 100-point difference. Now it's only down to 25.
Yeah, it's solid read from Ghosty, but just a little bit late to get the awareness that Vancouver was spawning right next to him. But Hydra on the pitch, almost able to find Dude, but Abuza shuts that down. Good time here for Thieves inside a hot tub as Abuza finds his second. Nade over towards the hill will actually miss onto Envoy. Sounded like it was closer than maybe it actually was, and now Hydra's pitching, and just when you thought that maybe the Thieves were letting this one go just a little bit too loose, they're right back in, and they find themselves a 50-plus point lead.
And Vancouver can't allow this time to get away from them. You need to find a break. Nasty was trying to get aggressive over towards kitchen. He realizes, okay, my teammates spawned out of Cabo. Let me start to back on up a little bit. But eventually, it sets up all the angles to find the break for the final 15. Now you need a break in towards the P2. LA Thieves can close it out here. They're fully set up off the rotation. The kills are going their way. Vancouver, you need to go and go quick.
Yeah, that 1v1 win right there from Hydra onto Abuza. Likely the game winner. Can you actually force this through in any regard if you're Vancouver? Just too much damage coming through, forcing a team kill. And the last 10 seconds will be found here on P2 from the Thieves. Unless 04 can be a hero once again. He's trying to make his way up. He does at least secure one elimination, but it's not going to be enough. So what was about a 100-plus point game got real tight there in the second set of hills, but LA just too good from 1 to 2. You're going to see that in the game flow chart.
Yeah, and when you take a look at this game again, definitely go back and watch it, because Vancouver obviously had a tremendously slow start to the game. They didn't start accumulating points until we realistically got over towards the P4. But then the second half of the game, it was just heroic plays there from Vancouver. 2 individuals went off. You had Nasty in the backside of P2. You heard it when we jumped into the listening when LA last player Nasty. I'm pretty sure he's sitting towards the back, and he miraculously is able to walk away with 3 kills for Vancouver to get time there. And then when you're going from P3 to P4, that's when you saw 04 when we jumped into a listening with Surge, that he was getting a double, whips out the pistol, slide and glide, hit him with the dive mid-air, and was able to make a big individual play for Vancouver to try to fight their way back into this game. But the Thieves, they weren't really worried. They knew that they basically had the game in control majority of the game, besides until it started getting a little bit scary towards the middle. But that one break at the end for that final 30 at P4, you chained it over towards P1, and then all your gunfights that you were finding success for originally to start the game, you found it at the end to close it out at P2. A great opening Hardpoint out. The Thieves are going to definitely run away with it a lot sooner, but Vancouver shows some fight there on a map that they usually don't play.
Yeah, and I think, the encouraging thing for the Surge in this map was the fact that, they made really smart adjustments after that first set of hills. We were kind of talking about it in the listening when Thieves were playing. It was just Vancouver was just coming in, legitimately in one front, one direction, and LA was just dominating the map. They were just walking through a lot of what Vancouver was doing on the map. That started to change, though, in that second set of hills, where you got Abuza watching over the middle of the map. Nasty's trying to get some information for Neptune and 04 to be able to dive in together on, playing through mid to break P3 instead of just flooding from the front over and over again. So good adjustments there in terms of a map that they were set as a hard veto, essentially, but still, the lead just too large as Thieves still look really, really solid across pretty much every single respawn we have.
Yeah, that's got to feel good, though, if you are LA, because obviously your major 2 performance wasn't the best. You get a top 4 placing, you make it to Championship Sunday, but everyone had you guys going a lot deeper. And when you take a look at this game flow, though, they were basically in control of the game, never lost the lead. You started off basically up by 100. They were slowly starting to edge their way back on in the game. When you got to about 175 to 165, that was when the break came in. 3 players pushing their way through back kitchen. You overwhelm Abuza on that end, and then you instantly flip Vancouver out for a good amount of junk time there to take map number 1. But now on Dillisip Search and Destroy, I know we saw Vancouver play this versus Falcons, but I don't know if you saw Falcons' most recent game where it didn't matter if Exit found every single first blood on the map, they were still going to lose it. So now this is truly a test to see what Vancouver are like, because I know they're phenomenal at Search and Destroy. They just haven't really shown it recently.
I think the thing about this Vancouver team was it felt like the Search and Destroy was the last piece of the puzzle for them. It definitely looked like they were putting the most amount of time of getting 2, we'll say 3 maps that they could really rock on with Hardpoint, you know, talking about things like Protocol, Hacienda, and Vault. The Search and Destroy was largely just Protocol. And when it started off at the beginning of the stage with Neptune, they were defaulting to playing for flood hits to A. And it was working out because the SMG gameplay was obviously dominating at that point. But as we started to get closer to the major, and in particular, as we got into the major itself, not a lot of success. But the thing about it was there's round 10, round 11 losses. And more importantly, a lot of the maps they struggled on were Skyline and Vault. Those are no longer in the picture. So it does put a little bit of pressure on them to be good at Dealership and Rewind. And again, I think this is important because looking at what Nasty and Neptune were able to do on this map, they were finding success both as ARs and SMGs.
Oh, and when these guys are going crazy the way that they are, it's obviously going to make your job a whole lot easier. Mr. Plumbridge, 7-2, 3.5 KD. And then you got Mr. McLeod the second, 1.6. Basically both edging out 1,000 damage in that Search and Destroy. 100% in their open dual win percentage. They found 7 first bloods last time they played this map. So got to try to do that again because you know LA Thieves are going to have those players on the opposite side, especially like Dylan Envoy. He's going to have some strategies walking into a map that they have yet to play.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's just like when we talk about like the politicking that comes with, you know, map vetoing out at the beginning of the year, LA definitely did not like to see Rewind be taken out from the Hardpoint perspective, but they didn't play Rewind at all in the Search and Destroy. So the same conversation talking about Dealership and Rewind as being key towards Vancouver to try to get their Search and Destroy back into the picture. All of that work we talked about for this Thieves squad after Major 1 when it comes to them being a better Search and Destroy team. Again, a lot of their reps were on Skyline, a couple of Vaults in the mix as well. They hard veto out Protocol. So there's a lot of pressure on this team to be solid at both Dealership and Rewind. And again, just to reframe it, Rewind was not a part of the opening Major 1 picture in search for this squad. So it does put some pressure on both these two teams to be good at these 2 new maps that have been added.
Love the fact that it's going to be in their first series, at least on the side for LAT. Like you said, you get rid of the Skylines when you've been putting a lot of practice in on the back end. Same thing can be said with Vault. Red Card and Hacia have been like their go-tos as of recent as well because they've been playing a lot of Hacia Search and Destroy. They found a lot of success on both of those maps on their offenses. It's just a map like Dealership where you're banking probably on your offenses. You're not going to find yourself in a lot of opportunity situations to find success here because it's so easy to retake. So let's just see what LA going to throw at us on a new map.
All right. Well, it's going to be a little bit of a poke and a prod over through mid. Nades on the corner for the defense will push back both Hydra and Ghosty. And more importantly, Neptune has also kind of reclaimed some ground at the front side at middle. So not a lot of space for LA to work with off the get-go, but here comes the attempt. And Abuz is there to meet them and meet all of them as he finds the first 2. Neptune cleaning up middle, and that's all just now down to Hydra.
Okay, Hydra now left in the 1v4. Abuza shuts it down over towards the safe street with the opening double. And now if you're Hydra, it's just everything blowing up around you. Let me just play it a little patient because I don't want to die to a car bomb.
Yeah, it's like a domino effect of car bombs. And I don't think Hydra was seen coming through the window, so he will have an opportunity to catch one for free. Door popped. Sees one on the left and the other on the right. Question marks towards where Neptune is now. But this is difficult. And Nasty's going to take the check and hold the scope up to find the elimination. So Vancouver, off of just Abuza's heroic defense over on the one site, gets them the opening round win.
Yeah, LA Thieves try to open up with their opening attack. 3-1 split. Try to use your nades early on to at least back them down from that A position, but they were banking on the slide over to the car, staying alive, draw the attention, and then we play the bait and switch, but Abuza with the perfect position is able to line up the early double. At that point, the player through mid, and Envoy tries to make up for it. He gets taken down by Neptune, 1v4 there for Hydra. Realistically, like, I don't know about you, Alan, but I had a feeling that he could potentially pull that off, but yeah, he shut me up real quick. Vancouver took
definitely did. Thieves looking to get aggressive on their defense through B. Looks like this has been at least somewhat established that Surge are going to have to be aware of this. May not make a difference, though. Envoy still gets up in towards Arches, plus a first blood from Scrap means that this B site is really no longer an option for Vancouver.
Now Vancouver Tough to make a decision here because you know that Abuza yet to take space over at A. They were probably banking on a rotation here from LA, but they stay strong on their setup. Envoy finds the second, Scrap with the cover fire for the third. Now Abuza, your turn for a 1v4.
Well, he catches the first again. A couple of stray shots coming through the glass. Gives him maybe a look. Scrap just dancing with him. And Abuza's going to go for the re-wrap up towards office. More damage comes through, but doesn't win the first gunfight in towards the actual garage itself. So Thieves able to respond with a solid defense of their own, and that is just one of those rounds that comes by way of forcing that play through arches. Get your info, get your kills, get out of there.
Yeah, Thieves obviously just watched the series 2 series ago. And just saying, all right, a lot of teams, if they get that bomb down at B, it's pretty difficult to retake it if we don't have the power spot. So let's just take that one away. You strike for the first blood by keeping Envoy alive, and then you take some more space over towards arches. Force Vancouver to make a tough decision there, and they thought that Thieves are going to bite on that bullet and think about that rotation out, but they just stand strong, tie the game up at 1 on their defense.
Similar offensive break off here for Thieves. This time Envoy will get in towards the small room. Plus the nades behind it, blowing up the cars for him to get a little bit deeper in towards sight. The thing that's different about this defensive setup, though, for Vancouver is Abuza's playing way deeper, and Nasty's showing us a couple of pre-fire spots through the vent. First blood also comes to the surge, and Envoy's in trouble.
13 HP in the dream. Can he try to play his life? He knows he's eventually going to get overwhelmed, and Netsume strikes for his second kill of the round. So now in a 4v2, making a 4v3 after Scrap finds one. Gonna start to rotate that bomb on out, but with the knife out, you're not going to be prepared for the gunfight. Nasty takes care of Scrap, 1v3.
Oh, nice play from Nasty. Off the reload, still catching the information, knows the gunfight's in front of him, and takes care of it swiftly. So a little 1v2 in the middle of the map there for Nasty to secure the round. Vancouver not foiled by either of these opening set plays from Thieves whatsoever towards A. That one a little bit different, though, just not being hit by nades early and trying to get Envoy into sight through small. Doesn't really work out, though.
Yeah, that's with LA developing some trophy systems there. They're saying, okay, the nades has us a little weak. Abuza chose a very tough spot to sort of read because of all the car bombs that could potentially blow on up. Just decided to take that risk, and it worked out in round number 1, but that time plays a little bit safer. And his teammates are able to help him. All out defenses so far here on dealership. A pace change up, though, right through the middle of that for both squads.
Yeah, think about this as the defense just gets so much priority in that location. So a single trade coming back is not likely going to feel like enough. And what's going to have to be a 2v3 with the bomb down just inside that tight corner as well. You see it just right behind the table. Ghosty has just the sliver of an angle to look at it.
And I don't know if they have the info that the bomb is actually going to be down, but thankfully Ghosty is a heads-up player, knows that all of A Street is going to be open. They're potentially going to try to take that space away, and now it's Nasty. And a 1v3 with that bomb still down on the little map, this only gets more tough.
Yeah, he's got some time to work with, but the issue is LA's defense is just not moving. They're just holding corners. The bomb could get collected here. But this will be the first challenge, coming up the stairs and not being able to predict Hydra again, holding in a corner. So all defense thus far, Jay. I mean, we're talking about it, like we said, in challengers, we've been seeing a lot of attacking success coming through. Defensively, though, in the CDL, this map has seemed to really, really find a lot of priority. And mostly, I think it's just, again, the CDL teams are so aware of where their advantages lie on the map.
Yeah, that's 4 straight defensive rounds so far here on dealership. On the side of LA, it's been 2 complete blind counters. First time pushing through B, next time meeting them in the middle of the map. Those gunfights going down in the first 5 to 10 seconds. If you're in Vancouver, you probably want to slow down your offensive approach, gain some info, and then develop off of that. But now, LA, your turn to potentially take the opening offense here on map number 2. They're going to leave the bomb and spawn, and look how aggressive Envoy already is.
Yeah, I mean, this is all focus onto Hydra. Stuns and Semtexes light him up at middle. You can see 2 defenders are watching this avidly. But you have to be cautious here if you're Neptune, just because of this side door as well. Shots back and forth, but now here comes that pinch from Envoy, just waiting for the proper time to make his move. Up and behind one, trying to find the angle on the other, but 0-4 simultaneously pushes through B, and it's actually Vancouver that pinched the play before the Thieves can. Whoa! Power play there move from Vancouver, just trading out with speed.
That's insane, man. It's like both teams are playing against each other at the same exact time. Like, it's, well, I'm going to do this. All right, I'm going to work on a deep pinch on the A side. I'll work a deep pinch on the B side. Let's see who's going to get there first. And whoever does is going to make the impactful play. By the time Envoy is able to strike, all 4 already found a double. So Envoy is then left in a 1v3. I love the slow and steady approach there because he could have edged his way on out. He could have been the game breaker there. Just 0-4 on the oppose again. Was like, I'll do it too.
Yeah, it legitimately just comes down to that. Doors bashed at mid once again. Vancouver looking to get to arches quickly. Abuza just to sit and make sure no one pushes through aggressively at the corner on A. And with stuns clearing the site, Vancouver's going to go for one of our first plants, but the island player of Abuza is down, and how this post plant has to make a decision. Do we push up and scale forward, or are we trying to hold this at arches?
And you got to realize, like, if you give up this bomb site control at courtyard, then you don't really have an angle. There's no one has yet to put themselves in a middle map position, but 0-4 trying to make up for it. Gets isolated. 2v4, left up to Nasty and Neptune.
Yeah, there's just nothing you can do from that position. So tough. I see what 0-4 is trying to do. Again, you try to just get a level deeper to try to make this post plant a bit more dynamic, but there's just not enough space to do that. Abuza falling is really massively critical, especially at the timing at which he drops. So Thieves will continue to keep us at all defense, although Vancouver had a look at a post plant there, which is different. That's it, plainly.
It's just a big heads-up kill right there from Hydra to open it up. Once Abuza gets shut down on that re-pinch, because he was going to take his sweet time on the approach, Hydra was also working that pinch to now allow him to have that beat successful plant. So he wins the one-on-one. All of the focus now is in a 3v3 over towards the courtyard, and with them having the numbers technically and Hydra not committing on that pinch, wrapping back to his teammates, they were just hitting out through courtyard, isolate on the 0-4, and they realized they've already backed down the last couple of players from Surge in towards the archway. So all tied up at 3, all defenses, someone give me an offense.
Well, Sub-Texas and Stuns going deep over towards the backside at A. Neptune on the quick rotation over. Doesn't have a clean look at the bomb site, but can try to hold this offensive push back from getting deep in towards A, but as Abuza drops, Scrap turns his attention, finds Neptune. Now Hydra's on a pinch, and there's just absolutely no way Vancouver could deal with this. Perfect timing in LA. Find our first offense.
And that time, LA didn't really rely on their ARs to try to find success at that A street. They send both the SMGs. I'm pretty sure someone else whipped out an extra one there. And they were just aggressive up through A, catching Vancouver with their pants down. They strike for the first blood. The trade comes in, but then they instantly put themselves in a numbers advantage. And then at that point in the 2v3, you know if you're Vancouver, the play's at A. You just now leave that opening on the pinch for Hydra to catch that timing and secure the final double for finally an offensive round win. LA take the advantage up 4-3. Now just need to do what they've been doing so far on defense in this map stairs.
Yeah, and I was about to say for Vancouver, why not continue to try to make the same play happen over towards arches? See if you can try to get this Thieves defense out. Remember the first round, they were here aggressively. Envoy did get stunned and naded, but played the same corner. So has Vancouver learned that lesson? Are they gonna be able to check it? Doesn't make a difference. Scrap still finds the first. Envoy in a little bit of trouble, but doesn't make any difference. The help is gonna allow him to get the regen, and then you push forward and you keep your numbers advantage. Beautiful stuff from Thieves.
And that's gonna be bombed down, and at the same time, Hydra wins another one-on-one isolation gunfight versus Abuza. Now it's Nasty in a 1v3. Potentially spot Hydra, but gets some bad timing. Now Hydra is sort of ready for the gunfight. Puts him down to 44, and now he's sending him to the teammates for the kill.
Yeah, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And for Thieves, that just works out better thanks to the trophy system initially that comes through, but also Scrap just watching the right angle. You know, where Envoy gets up on top of that little platform. He watches one door, Scrap watches the other. And there's just not a very easy way at all for Vancouver to really flush that out. Because, yeah, Stuns and some Semtexes are getting damage into Envoy, but Scrap stays safe. As soon as you get that tag, those damages, Vancouver tries to find a pick, but Scrap is right there watching, and it's just a really solid setup to try to hold that B archway.
Yeah, and it was a different look as well, because last time it was Envoy watching the right arch instead of watching the left. But this time, Scrap switches up, so I got your back, you just watch your front, and he's able to find another first blood. Now, Elisa Thieves at game point. Gonna slow down this approach. They're on the attack. Envoy just playing for some info. He also has an RC car to work with.
Yeah, Envoy gonna get naded, but he is just playing as a distraction here. They've showed this hit a couple of different times, have the Thieves. Yeah, I was about to say, like, they show like they're gonna be hitting A. It moves the defense out of mid to watch through vent or the garage door. And in that moment, Thieves are able to find a 2v1 isolated pick onto 0-4, and now you can rejoin Envoy knowing the defenders here don't have any nades. This is absolutely brilliant in terms of a play call, but Neptune may have something just a touch better, finds the first blood on this engagement, tries to slide to the bomb, not gonna happen, and look at your minimap, Hydra's behind the play again.
Yeah, he was just trapped, and now you force your teammates to try to help you, and that opens up the pinch here for Hydra. Time to strike another kill onto Abuza. Nasty left in the 1v2. Try to keep his team alive here. They're playing patient and not rushing this plant. And this might work out in favor of Nasty.
It could, timing depending. But he's concealed. And there's a double shell. Ah, it's so good. I will say, for a new map being added to the mix, yes, you have kind of a default setup for LA, both defensively and I think maybe more importantly on the offense, but good adaptability, good kind of modification play that you can make as mid-round starts to come through. You don't see what you like, or you get information that kind of forces you to change. And I think the decisions are just absolutely perfect, legitimately. Like, I think that setup where they get Envoy up at A, or pretty at B, be at the Archers on defense with Scrap helping is solid. I think their ability to show force at A on offense, but then modify how they hit through mid is good. And really outside of a couple of the rounds where we just had a 3v3, 3v4 situation through mid or quick hits to A, I mean, that was as clean as you'd like from LA. I mean, that's 6 first bloods to match with the 6 rounds they were able to pull, and largely speaking, good team effort across the board.
Oh yeah, it was great team effort, relying on a lot of individual play as well, because Envoy and Scrap, they were the dynamic duo shutting down that B side. But if Hydra's not finding success on those first kills over towards that A street where the boozers trying to catch those timings to work that deep pinch, then those rounds completely play out different. But LA, they just covered all their bases, didn't let anyone slip on by. You know, someone's gonna try to make up ground there and at least work that overextension, but they just got picked off, man. That's a great search and destroy there from LA in general, from every single player. They all had their moments.
That plus the hard point, I would say, as far as the recovery is concerned, Desk, that was pretty good.
Yeah,
pretty good.
Pretty strong start if you're an LA fan. Question for the Desk though: who has been the most entertaining player to watch through 2 maps?
Envoy, I think. It's been fun to watch Envoy for sure.
Yeah, why?
What do you mean, why?
Let's take a look at some of the highlights here.
9 and 4. Let's take some of the highlights. It's just because when Envoy is comfortable on the map, he is probably one of the more fun players to watch because he gets kind of in this flow state where all the timings really start to work out for him. I mean, come on, how is he winning that second on 04? For me, the S&D, I just really appreciated the attack from the side of LA Thieves. I feel like that was the difference maker in this map too.
Clear plans.
I just think back to round number 6 where Surge were making this push towards the B site, and they leave Abuza sort of on this island over at A, which I don't hate the play to make some noise and maybe try to catch a couple of LA players out. But the issue is Abuza dies before bomb even gets planted over towards the B site. So now you've given the numbers advantage to the LA Thieves. And then there was a moment where 04 was pushed up to their shack, and instead of pushing in, lays down on the stairs. We're like, I get it, but also I don't. If he had pushed in, you're locking up at least maybe a kill or 2.
Yeah, I love what I saw from LA Thieves here, and I love what I'm seeing from Dealership. I mean, you think back to the Minnesota game, they sort of favored that B-bomb site on their offensive rounds, and on this, LA Thieves, they're like, we're going to go A, and we're going to send players pushed all the way up. You know, the adjustment they made, having the SMGs play a little bit more aggressive, and like, pinching isn't always great, but it can work really well when you time it like Hydra does, right? So when we're critical of people pinching at the wrong times, like, it's all timing. You have to have the right intuition with your teammates. Comms, obviously, an element to that. Hydra did so well there. Just working together in the offensive rounds were fantastic.
It's not just pinching in the search and destroy. You also see it in Skyline. Walk me through the highlights here, Nameless. Is Hydra the best SMG at just getting behind enemy lines, or what is his role while Envoy soaks up hill time?
I mean, yeah, Hydra's the Slayer, right? He's always saying, get in my hill, block my spawns. I'm going to apply some pressure, which he was doing majority of this on the first rotation.
Yeah,
I mean,
first 3 minutes, amazing.
Yeah, a massive lead that they had, just sort of like steamrolling hills, snowballing. Excuse me, that's the word I'm looking for. Repeatedly for LA Thieves. And then what happened was we get to the next rotation, and on the P1, Surge, they get inside, they get a little bit of time, they flip them out, and they have a huge P2 hole, right? So Vancouver, that's the first rep we've seen of them on this map with Neptune.
Right.
And I will say, like, if they didn't get themselves in such a hole early, they could have won this map. They looked good in it. Second rotation through the end. Surge, I mean, they still look formidable.
100%. I mean, you're looking at 04 and Abuza. They had an insanely slow start to the first half of this map, and suddenly, once they start to get comfortable, you can see how close it almost got. But the difference is, as Ant touched on, it was 2 P2s from both sides. For Vancouver Surge, it was the P1 that kind of started their comeback, and for LA Thieves, it was the P1 that solidified, like, whoa, all right, Vancouver Surge, we're not going to let you steal this one away from us, and end up closing out that map.
You can snowball like crazy on this map. We're seeing, like, as the year goes on, the P2s have become a money hill lately. Since the middle of stage 2, and now that was the difference in that map.
All right, coming up next, we have another dose of protocol for Control. We saw it in the previous series. What did you learn from that you could see potentially from Vancouver? Tell me the comeback story, Nameless.
I mean, it's going to be tough, right? Because you're going up against LA Thieves team so good on Control, 8-1 on this map in particular. I will say, though, they played Toronto, and they got 3-0'd on it. So if you're Vancouver, there is hope.
All right, so they bled once in the 9
Yes,
games.
out of the last 5 controls LA Thieves have played, their 1 loss is on protocol to Toronto Ultra in a 3-0 fashion. So out of the 3 bads that you could pick from when it comes to control, this is probably your best chance if you're Vancouver Surge.
We got some hot takes. Let's jump into it here, and this is one of our favorite segments. What is the best roster move?
Neptune to Surge.
Neptune to Surge,
Yeah,
number 1.
100%.
Better than Kenny to Minnesota?
Hey, that looks good right now, but they're 1-1.
All right, let's keep going with Neptune here.
I'm going to go with the entire LA Thieves roster. Does that count?
No. That
What do you
is
mean
the
that
same
doesn't
roster
count?
going in from Major 2 to Major 3.
Oh, we're talking about recently. Okay, then I'm going to go
Allie,
with
what does that graphic say?
best roster move.
You can
but
say
he
Optic.
said Neptune.
You could say Optic.
Why would I say Optic?
They're 2-0.
And they got
I
Hook.
guess it's
Hook's back in the building.
Optic. I'm going to go with Miami. I think Miami's going to be gross to super in the lineup,
like it.
especially on land.
Ooh.
Are these hot takes, though?
I don't know.
really.
I don't know what happened. Let's go back to
very
shift
hot.
and study. We got control.
Big super fan here, by the way. I love that shout out. However, I'm going LAG. T fell.
What?
That team. I'm going LAG, brother.
That T fell pickup.
Yo,
bro.
actually, hold on.
Too early,
If we're
too
talking
early.
about actual
You had to wait till
improvements,
the end of the qualifier to make that one.
if we're
Thank
talking
you.
about improvements, it's Vegas low-key.
Well, we'll see about that. Cut those guys off before he has a chance to
Couldn't
retort.
get no
Jay.
worse. He might be on the money there, Alan. It could get no worse. They finally won some hard points. Potentially might win a series next week. Might be a good shot there for the Falcons.
No, give me T-Fell Enterprises, bro. I'll just say it right now. I've got LAG finishing above Vegas in this split.
Wow, that's hard. Yeah, that's hard to do.
Give me that. Gentlemen's fans, please love me. You can find me on Twitter at iHoldShift. Here we go. Let's get to the protocol control. Again, the news is not good anywhere when you play the Thieves on control. Small bit of recency bias. Sure, Toronto came out frying, to be completely candid. But on the other front here, when you look at this Vancouver team, they did really, I think, kind of utilize this map early in stage 2 as they way to facilitate the subs to run and go crazy. It didn't really treat them as well at the major, though. So we'll see what we get here in the Major 3 quals.
Yeah, realistically, it's going to come down to Vancouver to keep with the slang on the side of LA because they are number 1 in every single one of those stats. And they continue to show it every single time. Besides the slip-up versus Toronto Ultra, who was the roster to hand them their first protocol control L at Major 2. But so far on their defenses, 30 seconds wiped off the game clock, all tied up in lives. Vancouver have yet to be able to touch one of these points. Neptune is looking for his moment to strike.
I just have to say, like, I love that we're trying to fish for, like, oh, LA Thieves, like, they're a little weaker on control. They've only lost 6 control maps all year. Like,
insane,
it's
bro.
good everywhere. Like, we're fishing a little bit, friends. A little bit of copium. But here we go. Little nice solid breakthrough after the opening start from Thieves. Looked like it was going to really mitigate a lot of this push towards A, but the secondary effort for Vancouver has been solid. They're going to get the first pick at least on the A zone.
Yeah, first segment is locked. Neptune, unfortunately, is going to get caught, and now it's all about reading this player who's working on this pinch in Envoy. He strikes for a kill onto 0-4. Also is able to find a double onto a Booza, so now it's a 1-on-1 onto his point. Nasty not going to try to dance with him. At least puts him a little weak before he commits on the gunfight. Able to find it as well, so still working on his progression.
The problem is Hydra's still wrecking you and Spawn. It allows a chance for Ghosty to push forward, keep the clock ticking, and more importantly, he finds another, which allows the secondary push for Thieves to come right back in and reclaim that mid turret. Nasty still back over towards the stairs. Abuza, importantly, shutting down Envoy, but with 25 seconds remaining and the entire overextension open, this is going to have to be a successful play on really both zones if you want to try to get this LA Thieves defense back over to your side of the map.
Oh, yeah, now it's on taking out Hydra because he's already been a nuisance behind enemy lines. Now he finds kill number 2. You already find the break onto the point. The second segment does not get locked. And now with 10 seconds left to go, you have to waste time to even work out of your spawn. I don't even know if you're going to touch it.
No, I don't think you do. And that is like Hydra on a respawn simulator of I'm going to spawn up, hit the OE, spawn up, hit the OE, spawn up, hit the OE. And he gets around the back every single time. Second tick of progress, though, looks like it very well may come through contested for Envoy. And as the kill comes out, that is enough for LA to just hold it at 1 single tick for the Surge.
Yeah, that's got to be so annoying there if you're Vancouver. You're like, okay, guys, we killed everybody through the map. Who are we looking for? Hydra, someone turn around. And if that timing does not go your way, he breaks you every single time. There were players in that sequence where Neptune and Nasty were able to find a double. Last 2 players from LA were working on those deep pinches. You caught the timing going to at least the first, so you got 3 dead, but then Hydra just gets 1 and then just plays his life. And then by the time you're trying to play for that reach out on him, he takes care of you as well, and then just stalls out so much time for his teammates to now get back into the play. That doesn't allow them to even work up more than 1 segment there on that round. They don't really do it in the slaying there. They do it more with the finesse, but LA strong on the first defense.
Yep. Just too much SMG pressure. Color me surprised. Who would have saw that coming from Thieves? On a map like Protocol Control. The answer, everybody. Everyone saw that coming. Nice opening from Nasty. Able to take down 2. Abuza nearly able to finish off Scrap, but he had to trust the knife. Not going to work out as 04 finds 1 elimination, and then the follow-up play, not as clean as you'd like. Both SMGs will drop, but Nasty still keeps the B zone safe.
Yeah, that's forward dead again. Now you don't really have a lot of pressure through that mid-map, so LA Thieves aren't really worried about their pinch. They're more focused on winning gunfights through the front side. It's on Neptune now and 04. Working on these pinches. 04 already finds himself on 2. Nasty gets himself involved into the play. You know, the last guy sitting towards Heli side, Hydra is able to win that gunfight. And that at least opens up that lane over towards Heli.
Still, though, not enough presence to get onto the zone with any level of comfort. And talk about perfection. You thought Thieves had started us off on a hot foot. Vancouver trying to one-up them here. 30 seconds to fight for. LA do have control of their house, and now looking to make a play at mid. No one even gets a read that Hydra had pushed through, so he's going to take down 2, take a couple extra steps. Scrap able to open up space over through bottom side PC, and now all of a sudden 04 is on an island, and he really has to value his life here. He really can't be a defensive contestant, and that's why he gets found and immediately dealt with. First hit looking good for Thieves.
Yeah, information was there for LA. They knew that it was 2 players sitting on the bottom side of comms, so we already took care of Neptune. Where the hell did 04 go? Envoy takes care of him off the respawn. And now the second segment is going to be locked. It's looking like Vancouver are going to have to give this one up. You don't want to die in this situation and allow LAD to start thinking about that chain reaction. That's already 3 for 1, 1:20 on the B point already. And have some mid-map control to go with it.
Oh, nice shot for Neptune. Huge shutdown. He wants more. He's going to get more. Whoa, okay. That's what we're talking about. 3 for Neptune, 14-9 leading the lobby. Ghosty up and through the vents. Able to find himself a freebie onto Abuza, and again, now he's got Grandma control, which leads to an opportunity for Thieves to use this as kind of a pivot point as they make their way over to B.
Yeah, but Neptune is not making it easy for them to approach over towards the B point, just staying alive over towards Heli. Ghosty forced to try to get out of dodge there, but gets killed by the spawners from Surge. 9v10 and lives remaining, 45 seconds left to go. 2-2 split. You cannot afford to trade if you're LA.
Yeah. Envoy considering the zone, but wants to wait for help. That decision is punished as he was really kind of between 2 to 3 different Surge members. Hydra, oh, Semtex lands, makes that really easy for Neptune. And now it's just an 8v5. Respawns will really not make much of a difference at this point for the Thieves. They need to find a way to get a couple of wins and get on the point.
Oh, that's too dead. Nasty, though, responds with a double of his own. No more respawns now on the side of LA. You have 1 player pausing the game clock, but the repinch here from Hydra gets shut down. Scrap loses 1-on-1, and so does Ghosty. So Vancouver able to spawn with the defense of their own. But they allow 2 more segments to get away from them. Got some ground to make up for, but 1-1 you're not mad about.
No, not at all. And the thing about it is, I think still you're thinking defensively, like we were that close, like 1 kill away. If we just see Hydra making that play through mid, take care of him, trade him, we likely don't let any ticks go through. So nothing too worrisome, I would think, if you're a Vancouver fan. But some ground to be made up for in this next offensive approach now that there's trophy systems involved.
Yeah, I think if you're Vancouver, though, let's just make sure we're spreading map off the respawn, because there was multiple times where the players from LA are working at OE uncontested. Like, you either want to sit someone on the cobble steps or have the players playing towards top trip windows, consistently peeking over towards that B Street side. Just not allowing these SMGs to get lost. That was the reason why you lost round number 1. You can't allow that to be the case here again.
A little delayed route for Neptune up the stairs and onto B. Hydra, though, once again, just runs through the OE, finds 3. Dude. Wow. I mean, it's just, I'm telling you, you could go back and rewatch the minimap, and it is just him playing through the B side of the map, up and around the back. Him playing through the B side of the map, up and around the back. And now you've got help from the rest of the team, and Neptune's just out here saying, I don't know, what do I do? What do you guys want me to do?
And they know the positioning of Neptune as well. Like, they already put down shots, realizing, okay, he's in our grandmas. But just drawing that little bit of attention on that side allows his teammates to win the gunfights off the respawn. But no one watching the pinch. Here comes Scrap.
Yeah, gosh, it's just protocol things happening right now. Surge just aren't able to hang with. Neptune stalls out what looks to be an inevitable spawn trap as Envoy makes his way to lockers. Good first. Follow-up not going to be there, but Hydra has an AR to play with. Not picked up. He came out of spawn with this, and that will still work. 24 plays 17. 20 seconds on the clock, and Vancouver are being absolutely dominated. Can't get out of spawn.
Yeah, this is so annoying. Like, it's got to be so annoying on the side of Surge. Every time you think, okay, we got 3 dead. There's no one left in our base. The repinch from Scrap is too much to handle. And now with 5 seconds left to go, not going to be in an opportunity to even touch one of these points. Unless you win an insane one-on-one, but LA Thieves strong again on the defense. Do not allow any segments to go the opposing way. They just guaranteed themselves defense if it does go to round 5.
Yeah, that's crazy. By capturing only one zone, they've already guaranteed themselves round 5 defense without a second offensive effort. Yeah, some work to be done here, I think, with Vancouver. I mean, just their first offense never really were able to understand how Hydra was getting around the back. No one was watching the top side of the map whatsoever. Just too much focus into trying to battle against Ghosty and Scrap. Maybe there is a level of that here in this one. I think Neptune tries to change up his opening route to maybe catch Hydra. That doesn't happen. You saw him kind of look back over towards the ropes. Never saw him. So, tough scenes, man.
Now they got to figure it out on defense. Obviously, the preferred side that you want to be. Potentially play for a shutout here. Go into this next round with a little bit of streaks to work with if you can. Nasty on 3 in a row and a boozer from the top window. Instantly shuts down that A push. And now your SMGs, your turn to have a field day, but their first attempt instantly gets shut down with Envoy finding the opening.
Repitch though from, same from Neptune on the way, but Ghosty shuts that down as well. So now you've got an opportunity here for the Thieves to get yourself set up and get a look at this A zone. Scrap trying to push through, doesn't really work out. Envoy, whoa, just kind of pogo sticks himself onto the ledge, finds himself 0-4, and then finds himself back down onto the point again. So has a chance at the first tick of progress, steps off as the Thieves are trying to communicate some sort of a hit back to A. And Abuza's seen top window is going to be held at bay by Hydra as the A zone is being worked on.
Now you can already see on your minimap, look at the way the LA Thieves are playing for these kills. Everyone was watching a very important part of the map. Then at least are now all 4 dead. Second segment about to be locked. Vancouver don't have an opportunity unless some nades over the top are able to connect on the 8 point. They even contest this. Still the kill feed lighting up red. LA Thieves are again can do no wrong, and they already have an extra minute to play with.
Yeah, it feels like composure starting to get a little bit lost here for Vancouver. Just a couple of frustrated challenges, just trying to force stuff on that late contest at A. You got the stack over on the B zone. Moment of structure here for Surge, but they're going to lose 2 ticks of progress, and still every single kill continues to turn up in favor of the Thieves. Nasty holding on defensively, though. Saves the round and a chance for Vancouver to reset.
17 v 11, though. Down by 6 slot. You got some heavy ground to make up for here. Hydra trying to work the pinch, does get isolated. Now you have this player weak towards middle of the map, so you're already finding the initial 2 kills. Players starting to get aggressive up through the spawn. Scrap though ready and waiting at the top of the zip with the knife out. Takes down Nasty. Now it's all on 0-4 to just continue to be a nuisance.
Doing what he can. The fortunate bit of news here is that he's getting a little bit of help and a couple of kills from his teammates from the front. But the problem is you're losing lives and you're losing them quickly. 13 v 5. There's the full wipe. Envoy's just going to try to push out the front door while the stack behind him gets underway. Well, it doesn't actually fully get stacked, mostly because the timing of these kills coming through. So Vancouver still have a chance to save this round, and boy, do they ever. Okay, hold on a second. 9 v 5, 60 seconds on the clock, and Envoy has to wait.
Yeah, a little stack there right there for the Thieves would have hurt nobody. They would have probably been able to close out the map there, but they decided to have one person on it, giving Vancouver opportunities to still find the break, and they're currently doing a great job at it. But 7v3, no more respawns. Abuza, 0-4 Neptune, last players alive for Surge.
Yeah, and Scrap can just hop on the zone. He's got help at mid. Abuza's already been seen at ledge, but 0-4 Neptune finding a couple of kills. Neptune's been seen over towards backside boat. Ghosty looking for the trade. A key elimination here. Neptune continues to dance with them. Finally, Scrap's right there to bail him out. But a 3v2. 30 seconds on the clock. Still plenty of time for Thieves if they want to play around the zone, but I was going to say maybe Abuza can cut them off, and you can see Nasty's already sitting back in his chair. He knows the inevitable is about to hit them, and it's a 3-0 from LA.
Oh, that's tough, man. This is a tough matchup for Vancouver. That's now the last 2 times they have matched up. They have gotten 3-0'd in both. You stand strong. When you think about this Surge squad, about their Hardpoint game, but you're probably going up against the best Hardpoint team that we have in the game in LA. This opening up with that Mac 1 victory is great. On a map that they've never played before in Dealership, they look fantastic on it, and then just sticking to what they've been doing all season long, and that's being the best team in control. Leads to a 3-0 here for LA again over Vancouver. Just want to give a shout out to my guy Rambo Ray. He just announced that he's going to be a father.
Yeah.
But that little boost didn't help him throughout this series.
No dad buff yet. Still, I think you look at this series if you're Vancouver, where it's like, we say this a lot, where it's losing is learning. You put yourself on a map you've never played before in Skyline Hardpoint, in terms of the league, essentially with this roster. You play a brand new map again on Dealership against a strong search and destroy team. Then you play LA Thieves in any control. So things to be learned for sure. But in terms of the Thieves fans that are out there, it's an old-fashioned run-it-up series for them as they 3-0 and finish off our day with the desk ready to recap.
DoorDash. Well
Yeah,
done,
that was cool.
LA Thieves. All right, real quick, can we break down LA Thieves and the scenario they were in back at Major 2? Because if you don't lose to Boston, you play this Vancouver squad in the winter semis. You're guaranteed top 3 if you win that match against Vancouver. So is it truly a matchup thing where Vancouver has Atlanta's number and LA just matches up really well? Or was this Thieves showcasing a new level?
No, it actually feels like it is a matchup thing because Thieves have, taken a step in search and destroy. I thought with Skyline getting removed, like maybe if they were a little wonky on Dealership, it could be worrisome for them, but the Dealership looked absolutely incredible, right? So
well practiced.
You go up against Thieves, and it's like Surge and Thieves, like the 2 best Hardpoint teams that we had throughout the last stage. If Thieves win that Hardpoint, and then they have an opportunity to go up 2-0 in the Surge, it is a matchup issue at this point for Surge. Gotta find a game mode where you can get an edge over Thieves.
I don't know. I'm hesitant to take that kind of angle on it just because they did during Minor 2 go all the way to a Game 7 versus LA Thieves.
Okay.
So I don't think it's necessarily that Surge will never be able to overcome or beat LA Thieves as the season goes on. It's just LA Thieves' bar right now, like their average, is much higher than Vancouver Surge. I feel like if all the players on Vancouver Surge were playing at their ceiling, this is a Game 7, this is Game 5, this is Surge maybe taking wins. But unfortunately, we haven't seen that yet.
It's a 3-0 today, and joining us live in the winner's circle, it is Scrap, the man who once said you will never be in a grand final again, Vancouver. You didn't get an opportunity to get in their way back at Major 2. How have you guys reflected after that Major 2 event? You guys were coming into the tournament 7-0 with the #1 seed.
Yeah, we hate this land shit. Obviously, we're onliners, as Anthony said. But yeah, no, we're just like, I thought our process going into the major was good. So I think if we keep that, we should be looking pretty good.
1.28 today. You definitely look good on the AR once again.
Shit on. Yeah, no, that wasn't even close. Jesus Christ.
It really wasn't.
All right, Scap, but this is one of those series where I can't ask you too much about it because that's how dominant it was across the board. So instead, I'm going to ask you kind of like, you guys, again, it's been you, Atlanta FaZe, and then Surge kind of entered the conversation when it came to the top 4. Who do you think right now, outside of the top 4, comes to that 5th and 6th spot? Because it feels like during the split, every team with their roster moves have gotten better.
Yeah, let's see. This is a good question because I feel like once you get like 6 through like 10, you could probably slot anyone into like that 5th, 6th spot. Everyone on their given day is probably looking good. Boston's up there on their good days. Same with Minnesota. So I'll probably say those 2.
Got it.
Scrap, I want to ask you about the matchup with Toronto. Looks like it's going to be tough and a little rivalry between you and Beans. Next time you guys play them, how are you going to approach it any differently?
Honestly, I don't think how we played the game, I don't think it came down to like how we played in-game. I thought it was all out of game, and I think we all agree on that. Just not really coming in with energy, not really coming in thinking just like, let's come out and win this shit. I think we just kind of came in kind of complacent in the major, you could say. Just like thinking we were just come smoke everyone, and that's clearly not what happened. So as long as we're not complacent and just take everyone like they can win the tournament, I think we'll be pretty good.
Yeah, so talking about that a little bit, like the Hardpoint, you guys were so perfect online. Like every situation where it got tense, you guys made the right play, slowed down when you needed to. That went out the window at the major. What happened there? Like what you talked about how good your process was. What happened when you actually got to the land though?
I think that when we got into like you said, bad spots, our scrims were going so well in the major, and our matches were going so well to the point where we were never really in bad spots. So I think that when it got to land and we were in those tricky spots, we kind of, you know, didn't make the right plays, maybe rushed some certain things. So I think it came down to just, you know, not like, I don't know how to even.
I get what you're saying. Like, you weren't rehearsed in the bad spots.
Exactly.
I get it.
Exactly. We never were that. For scrims and matches, it never felt like we were in that spot until land. So I think that was our problem.
Scrap, next week on Sunday, you get a chance to play against Toronto Ultra, your former squad. You and Beans, as Nameless mentioned, have been going back and forth. Can you give me a little bit of background on this scenario? Where did the beef start, and where is he at on your beef list?
Yeah, I don't know if I got real beef with Ben Bees. I like Ben Bees. We've been friends for, you know, all the way until challengers and stuff like that. But he's another player in the league that, you know, will talk some shit. And it's always fun to talk shit when against other people, because people are dry in this league sometimes. So he's a good one to talk to.
Love that. Personalities. We need more of you. Thank you so much, Scrap. Thanks for a 3-0. I'm going home early tonight.
Me too. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Unlike last night, Toronto. Let's jump in, though, with our scuff play of the game. It belongs to the one who speaks French natively. Now he speaks English very fluently, and he was fluid on the map in this one.
A well-timed pinch, guys. Learn from Hydra on dealership. When you're going to pinch, do it while your teammates are getting active. But yes, I mean, their game plan just awesome here. Kind of send the SMGs out, make big plays. It's dealership after all. Hydra should be taking over.
Hydra's just unreal. I still can't. The 85% will never leave my brain when he was dropping like a 1.3. I was like, how do you get better? A 1.6. For the side of LA Thieves, I really enjoyed that interview actually from Scrap. I understand we're watching the highlights of Hydra right now, but I really enjoyed that they recognize that they went in kind of complacent, and the fact that you can recognize it means that you can change it. So high hopes heading into Major 3 for LA Thieves.
Oh, a little mental breakdown there. I give credit where credit is due sometimes too, and I give credit to Minnesota today. Let's talk a little bit about this squad.
Heck yeah. Rhyme, bro.
Nameless.
Gotta start spitting.
I was almost a bar.
What's going on here?
Yo, this was like the ultimate me matchup, bro. I was hyped for this game, and dude, it delivered. Like, these are two teams.
Me matchup.
Yeah. Listen, these two teams, I feel like, just been on like the cusp of like breaking through. Like, the potential when you watch them, it's always there. And you know, for Minnesota, it is an awesome story, and we're starting to see like them picking up Kenny. That picture of all them turning to look at Kenny as he's breaking down how they want to approach that next map. It's gonna live in my brain, because that is what they were hoping for, bringing him into the lineup. And statistically, he pops off today as well.
And I mean, they're just sponges. Like, I feel like Nero right now, like, he's been around for a while. Gio has a couple years now. Same with Estriel. But, like, there's still so much for them to learn. And it seems like, at least from what we talked to with Kenny, is they're so eager and ready to. And that, you know, they took him by surprise with their communication, maybe their maturity in game. And we can see it in the gameplay from Minnesota Rocker. It's been a team that's been on the cusp. And now it looks like they might make some crazy
bro.
runs.
Every series
with 100 kills. This is not his first round 11 win either. The man gets it done for the first time for Minnesota this qualifier, though, and pop off numbers there. What's most impressive?
I mean, I'm gonna go with just the overall kills, man. Like, this guy's an AR just getting in the mix, like dropping 30 plus in every respawn. Gio has been doing this all year long.
Yeah.
So with Kenny on the team, I'm expecting big things.
Gio and Minnesota get the win over the Breach in a round 11 game 5, but it didn't take 5 games for Atlanta to take down Carolina. Let's take a look at what went down. It was a brutal opening to Hardpoint. Got a little bit closer as the series went on. Carolina steals that game 1, surprisingly, and then you awaken the demon, aka Celium.
You do awaken the demon in Celium, and especially Draza had a really, really slow map one. He was like 6 and 23 at one point. He ends 17 and 31. It is not often that we see Draza have a stinker like that, but in Atlanta FaZe fashion, it's not going to last very long. It is an absolute smoke show in the following 3 maps.
Any concerns for Carolina? They're 1-1 after week 1.
Not necessarily. I'm actually very impressed by their hardpoint. Like, it has been unbelievable. I mean, They were 8-2 in their last 10 coming into this. You split it with Atlanta FaZe. You could have won that protocol. Like, it was an awesome comeback. I think the search and destroy, like, Atlanta just watched a ton of VOD on Carolina. They got completely hard countered. Also lost like a 2v4 and a 1v2. So you always got to take the context from these series. And context for Jaza is this guy can bounce back no matter what happens.
Yeah, look at that KD difference. Now 0.55, next respawn of 1.67. He closes it out with a 1.5 nearly and dominates search and destroy. 7-2 performance alongside Celium's 9-1. Atlanta FaZe looking like the top dogs once again. Or are you saying LA Thieves right there to challenge them?
Atlanta FaZe,
challenge, of course.
Atlanta FaZe top dog.
Today, I narrowed it down from 24 players to just one.
Okay.
Puckett's Powerhouse pick.
Puckett's Powerhouse pick. It's actually 18 today, but it's Kenny.
Oh, yeah.
Take a look at the young man.
I mean,
31-30, dropping bombs in your hard points. A 1.29, a 2.0, and if you're looking at damage, the boy is back, nameless.
Why are you laughing?
I'm laughing because Greenwald fans swore this guy was ass.
Yeah. They're still doing it on Twitter.
This guy.
Like, I'm telling you, like, he lost it. Like, Kenny's just not it anymore. Like, dude, he came in today.
Y'all know the story of Kenny, dude. He kind of always has, like, he's a good start, like, average across the board, but the closer you get to champs, the better this guy gets every single year.
The best trait you can have as a COD player.
Yeah, unreal.
Yeah, but honestly,
good at the end of the year, Kenny.
Yeah, I mean, it's just feel good, and you know, he's doing exactly what he needs to. He's getting more kills and being a leader. What a massive upgrade for Rocket.
Well done, a happy home for Kenny. Pred seems to be happy, and Falcons and Optic is vibing right now. A perfect 2-0 with Hook back in the mix. He is number 8 on the KD leaderboard, but shout out Super. New addition in his first week, leads the entire CDL with a 135.
And are him and Redgore gonna have to like 1v1 battle it out for Rookie of the Year at this point? Because if he's putting up numbers like this,
challenger emerges,
a challenger finally emerges.
Yeah, hey, I guess so. Hey, but we can't sleep on Johnny on this list, man. He performed as well. But yeah, Super, great debut for him. I mean, played so well, and Miami on the upswing.
Great call out with Johnny. Haven't seen anyone from LAG in a top 10 list in a minute.
That's insane.
Take a look at what's going on in the future. We join you next week and starting April 11th at 2:30. That'll be our pre-show with Miami Heretics taking on Optic Texas. Atlanta FaZe faces off against Super and the Heretics on Saturday. And on Sunday, we get Toronto Ultra in the mix against LA Thieves. Hopefully the internet solutions have been sorted by then, and that one goes the distance, nameless.
Yeah, I agree. Hopefully they have sorted it. Also, I would just like to say schedule makers are killing it. We've had some banger days.
And they did it all before the season kicked off. On behalf of everyone behind the scenes, thank you so much for watching. This is the Call of Duty League. Get into ranked, play the new maps. I'll see you online soon.
Candy paint on lot, two shot, devastated mobbing drop so low for the street, y'all can't stop us. Detroit chop, go ahead, say something. Stay on top, got to keep running. Knock, anti-hero, aftershock. From zero, way out past the lines. Revved up, here to get what's mine. Stay down when I ride. Lay out, blow my mind. Way out past the lines. Lay out, blow my mind. Here to get what's mine. It's the other way. New whip, chrome 65. Green light stay on my mind. Square body down in forward drive. Roll up here to get what's mine.
It's mine.
Nice try.
Fuck.
Good.